Eilat CMLCIA. Good morning, everyone. Again, thanking each and every one of you for your patience. We've had some technical glitches on this end. We've had some issues from chiefs and delegates who just weren't getting the link to get on properly. So for the most part, those seem to be resolved. That the registration piece may be a little bit ongoing. So if you're hearing from somebody that's not making it into the Zoom meeting, we are doing everything we can to get them in. As well, just a quick clarification that if you're a voting delegate of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, you've joined us by Zoom. If you're anything outside of that, you've actually registered with us, but you're watching on the YouTube channel. So we're going to dive right into it. Welcoming Deborah Baker, asking you to come forward to start us off in a good way, CM.
On Hot Squalls, good morning, everyone. And thank you to our chair, Tyrone McNeil from Seabird Island. And thanks to the creator for working on fixing those technical difficulties. I want to acknowledge the territory, the shared territory of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam nations, and welcome each and every one of you to the 52nd Annual General Assembly of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. I just want to share a few words and send out prayers to each of our communities, especially those who are dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, which I'm certain we all are. And some of us have been, we've had some cases in our communities, and I really want to thank everyone who stepped up and wanted to support and help our families who were going through the difficult times in each of our communities. And today I'm happy to say that we haven't had any new cases recently. And I think for my relatives and neighbors, Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam, I think they're in a similar situation. But I know that there's a lot of discussion around the second wave. So I just want to thank our healthcare workers, frontline support, who are there day in and day out, 24/7 for some, to ensure that we are doing the best we can to be safe and mindful of what is happening around us, not only locally, regionally, nationally, but globally as well. And a big thanks to Dr. Henry for her calmness, her emotional intelligence and intellect on handling this matter with the province of BC. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say a short prayer. Thank you, Creator, for this beautiful day. Thank you for the air we breathe, the water we drink. Thank you for the food we receive. Thank you for our Munmun, our children, our elders, and a special thanks to all our leadership throughout British Columbia and the executive from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs for the work that you do to protect us now and for the future. All my relations, OCM.
ACM, Haichka CM. Thank you, Deborah. And jumping right into it, as remiss in acknowledging where we are, I'm gathered here at 312 Main, the union's office, along with the executive and a small handful of staff, and certainly showing appreciation and respects for the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, for where our office here is located. So thank you for starting us off in a good way, Deborah. You've got the agenda in front of you, and certainly appreciating for those of you receiving the digital kit. There's a ton of different attachments there. I certainly hope you found the agenda. It's a pretty healthy agenda over a 2-day digital meeting. And before diving into the rest of the process, I'd look for a mover and seconder to adopt the agenda, should there not be any requests for any changes or revisions. Be mindful that right now, all of you chiefs and delegates, your microphones are on, or you have the ability to unmute them. So looking for a discussion on the agenda, then a mover and seconder, please.
Tyrone Cookby, question, I so move.
Cookstem Cookby, seconder.
Byron Lewis, Okanagan Band, I second.
Lieutenant Byron, thank you. There isn't a formal resolution for this, so I'm looking for any discussion opposing the motion. If not, we'll consider it carried. Hearing none, we'll consider the agenda carried as is. Just a couple of housekeeping pieces from me. We've got a number of screens in front of us trying to monitor the conversations, the chats, the putting your hands up. Chief Byron, I'm not sure if you're keeping your hand up or you're just seconding the resolution, but we are certainly dealing with technology. I don't have the ability to see you and see you well. We've got a number of you on the screen in front of me that I could see. Some of you, if you raised your hand, I could see you. But we've got so many delegates online that I can't see everybody. So just raising your hand physically doesn't really help me as your chair. Raising your hand within the function of Zoom certainly does. And right now, my chat function within Zoom isn't working for some reason, but we have a whole team here to help monitor chat and get message to me if there's any comments or questions coming up in that chat. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh, who's going to walk us through the Zoom protocols. I'm sure everybody's aware, but we'd like to just provide friendly reminders for those of you that know already, and maybe bring some of you that are new to the technology up to speed in this meeting, because it will be wholly in digital form. Josh?
Yes, thank you very much. So this will be a review for many of us, but this is just a brief introduction to participating in a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. And so there are two main modes of seeing speakers in Zoom. Either the speaker view, where you're focused on the person actively speaking, or the gallery view, where you can see more of the delegates who have joined. And there is a button at the top right corner of your Zoom screen where you can toggle back and forth between the speaker and the gallery view, depending on the situation. At the bottom of your screen, there's a toolbar. The most important parts here are the audio and video icons. In order for the rest of the meeting to hear you speak, you need to have yourself unmuted, so you have no red line through your microphone icon. If you are joining us via the phone, you will want to use the command *6 in order to unmute yourself, and otherwise you'll be using the toolbar on your device. In order for the chair to know that you wish to participate in the conversation, you'll need to let them know. So in order to do that, you want to open up the Participants tab using the button that's highlighted here, which will open up the participants screen on the right side of your Zoom window. And then there should be a button that says Raise Hand. And then when you click that button, you'll be notified. You will notify the chair that you wish to speak. They'll call on you, and then you can unmute yourself in order to speak. If you're joining us via the phone, in order to raise your hand, you want to hit *9, and then the chair will be made aware that you wish to speak. In order to control the video, you'll be using again in the toolbar in the bottom of your window, the Start or Stop Video button. There may be a point due to technical difficulties where we cannot hear you very well because the connection is slow. In that case, the chair might call on you to stop your video so that we can hear what you're saying better. That may happen during the meeting, but otherwise, you can stop and start video. It will help also let the chair know, if you have your hand up and would like to say something, just having your video on helps in that sense. There's also a chat window which you can use to kind of monitor a general discussion. I will also be posting the bios of the presenters that we have on the agenda today and tomorrow. in there. You can also use it to kind of raise an issue or a concern. You can also direct your chat comments to a specific person. So if you need to get in touch with somebody, you can try to chat. I'll be monitoring the chat quite regularly, so I'm a Josh Kiyoki in the chat. So please let me know if you have any concerns. For the public voting that we will be doing, we'll be using the following procedure. The chair will read out the resolution being considered. Delegates who are using Zoom will raise their hands with the raise hand function to indicate support. In the event that this does not work, we will ask people to raise their physical hands with their video on. The chair will also call for anyone who opposes the resolution or abstains to voice their stance at that point. Delegates who are attending the AGA via telephone can raise your hand virtually using the *9 function. And you can also speak up to voice your support, opposition, or abstention to a resolution. If there's any uncertainty regarding support for a resolution, UBCIC will move to using the polling feature in Zoom for that resolution only. In the event that this happens, a poll will show up on the screen, and you will need to click delegates who are eligible to vote will click either support, oppose, or abstain for that resolution. The chair will also ask those of us joining via the phone to provide their vote verbally for the staff to record. We will tally up the Zoom poll with the votes from the phone, and then the chair will relay that to the delegates. In order to access the documents for the AGA, you'll need to have an account at the UBCIC website. So I'm going to post a link in the chat, but this is also accessible via the notice email that went out most recently. So if you search final AGA notice in your email inbox, you'll be able to find this information. But it's also posted in the chat. So you want to be able to, if you don't already have an account, you'll need to create one, which is a relatively quick process once you visit that link. And then you'll go to resources drop-down menu, and then at Chiefs Council, you will just select the 52nd annual general meeting. If at any point you are having difficulty accessing a particular document that is being discussed at the AGA, please email Tracy at tpoint@ubcic.bc.ca to request any assistance finding any documents, and I'll also post that email in the chat as well. But other than that, unless anyone has any specific questions, I will leave that and then hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Josh. I'm not seeing any hands going up in the participant profile, so I think there is a growing capacity amongst our community on how to use this technology, provided the technology works as it's supposed to, because there are glitches from time to time. And just before turning it over to opening remarks, I just want to share with the chiefs and delegates that if any of you joined late, if you're on Zoom, you're a voting member of the union. If you're watching us on YouTube, you're not a voting member, although at key times participants will be allowed into Zoom because they'll have control of the PowerPoints. They can be walking us through in terms of their updates. So the paid up delegates who are full members have access to Zoom, have the ability to chat, the full functions of Zoom. And those that aren't are just kind of watching a TV channel on YouTube of the events happening here at the 52nd Annual General Assembly of the Union. So with that, I'll turn it over to the executive for opening remarks, starting with Chief Don Tom CM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Deborah for the opening prayer this morning. And certainly appreciate being on the territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam, my Coast Salish relatives here today. And thank you to the chiefs joining us today. certainly times are different during COVID, and it has changed how we live our lives, how we do business in our communities, and there's just certainly the lives of our elders and young people in our communities. Certainly recognizing that this is trying times for many of us in our communities, and to have limited resources and to be able to provide to all membership. And so I know recognizing the challenges that exist within our communities during this time. And also, not only we're going through a world pandemic, but, it was in the last few months very apparent of the racism that exists within the hospitals, and becoming more apparent in something that we knew already that has been taking place. So I just wanted to sort of just share with you I think the times that we're in are very unprecedented, and certainly I appreciate everyone's efforts in our communities, and it's, as I'm sitting here with our team at the union, where you'll see Cook B. Judy Wilson's wearing a mask, and it just completely changes everything. So I just want to say that I appreciate your time to continue the business and the work that we're doing here at the union. And so I just very appreciative of the opportunity to share with you today, and appreciative of your time and commitment to be here. Certainly doing the AGA from our union office and being virtual looks different sitting from this table as well. We have a room full of cameras, monitors, and screens, and all sorts of things. So I will stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
HCSCM, Cook B. Judy.
Hope my mic's on. Can you hear me? Okay. Quite up request. Thank you to Deborah Baker for the wonderful prayer to set us off in a good way. And also I'd like to acknowledge Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territorial homelands. And I just wanted to speak briefly this morning. I know it's a little challenging, as Chief Don Tom is saying, with the virtual presentations, and we're going to do our best. And thanks to the technical team and Tyrone for managing to lay it out in such a good way. I think one of the biggest things we're before us here in the province of BC is the implementation of Bill 41, the alignment of laws and getting rid of those colonial-based laws and policies that have we've talked about many years. I think Louise Mandel called it the ghosts of the doctrine of discovery. So we have a lot of work, and we've seen a lot of the different provincial legislation come out and policies, and they still don't go far enough in regard to recognition and jurisdiction of our First Nations. And even with some of the amendments, we're still having to go back, even post Bill 41. So we're going to be talking about that through the next 2 days in the implementation, and there's resolutions to that effect. And also the Union BC Union Chiefs are drafting a terms of reference. Chief Don Tom's been working with the technical staff on a principled framework for dealing with negotiations outside the BC treaty process. As you're aware, we weren't part of that process for the 2019 negotiations directive policy. And also it's moving the draft is moving beyond the BCTC process into proper negotiations based on recognition and implementation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander rights. I think that's so important because it follows our symposium for May 22nd, 23rd of 2019, implementing Torres Strait Islander rights and upholding self-determination through nation-to-nation consent-based negotiations and agreements. And Chief Don Tom will be talking about that tomorrow. And I think it's really important to pay attention to that. Because it does affect, like our forestry issues. They're still putting unilateral legislation and policies through without proper engagement and consent and consultation. I think that's really important to look at, like FERPA, and look at the old growth strategies, because now a lot of the logging will happen in our sacred mountains and things like that. So I think it's really important. But also we have to keep an eye on the federal legislation, what's going on with the UN Declaration at the federal level. We see parts of the legislation with C-92 and the child and family legislation and the language legislation. We have to pay attention to it, and also the movement to look at the UN Declaration at a federal level. I also just wanted to make some comments on the federal national inquiry on missing murdered women. I know Melissa Moses is going to be talking about that, but we do need a national action plan, but it seems very government-led still, and we do need a BC plan on missing murdered Indigenous women for implementation. Many of the groups I've been working with, the coalition, we've been working on our own implementation plans because of the lack of the provincial one and also the way the national one is unfolding. So we have a lot of work in those areas. And I have to also mention Bob Chamberlain. We had a DFO Fisheries press conference on open pen fish farms, and that's DFO is still doing unilateral decisions on keeping a lot of the open pen fish farms opened, and we were looking, I think it was 101 First Nations that want closed containment fish farms and the movement towards that, but they're completely being ignored, and the DFO is just aligning themselves with national foreign companies to continue the fish farms that bring disease and viruses to our salmon, and our salmon are very important to our nations. I really want to congratulate the Statlian Nation and some of the other nations here that are really standing up for the fish farms, and Eddie Gardner for the work he does too. So we have a lot of work before us in the next 2 days. We have to pay attention to it, and I just wanted to also congratulate the upcoming appointments for Amelia Washington and also Chief Byron Lewis. He is the only one applied for the First Nations Energy and Mining Council. So there's a few new appointments, but sadly missing still George Sadleman, who did a lot of work for our elders. And I really hope his work that he started that we can continue on, because there's just as much elders abuse and elders neglect. Especially we can see that coming out with COVID-19. With all the old age homes, we can really see there's a lot of issues in protecting our elders that we need to pay attention to as well. So thank you, Tyrone, and those are some of the remarks from looking at the agenda. Thank you.
Cookshem Cookby, we'll go to Grand Chief.
Peace Seal, Esquis Asiud. I want to acknowledge the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people. As you heard, we're on 312 Main here. This is undoubtedly the strangest UBCIC AGA I've ever been to. It's definitely virtual. We're in a room with a bunch of laptops and microphones and screens and people wearing masks and so on and so forth. But I want to commend the staff for working so hard to arrange this this method of us being able to contact our communities and have these important discussions vis-a-vis the agenda. I want to speak to the unprecedented times and challenges that all of our communities face in regard to the pandemic and everything that represents, the wildfires, the floods, not to mention the opioid crisis. And the missing and murdered women issue continues to plague our communities. So I want to also commend our community leadership for working so hard with limited resources to combat all of those issues. I want to thank our staff for the good job that they always do in terms of our AGAs. And I want to express a concern of mine that has been growing over the last several weeks and months, and that's preparation for the second wave of the pandemic. I think it's going to be far worse than we can imagine. And I don't think we can afford to waste any time in terms of gathering together supplies for our families, our communities, and for our nations to prepare for the pandemic, which will run concurrent to the annual flu epidemic. So I think there's going to be some real challenges throughout the fall and winter months. But I know that by working together, British Columbia rocks because we have been blessed with exceptional and extraordinary leadership that was able to come together and work together, set aside differences and ideologies, and work for the good of our people. And that's paying out now in terms of all the crises that we're facing. So I want to thank you all for that, and I look forward to the virtual world of the next couple of days here. And just in closing, I want to thank all of you who have reached out to Joan and I in regard to my health issues. As most of you know, I'm suffering from chronic kidney disease, 5th stage, end of life. I'm on active dialysis now 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And now through the testing for my kidney transplant, they've discovered I have very significant blockages in my heart, 17 to actually. So the medical team is debating on whether to do bypass surgery first and the transplant second, or the other way around. But we do so greatly appreciate those messages of support and love and consideration. So with that, Wyatt, Limlim.
Lieutenant Grand Chief, and just in case anybody out there is wondering, the room we're in would probably normally hold between 50 and 70 people, but I think there's 13 of us in here right now. We're all spaced out 6-7 feet apart. When we're comfortable in our stations, we don't wear a mask, but if we communicate with each other, we've all got masks in front of us. We just use it when we're getting within proximity. So just wanted to send that message out to you that we are taking those COVID provisions because we are serious about protecting ourselves and protecting our loved ones at home as well. With that, I'll invite Ardith Walcom forward for an update on the elections piece. Ardith?
Hi, so I'm here to provide an update. Some of the business that remained outstanding from the last Chiefs Council, we hadn't had a complete nomination for the position of Elders representative, and then the public health crisis hit. So the deadlines for this have been extended by myself as the electoral officer appointed for this. So we had a call for nominations, and we had one nomination come in, and that was of Amelia Washington, a member of the Nuit community. And accordingly, as that was a valid nomination and the only nomination that we received, I am prepared at this time to announce that she has been elected to the position of Elders Representative of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs by acclamation. Thank you, Tyrone.
Thank you, Ardith. And with that, we're going to turn it right over to our new Elders representative, Amelia Washington. Are you with us, Elder?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. It's so good to be here with all today. I just want to acknowledge the ancestral and traditional territory here and acknowledge all the presence of our chiefs, elders, and youth that are present here. I'd like to take this time to introduce myself today. Henshkwash Baji, Naaya na Shwampwam Uyam Khat Akun, Henshkichra Mini at Matthew Washington, Nepdik Chach Alkan Akan. My traditional name is Shpaji, and that translates to Little Bear. I come from a small place called Shwampwam Uyam, which is west of Merritt, and I belong to the Nuage Band. I have been a mother to 5 children, 5 adult children, and a grandmother to 6. I am very, very happy to be nominated here into this position and I want to acknowledge our local chiefs. Chief Marcel Shackley of the Nuage Band, and Chief Lee Spahan from the Coldwater Band, and Chief Jordan Joe from the Shaken Band, as well as my family and my colleagues at NBIT and at Strachan Child and Family Services. I'm very pleased. I've done many things as an elder. I'm going into my 16th year at NVIT here in the Valley. I've been on the Nicola Valley Justice Elders Council here for the past 2 years, and also just recently joined the Strachan Child and Family Services as a resident elder. Among the things that I enjoy passionately is protecting our land. As you see on my biography, my mission statement is our land and water are sacred. And I pursue that interest. You know, I'm quite involved in anything to deal with protecting our land and our waters. Last year at the International Women's Day, I was nominated and accepted an award for outstanding and positive commitment into the community of Merritt and the Nicola Valley. I also received an honorary degree from Kootenai Art Therapy, an acknowledgement for my contribution to language, cultural practices for the colleagues and the community. So I'm very, I have a vast experience in child welfare, as well as, I've been in child welfare for 11 years. I've taught our language from the middle school to elementary level. I've retired now from teaching the language, but I'm still very connected in preserving our language and teaching. I've also been a clinical art therapist for 5 years, and currently I'm registered in the NBIT degree language because I feel the importance. It's so important to pass our language to our youth. So with that, I just want to thank you, and just looking forward to being the elders rep. Kukstem.
Kukshem Elder, thank you very much. And welcome to the union as our elders rep. We look forward to hearing from you from each of our assemblies. Hi, Kukshem. As mentioned at the onset, we are going to be doing rolling resolutions through this process. Before we move into the formal agenda or the rest of the agenda, we do have the minutes from the last AGA, and typically we have the resolution for that. And you'll find that minutes under the 51st AGA for those of you that may have read it already. Appreciating for those of you that have the digital kits, you've got a whole number of different attachments to search through, and I just hope that we got it out to you early enough that you become familiar with the documents. But just before we go to that resolution, I just want to repeat a voting procedure that was laid out in the Guide to Virtual UBCIC meetings under COVID-19 health restrictions that should have gone out as one of those attachments in your kits. So on page 5, voting public to participate and record the vote in all public votes. For example, on resolutions, the following procedure will be used. 1, the chair will read out the resolution being considered. Delegates who are using Zoom camera will raise their hands with the raise hand function to indicate support. In the event this does not work, we'll ask people to raise their physical hands. The chair will also call for anyone who opposes the resolution or abstains to voice their stance. Delegates who attend the AGA via telephone can raise their virtual hand as well and can also speak up to voice their support, opposition, or abstention. In the event that there's uncertainty regarding support for a resolution, UBCIC will shift to using the polling feature in Zoom for the resolution only. In this event, a poll will show up on the screen, and only those who are delegates will be able to vote in support, opposition, or abstention. The chair will also ask those on the phone to provide their vote verbally for staff to record. Staff will tally the Zoom poll with the votes from the phone, and then the chair will read those out to the delegates. And then just this piece where we shouldn't need to, but in the event there's a secret ballot vote, a secondary platform will be used called Simply Voting to allow members to register their votes by secret ballot. More information will be provided if the platform's used, so we'll do a big pause there and make sure everybody's brought up to speed on that. So with that, I'll draw your attention to Resolution 2020-16 regarding adoption of the 51st AGA minutes. Therefore, be resolved, UBCIC Chiefs Assembly adopt the minutes of the 51st Annual General Assembly, October 2019, as presented in the 52nd Annual General Assembly kit. Looking for a mover and seconder, please. If you don't want to use the raise hand function, just unmute your mic, please.
Can we get a mover to adopt our executive director's report?
Robert Kumail.
Moved by Charlie. Can we get a second? Al, seconded by Al. Any discussion?
I have my hand raised up. Ty, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Greg. I'm not sure what that is in the background. Sounds like there's another meeting happening. Could you mute, please?
Lawrence, you had something you wanted to say?
Can you hold us? Sorry, Ty. Chief Greg Louie, representing Housing. Move to accept. Move the motion, the resolution. Can you hear me, Ty?
Yes, thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Ty. Good to see you.
Good to hear your voice. You're not showing up on my screen, Greg, but good to hear your voice. And I believe Chief Keith Rose seconding. There you are. Hi, Greg.
Request made for it.
It really does sound like there's another meeting happening in the background. Could you mute your microphone, please? Because somebody else is moving in second motions as well, and it's not me. I didn't hear a confirmation from Chief Crow, so looking for a seconder to accept the 51st AGA minutes.
Chief Lee Spahan.
Cookstem Cookby, any discussion?
Question.
Question is called. Not hearing any discussion in the contrary, we'll consider the resolution passed by consensus. Thank you. With that, we're going to move into our first agenda item, inviting forward Charlene Belleau from the First Nations Health Council, Dr. Shannon McDonald, First Nations Health Authority, Judith Sayers, Chief Marilyn Slett, and Chief Don Tom. And for those of you with the electronic kits, it should be in tab 3. And we've allowed 45 minutes for this initially. It's 10:30 now. We're off to a late start, but we'll get as close to 45 minutes as we can in terms of the presentation and any questions or comments resulting from. So who would like to take the lead? Charlene, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I will start, and in the interest of time,
I will just make a few brief comments and then leave a lot of the operational issues to Dr. Shannon McDonald, who's on the line as well. I want to thank Deb Baker first for the opening prayer, and to the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh for allowing us to meet and have this important meeting. I want to start by expressing my appreciation to your leadership during the pandemic. The early lockdowns were beneficial. I also acknowledge Grand Chief Stuart Phillips' concerns regarding a second wave and the need to be prepared. My condolences to the families and the communities that lost loved ones during this difficult time due to COVID, as well as the current opioid crisis. Regarding the lockdowns, funding is now available through the First Nations Health Authority for the safety checkpoints. This is for the period April to September, and there's a need for ongoing advocacy to make sure that you've got resources available for further lockdown in the event of the second wave. Going forward, I just want to finish that portion by saying that we need to do what we can do as individuals, as leaders, to keep our circles small, take all health precautions for the health and safety of our nations. No large gatherings, weddings, funerals. It's difficult, but we'll get through this. We faced a lot of challenges, I think, through COVID-19. And again, I'll leave a lot of the demographics of the cases to Dr. McDonald. But I want to mention a few. The biggest impact, I think, has been on the notification to leadership and health leads of positive cases. There is the need to balance the privacy of individuals while keeping your families and communities safe, and the responsibilities that chief and council and your health leads have in that process. I'm aware and have had one meeting with the legal counsel on the application by the HealthSIC, Nchonlith, and the Chilcotin National Government to the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Early on, BC CDC did issue interim guidance for the management of cases and contact tracing. In April of 2002, the regional health authorities, along with the First Nations Health Authority, established a communicable disease protocol that outlines the roles and responsibilities of the regional health authority, the First Nations Health Authority, and the First Nations service organizations. In May of 2020, the First Nations Health Authority released its notification pathway. Basically, the Regional Health Authority, Chief Medical Officer, notifying the First Nations interim CMO, the First Nations interim CEO notifying the Regional Executive Director, and then the Regional Executive Director to the leadership and the health lead. We're experiencing some problems in the implementation of those protocols and processes that we're working on now. And we only encourage, I think, our leaders and members to let us know when you have a case. Sometimes things are on Facebook, and anyhow, we need to improve that process. There are rural and remote framework agreements that are being developed within each respective region in response to COVID-19. The second issue that we want to make sure and continue to advocate for is First Nations contact tracers. To me, that's important and critical when there is a positive case. And anytime we can cut, we know our community members and we know where to find them and can expedite contact tracing to provide culturally appropriate supports. I know that the First Nations Health Authority has applied for positions and is waiting for response, and training will be required so that we can have access to our own contact tracers within our nations. Early on, we had problems with the federal and provincial institutions in the pandemic. I understand that there are protocols now in place where they need to properly inform you when any federal or provincial inmates are released into your communities. Just in closing, I want to just close by encouraging you to continue to engage with Mary Ellen Derpel-Lafon's investigation into racism in the BC healthcare system. Perhaps some of these challenges that we're currently facing could be addressed through her process as well. Again, just in closing, we will be continuing our engagement process through virtual meetings, Zoom meetings, with the different nations and family caucuses proceeding this fall. and the regional caucuses as well. So Kukshem for allowing me time on the agenda, and thanks for making health a priority with your leadership. So Dr. McDonald.
Just before going to Dr. McDonald, thank you, Charlene. Just reminding chiefs and delegates, there is a resolution on COVID-19. It's number 17 in your kit, and we'll go to that resolution immediately after this presentation. Dr. McDonald?
There is a slide deck. I don't know if that can be put up.
That's news to us, Dr. McDonald.
Okay, Dr. Richard Jock's office, he sent his apologies. He's not able to attend today, and I had been assured that you had received that slide deck. So
Do you have that deck, Doctor?
I'm sorry?
Do you have that deck?
I do, but it'll take me a minute to try to get some help to make sure it gets sent to you.
No, I mean, we could share the screen with you so that you could actually go through it on your own computer.
Oh, I don't know if I have it electronically. In the interest of time, maybe I should just go ahead and we will share. And I want to acknowledge and thank for the prayer. It has been so important to be grounded in spirituality during this period of time. It has certainly been a huge challenge. I want to acknowledge the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people where we work every day, and the people from Sayut who allow me to live as a guest on their territory. We've been working hard for a long time, but we're not working alone, and I want to acknowledge all of the leaders who have played such a huge role in helping us move forward, bringing questions for us to follow in terms of policy, procedure, and on. As of yesterday, we had 490 cumulative cases of COVID among First Nations people in the province. Yesterday, I was informed of 11 new cases, so they're coming in, but nowhere near as quickly as they had been for a bit. We have had, tragically, 8 people pass away as a result of COVID, 2 very recently. And a total of 20 people right now in hospital, and 4 of those individuals are resident on reserve. We work with the federal government, and they are only interested in the on reserve numbers, which of course does not reflect the complete impact of COVID on our community members. And so want to make sure that you understand both the provincial impact and those in community. So right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 communities in the province have active cases. And there are a couple of clusters in communities that we are following up on and working with community leadership and health service providers and our health authority partners on. We've been very proud of the response that communities where cases have existed and the work that they have done to support individuals who are positive cases through the process and effectively undertaking support for contact tracing. And we have been able to successfully slow and then stop the transmission of COVID in those communities, and they are to be celebrated. In the slide deck that I was given to share by Richard Jock, we talk about the fact that we really started work on this in January, on January 20th, when we started having FNHA web and social media updates beginning as news came from China and elsewhere that this was a new and emerging disease. And it wasn't until January 30th that the World Health Organization declared a global outbreak. Before that happened, we had already enacted a level 1 response structure at FNHA and began weekly coordination calls. We worked with the provincial COVID calls, working very closely with Dr. Bonnie Henry for health sector readiness, and national communicable disease network calls to support First Nations readiness on a national basis. We were represented in the Health Emergency Management BC response and worked in the areas of communications, infection prevention and control, surveillance, and public health measures. And we started doing all that work on a daily basis. We had some of our public health staff that worked for 79 days straight without a break, and I really want to acknowledge the work that they did. By mid-March, we had raised our structure to a level 2, and that was at about the same time that the provincial health officer declared the COVID pandemic a public health emergency, and that has continued to be the case. That was first declared on March 18th. And by March 27th, we were advising very strongly the cancellation or postponement of community gatherings. I was not popular when it came to some of the events, the all-native basketball tournament and the youth gathering were both events that we recommended against. And people were pretty angry about that, but I don't think any of us realized the impact of this infection at the time. By the end of March, we had received the first delivery of 24,000 pieces of personal protective equipment and distributed it out into province, recognizing that it wasn't enough. And we continued to procure that material. And the communications on staying connected during the pandemic, hand washing, harm reduction webinars, radio ads. The physicians on my team were very front and center and very involved in engaging communities in those pieces of work. Excuse me. We got to level 3 pretty quickly. We were at level 3. It was activated on March 30th. Emergency Management BC training was held for 18 First Nations Health Authority liaison staff to work in partnership with Emergency Management BC and our regional teams and our provincial emergency coordination team. We set up the health surveillance system and data tracking by April 1st. So we were able to monitor COVID clusters, and we were very lucky that Dr. Bonnie Henry put forward a verbal order that allowed the linkage of the First Nations client file to the list of positive cases of COVID. And it started my receipt of daily reports, somewhat delayed, usually 2 to 3 days delayed from the positive test, but I did receive notification of every case in a First Nations individual resident in BC. We continued to deliver personal protective equipment as it came into us. There was another big shipment on April 3rd. But we also knew that at community levels, there was a lot of work being done. 40 First Nations in BC had active states of emergency and band council resolutions, and recognizing that work as well as absolutely essential in the work that we were doing. Our communications team has been very, very busy in podcast development, articles, blogs, and our health benefits team were putting in extended hours to make sure that we had medical transportation needs and isolation needs met as quickly as possible. And very proudly, It was when we launched the First Nations Virtual Doctor of the Day. We recognized and heard quite clearly that as physician services were being shut down in many communities, access to healthcare services were very challenged. And the First Nations Virtual Doctor of the Day has been very successful in providing care to individuals where they are and where they need to be. And hopefully that's been of support to individuals in your communities. We have been really engaged heavily in partnership to support not only what we do, but what communities do and what health authorities do with and for us. We have been engaged on provincial, rural, remote, and Indigenous COVID-19 response framework meetings, first provincially, and then in each of the health authorities and regions. Those pieces of work were developed and are ongoing. Our emergency management BC liaisons played a really significant role in being embedded in the Emergency Coordination Center and the provincial regional coordination centers. And we have been asked, many of those people were reassigned from their roles at FNHA to do that work. And so we're very proud of the work that they've done, and many of the regions have asked that that continued. We've worked out regional pathways on positive case notifications, as Charlene has mentioned, with regional health authorities and communities, and we continue to refine that. The challenge, of course, is that there are always delays. If an individual, for example, receives notification of a positive test on a Friday, and the health system does not have the ability to respond until Saturday, I'm often not contacted until the Sunday. And by then, the news is on Facebook, and often the individuals have already reached out to their communities for support. We recognize that that's not the most efficient way to do this, and we are working very hard. And I want to recognize some of the nations that have come forward very strongly to say that that's not good enough. They want a different way of doing that. Regular communication with the Ministry of Health and regional health authorities continues to go on, and continued partnership with Indigenous Services Canada. This is a very long deck, and I apologize. With regard to personal protective equipment, just to let you know that as of September 17th, 1,409,329 pieces of PPE have been delivered to communities. And the new standard that's been established is a 3-week supply to be held in community, and a further 3-week supply stored regionally for rapid distribution as required. And the allocation is based on the population of the community, the number of funded health services positions, and the recommendation of 4 sets of PPE per day for a full-time health worker. So that piece of work is ongoing as well. So just to talk about how we've made quick shifts in the way that we do work, I mentioned the Virtual Doctor of the Day program, which has been highly successful. And in addition to the primary care doctor of the day, we have now been able to add a virtual substance use and psychiatry service to that, to support, especially to support community-based workers in responding to some of the unintended consequences of things like the shutdowns related to COVID. While we are trying to control the spread of infection, we're also realizing that that has impacts on people's mental health, and we have seen rises in issues around substance use and potentially family violence. We have our mobile app for real-time information sharing, and there is a lot of information on the FNHA website for First Nations individuals, for community leaders, for health professionals. And then we have a latest news button. The Indigenous Peoples Day of Wellness grants were distributed. There was 114 communities that received funding for that. And the virtual delivery of treatment and aftercare supports and Indian residential school health support services continued. We recognize that just because of COVID and the travel restrictions, that didn't mean the need for those services ended. So it has been certainly a challenge. As Charlene mentioned, we have recognized and heard very clearly about the need for culturally safe contact tracing, and we do have a funding submission into the province. There was a distribution of contact tracing resources to the regional health authorities. We were not included in that, and have made it very clear that it was our expectation that First Nations would be included in that. So we are waiting for a response. The checkpoint funding was secured, but only up until September 30th, which is the end of the mandate for this budget. So we're hoping and are lobbying hard to make sure that that money will continue to be available. The one-stop community support guide has been completed and is available, and talks about how communities can access resources that are available to them. And there is a fair amount of work continuing to be done on the services resumption planning guide to support communities back to work, if that's the most important thing we have. And many of you have participated with us on our biweekly webinars, and we will continue to do that work. And I look forward to hearing from you and working with you. We have been working very closely with Dr. Bonnie Henry, and I was witness to a really important meeting this week that I'm sure that will be talked to about working together on policy change going forward that better supports the needs for communities to receive information to protect themselves. And when that is resolved, I fully look forward to working within the new guidelines and protocols. So thank you, Miigwech, and I look forward to questions if that's possible.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. Judith, do you have any comments? I'm just going by the speakers list of names in my kit here.
Maybe Marilyn could go first, and then I'll follow her.
Sure, thanks. Chief Slett?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Marilyn Slett, and I'm the elected Chief Counselor for the House of Tribal Council. And I'm really pleased to be here today and to see all of you virtually. So I have a few minutes that I'll take to provide a bit of an overview in terms of a coalition that HealthSIC have been working with. We've been working with the Nuu-chah-nulth Tribal Council and the Chikolten on a number of issues, and I'll go over that with you. First of all, I wanted to share, and acknowledge the prayer and, raise my hands up to the executive. It's really good to see you, and to all of the leaders joining us here today. As First Nations communities, we have a history of pandemics in our communities. And one of the things that one of our hereditary chiefs shared with us early on is what sets us apart today is we should have the information at our fingertips in order to be able to protect our communities. And that is something that, as the pandemic, carried on, we knew that we didn't have that information at our fingertips. And, we have heard some of the presentations and comments before us around, the work that our communities have undertaken to keep our communities safe. We have elders in our communities, members with compromised health health issues. And we have, limited health resources within our communities. So these are all factors, that, motivated us to make sure that we were doing all that we can to protect our communities. We started with some really basic safety measures that the province, we are asking the province to share and provide to our communities, and that included rapid testing in our communities, cultural contact tracing, information sharing, and screening. And screening was really important because this was when, BC was, going through their phased approach to restarting the BC Restart Plan. So more recently, we've, really worked hard on communicating with the health authorities and the province around why we need this information. And I'll just go through really briefly what that information is. So the information we've been seeking is the location, not the personal identity, of proximate, presumptive, and confirmed cases. So this is so, our communities can, work, effectively with any measures that we need to take in our communities. And whether or not the proximate case that, whether or not those people have traveled, through to any of our nations. And lastly, the name of an infected person with COVID for the sole purpose of cultural contact tracing, and that wouldn't be shared with anybody than the contact tracer in our communities, and also with the consent of the member. So, these are all things that we've been working hard towards, and just to really briefly go through the reasons why. It's important so we can activate emergency measures within our communities, and that can include curfews, enhanced travel advisories, stay-at-home orders, enhanced measures, in our essential services for our communities. And it's also so our contact tracer can, begin work in the community. Our people know, the social networks, they know the families and the people, and it's most appropriate, that, someone, in, these really tough times, talk to someone that they know and trust. So that's been one of the issues that we brought forward. But those are the information requests that we've brought forward. And this has been, back to, I would say, May, that we've been, pushing this forward. And I just really need to acknowledge that we've worked with, so many communities and reaching out and supporting one another, up and down the coast and, throughout British Columbia. And that's really heartening because we know that we're going through some pretty tough times right now. And, the information that we're seeking is life-saving information for our communities. And I think I'll stop there and pass it on to Judith.
Thank you, Marilyn, and thank you to UBCIC for the invitation to present on some very important work. We know all of the First Nations are striving hard to prevent the spread of the virus in their communities. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had weekly calls with the Minister of Indigenous Relations, Scott Fraser, and we put forward our points of things that we wanted to see. With no success, we, as the Nuu-chah-nulth, put forward our demands on June the 9th publicly through a press release. So all three communities that we've been working with, the Heiltsuk, the Chilcotin, and the Nuu-chah-nulth, we've been trying really hard to get attention. And we, on the 24th of June, put forward an op-ed in the Globe and Mail, and putting out our concerns. This was the day that John Horgan opened up the province, and we felt that these 4 conditions that hadn't been met. And so in July, we set up a table, a main table, and 4 subtables for the 4 issues. And we have, from the very beginning, ask that we have this information on proximate location of COVID cases, because we really feel that when there's a COVID case in a nearby town where we shop, gas up, and all those kinds of things, creates a greater risk for us. So because we had the province saying no to us on this, we decided to launch an application before the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. We did that on September the 14th, and asking for a ruling that under FIPA, this information, it puts us at greater risk to our group of people. We have had really great response from the commissioner. He knows how important this is. We're not the only people asking for this information. There's many others. So we fast tracked. We had a date for October 7th for the hearing. BC asked for a couple of weeks, and so now we're set for October the 22nd, where the privacy commissioner could possibly would hear the hearing, and then we don't know quite how long it would be for him to rule on that. But what has happened in the meantime is Doug Call intervened just days before the election. We all knew the election was going to be called, and he was trying to see what he could do. So on Monday, we had a conversation with him and Bonnie Henry and Deputy Minister at ADM. And we were cautiously optimistic about that meeting, that maybe we can work together. I know Dr. Shannon mentioned this. We have work to do before we give you any really good news. But we have been pushing very, very hard to get this information because we do know it is definitely a matter of life saving. And, we watch this virus just balloon in our communities from 1 to 26 or 30 or, and it's too late. When it becomes, an outbreak, it's too late. We need to stop all cases, and we need to have control over that as First Nations about what that happens. And we have to use information that's available to us to make those decisions. And we feel not being given this information stops us from making those decisions that could otherwise be made. And we know there's a growing number of First Nations that are escalating their efforts for Premier Horgan and Minister Health Dix, which may or may not happen depending on the election, to honor transparency and reconciliation by sharing this information. I mean, we have UNDRIP, we have all kinds of things. We really feel that, in the months leading up to the opening of the province at the third stage, the province didn't do anything really to help meet our conditions. And it's a shame that we've had to fight so hard, because that's all we've been doing for all these months, is to get what we think we need rapidly, and Marilyn outlined what those 4 conditions are. So I'm not gonna go into them. So really looking forward to either concluding discussions with BC or the ruling of the privacy commissioner, whatever comes first. But just knowing, we just wanted to share all of this with you, our efforts, because we've seen, in other provinces, of course, they share information immediately when there's outbreaks, or even one case next in a town. It's all out there. Saskatchewan does that. Ontario actually has an app, and we've seen them balloon. And that's what we're worried about, is this second wave that we're into now. It's just crucial. And so, appreciate having the opportunity to inform you about our efforts in this regard. And we did reach out and get some support letters for our application, and we appreciate that. Those that have come forward, UBCIC, of course, provided us with that letter, as well as all of the leadership council. So, it's, we just don't want another Spanish flu, another smallpox epidemic kind of thing happening in our communities. And so we're just making those efforts. So thank you very much for your time and letting us share this with you.
Thank you, Judith. We'll go to Chief Don Tom for an update from the union's work on this. Don?
Yes, thank you. I just got a text from Andrea saying I'm up next. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Chief Slett, President Sayers, and Dr. McDonald. And particularly thank you to for sharing the information, Chief Slett and President Sayers. And I think as we look at the concerns that we have in our communities and having First Nations to be able to mitigate the risks of COVID on our own and to be able to be supported and to have that data is important. And I think when we're in 2020 and we look at recognition, our communities should have that data available so that we can mitigate the risks in our communities. As you, some of you may recall that a few months ago, we had some of our staff from the union reach out to, it may have been your administrator, band managers, or yourselves as chiefs, just to, I think, get a snapshot of what's going on and how your response has been and what are some of the challenges that you have in your respective communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately impacts on Indigenous communities and introduces new challenges to Indigenous people's health, economies, cultures, and well-being. Along these new concerns, the pandemic is exacerbated pre-existing barriers to Indigenous well-being, including gendered violence, racism, discrimination, the opioid overdose crisis, the housing crisis, and limited access to culturally appropriate health care. Internet connectivity, clean drinking water, and sanitation supplies. Many First Nations have spoken to the government's inadequate piecemeal response to their challenges that have forced nations to deplete their own resources and funds and to implement their own strategies and measures in combating the pandemic. In this context, UBCIC recognizes the need to be an advocate in the province's response to the public health crisis and created a report which sought to bring UBCIC's membership's voice forward to push for concrete change. This report is the product of months' work, and as I described, some of our staff reaching out so asking about the diverse challenges experienced in meeting the existent and emergent needs of the communities during the COVID pandemic. We thank all those who participated in the phone call and emails and interviews, and I took part in the interviews as well, and it took about 45 minutes to an hour, so it wasn't a quick interview. So we appreciate everyone's time who is available to help us with this. Some of the biggest concerns we heard that the communities don't have sufficient access to personal protective equipment, PPE, and sanitation supplies. This has been an uphill battle for many communities, especially rural ones. Without these necessary supplies, in-person medical care and in-home services have been suspended, which has had a negative impacts on health of many, especially those with pre-existing medical concerns and our elders. Another key issue in insufficient access to timely COVID testing, as we heard, and significant barriers to testing, including access to transportation, licensing, travel requirements, and financial burdens. Another key issue is technology and connectivity, as substandard infrastructure connectivity, especially in rural communities, has created a myriad of concerns relating to the delivery and access of vital services. Lack of connectivity is a pre-existing issue that has worsened our ability to respond to COVID. Many First Nations have also reported that they don't have the infrastructure capacity to support 14-day isolation protocols. This highlights the pre-existing shortage of adequate housing in Indigenous communities and the need for sufficient and adequate housing. COVID has also had a significant impact on mental health, physical well-being, feelings of loneliness and alienation from suspension of family and community events have been a large part of this and being felt across all communities. UBCIC continues to work its membership with the First Nations Leadership Council and the provincial health authorities to address these core concerns. The report includes priority actions and recommendations, all of which UBCIC supports. Excuse me. It's dry in this room. With this report, this is why I recommend UBCIC's executive advancing this report through Resolution 2020-17 titled Addressing Priority Concerns and Needs of BC First Nations around COVID-19. The findings of this report are essential in advocating for the needs of our communities to be met in the face of this public health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Don. From there, we do have a few minutes for any questions or comments chiefs or delegates may have before going to the resolution. I don't see a speakers list in the hands up function. Are there any questions or comments from chiefs and delegates? Cookby Judy?
Thank you. I just want to appreciate all the speakers on the COVID updates. It's really essential, as our Grand Chief said, the times that we're facing. In our community, we did face a lot of the gaps and communications issues when we had a couple of cases identified in our community, and we had to call on First Nations Health Authority and Secwepemc Health to help us navigate through it and identify the issues. We did send a press release out. And then also we met with Interior Health and further identified those issues. And I think both Charlene and Chief Don Tom are speaking to them, which were about the communications and notifications, the delayed time factor, which in our case we weren't notified. And our wellness director had to reach out and contact the different, do her own legwork, if you will say that, and then find out the details so we could provide information and support to our members, our households that were affected. And then also the Interior Health did commit that they are going to follow up those issues, and we were looking at a joint statement for our community members. And I think we issued that already. But the issue is around the communications, notifications, and the First Nations doing their own contact tracing, because what we're finding with Interior Health, they might have someone assigned to phone the individual, but the individual might not even answer the phone, not knowing the number, and also not knowing the person. They will not provide additional information. So we have a lot of barriers and issues towards contact tracing, and there's also cultural barriers there too. So I did want to say I heard that they were spoken on, but I really think we do have to push for First Nations contact tracing, and that because right now it's only Interior Health, and I think First Nations Health Authority had a proposal. So those are my questions. Those are the things I'm raising, our experience from our community. Thank you.
Cooksham, Cookby, not seeing any hands raised, and we're within 3 minutes of our allotted time, and appreciating we started a little bit late. If it's okay with the chief and delegates, I'm going to draw your attention to the resolution. Resolution 2020-17 regarding addressing priority concerns and needs of the BC First Nations around COVID-19. Therefore, be resolved, UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly recognize UBCIC's membership feedback report and recommendations on COVID-19 as a critical document identifying immediate remedies to social injustice and economic insecurity BC First Nations need and are requesting as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, it further resolved, UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly direct UBCIC executive and staff to work with like-minded organizations in continuing advancing the needs and requests of First Nations, and to urge the provincial and federal governments to rectify any inequities in their efforts to aid and support First Nations communities during the pandemic. And therefore, finally, we resolve the UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly direct the UBCIC executive to advance and bring UBCIC's feedback report and recommendations to the provincial and federal governments, and will call upon them to actively address the concerns and needs of UBCIC members by providing informed and organized support, funding, and resources. Looking for a mover and seconder, please.
So move Cook Precautions, Platsin.
Cookstrom, Cookby, and I see Cookby Lee Spahan seconding. Thank you. Opening up the discussion. Chief Don.
Yes, thank you. And I am remiss. I also would like to acknowledge the work that Charlene Belliot and the First Nations Health Council have done in supporting our communities and advocating for them. Just oversight of my part in the acknowledgements. And so just wanted to thank you, Charlene Heichka. Thank you, Ty.
Thank you, Chief. Any discussion on the resolution? Not seeing any hands up, and I don't see anybody waving. Not that I can see everybody. Are we prepared to go to question?
Question.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to the resolution? Either demonstrate that by raising your voice or raising your hand in the raise hand function. Not seeing or hearing any. Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Again, not hearing anything. We'll consider the resolution passed. Thank you. Thank you to the presenters. Any vital or critical wrap-up comments from any of the presenters? Or are we good to go? I don't see anybody speaking up, so thank you to all the presenters. So now we're going to move right into our next agenda item, which is our legal update, and inviting forward Eileen Sigurdsson from Mandel Pinder. There is a deck we'll be going through, and there's a memo in your digital kits under legal update. And we're allowing about 45 minutes for this, or close to it, and there will be times for questions and comments after the presentation. Eileen?
Good morning. Thank you. I can see the deck on the slides now. So thank you so much for including me in the AGA and for inviting Mandel Pinder to deliver the legal update. I acknowledge my presence as a guest on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people. And I recognize the presence of all of you, chiefs, grand chiefs, staff, delegates, and honored participants in all of the lands that you're located on, and the almost magic of our ability to do this meeting together despite not being able to be within proximity of one another's faces and bodies. And I thank you for all the work that everyone is doing to remain safe, and especially given the last update, it's remarkable the work that all of your communities are doing in concert, and I really strongly acknowledge that. I do note that we're a few minutes behind schedule, and I also recognize that the legal update can be a little bit dry, especially in a digital format. So I aim to touch on some high points and leave some time for discussion. So with that, I'm going to launch into the legal update, which you have a version of in your materials in a memo form. And these slides are essentially to summarize and supplement that. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit in my presentation to touch first on a couple of matters that the UBCIC has been involved in. And to do that, I'm going to refer you to the case of Gamlachialt and British Columbia, which is the judicial review that was brought by Gitnyao hereditary chiefs, challenging the failure to consult by the province of British Columbia in relation to two decisions that are related to moose hunting. And that judicial review initially resulted in a decision from the BC Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court found that the duty to consult had been carried out in relation to one of the decisions, but had not even been triggered for the other. the remarkable part about the case was that the trial judge concluded in her decision that in that case where the rights at stake were quote unquote asserted Section 35 rights that required consultation, if it was required to consult in relation to those rights in respect of one of the decisions, and that had the effect of impacting on the Niska Treaty, the court decided that the duty to consult wasn't even engaged and said, as a result, it makes sense to change the HIDA test to include a whole new factor that considers what happens when you have rights that are essentially in tension with one another. On the appeal of that decision, UBCIC participated as an intervener. And to do that, we advanced an argument, or UBCIC advanced an argument that the judge's decision had created a hierarchy of rights between Section 35 rights and of other forms and treaty rights, and that this was not consistent with the proper understanding of inherent Aboriginal rights, and was not consistent with the desire or the path towards reconciliation. So in the appeal, which came down in July, the Ginyao were not successful in their specific judicial review result. Essentially, the court said in relation to one of the decisions, the duty to consult was carried out adequately, and in relation to the other, the duty to consult was not triggered because it did not have the possibility of affecting the rights in question. So in the result, the Ginyao were not successful. However, Ginyao and UBCIC were successful in persuading the court that in situations where consulting with one nation with asserted rights would affect the treaty rights of another nation, the HIDA test still applies, and the HIDA test still requires that consultation be carried out where a right could be affected. So while on the specific facts being highlighted by the Ginyao in their case, they didn't achieve the result that was sought. The thing that was achieved was the court was persuaded not to create a hierarchy of rights between these types of rights. One thing that I would just note about the decision, other than it is, it's pretty specifically factually oriented, as these duty to consult cases tend to be, it doesn't address the context of this particular dispute with the Crown. So it doesn't address the broader context of the case being in a setting where treaty rights and other Aboriginal rights have the potential to be in tension. So that was a one that we would sort of describe as a mixed result, but from the perspective of the UBCIC, the intervention achieved the argument that we were trying to advance. The other case that I'd like to highlight in terms of the involvement of the union is one that's coming up in the Supreme Court of Canada, and that is the case of Southwind. So Southwind is a case that's brought by Lac Seul First Nation. Lac Seul is a Treaty 3 nation, and they had 11,000 acres of their reserve land flooded for a hydroelectric project back in 1929. And when that happened, Canada took no steps to properly or lawfully allow the use of the reserve lands for that purpose. So this is a case about compensation for fiduciary breach. And Lac Seul was successful in the federal court in the sense that they proved that the Crown had breached its duty, and they proved that the steps that the Crown had taken were not sufficient to discharge its fiduciary obligation, and that these lands were essentially lost for eternity, despite being part of their reserve. On appeal, the issue is how should compensation for this kind of a breach be worked out? What the courts did below was the courts decided, well, we'll look at a hypothetical situation and decide, what would have happened if Canada had acted properly? And in doing that, the court said, well, if Canada had acted properly, they would have just gone ahead and expropriated, and then Lac Seul would be entitled to a sum of money based on that expropriation. The problem with that is that that approach doesn't effectively respond to what was lost by Lac Seul, because Lac Seul didn't lose an expropriation fund. They lost a fifth of their entire reserve forever. So the appeal is about how to properly design this type of compensation. And in that case, 19 intervention applications have been received by the Supreme Court of Canada. One of them is from UBCIC, hand in hand with Penticton and Williams Lake. And that coalition is applying to argue that, as an intervener, that from their experience in the specific claims process, this kind of hypothetical approach does not achieve an equitable result. It's not a result that restores a First Nation or an Indigenous community to the place they would have been if their rights hadn't been breached so egregiously. And the other thing that the union is going to seek to argue, if they get leave, is that Indigenous laws have to be understood and incorporated as part of the Indigenous perspective on these types of breaches, given the connection of those laws to lands and governance. So as I said, applications have come in from across the country. From in BC, Sechat has applied, as has West Moberly, and as has Coquitlam. So this is going to be a hearing that's anticipated in December because of case numbers going up and down a bit in Ontario. We don't know if it's going to be in person or whether it will be delayed somewhat, but that's the current status of that one. I would like to go back a bit in my presentation now and talk to you about another case that has the opportunity for potential interventions in case this inspires your interest. This is a case that deals with a rarely interpreted section of the Charter, Section 25. So this is a section you'll probably have some knowledge and interest in.
So just for clarity,
in other contexts, but this is a case taking place in the Yukon. Ms. Dixon is a member of the Vuntut Gwitchin First Nation, and VGFN is a Yukon First Nation with a self-government agreement, with a final agreement and a constitution. And part of their constitution requires that if you run for office, you must live in the settlement lands of the nation in Old Crow. And Ms. Dixon wanted to run for office, but she lived in Whitehorse, so she was denied the ability to run. The General Assembly of the nation then changed the law to say, well, you do have to be a resident once you're in office, but after you're elected, you have 14 days to move to Old Crow and be part of the seat of government. So Ms. Dixon brought a challenge based on Section 15 of the Charter, alleging discrimination on the basis of Aboriginality and residence, which is a form of discrimination that was dealt with in the Corbière decision of the Supreme Court of Canada years ago. And the upshot of the case, I'll skip to the conclusion and then just tell you about how we got there. At the end of the day, the court decided there can be a residency requirement in this context, but decided that the residency requirement that had been imposed was too stringent and had to be revisited. So the arguments that are made are of potential interest to many members of the union, because they have to do with what does self-government really mean? When you have a final agreement, when you have your own constitution, and those arrangements have all been negotiated, what does that self-government really entail? So there are a few arguments that were advanced to the court. One was advanced by the First Nation to say, well, it's not up to the court to decide whether the charter applies. This is a political question that's worked out between the nation and the Crown, and is to be sorted out as a matter of negotiation. The court concluded, no, it is a question of legal interpretation whether the charter applies, and it can decide. So that threshold issue was decided that way. The second legal issue that was raised was also raised by the First Nation to say the charter actually does not apply in this context because the Vuntagwitchin First Nation is not a federal or provincial government. So Section 32 of the charter, which describes when it is applied, doesn't bring that First Nation into the fold of the constitutional requirements. Given that it's a self-governing Indigenous nation, and it has in fact passed its own constitution that includes individual rights protections, the charter shouldn't apply. The court also didn't agree with that. The court concluded that the charter does apply to laws that are passed by the Vuntagwitchin First Nation, and said, their self-government agreement was explicitly to be in conformity with the Constitution of Canada, so the charter is a component of that. The other thing that the court said was, the final agreement says it's not going to take away the rights of citizens of the First Nation as Canadian citizens. So it can't take away their ability to bring claims under the charter, which is a right that Canadian citizens have. So the court said, the charter should be interpreted to apply. This is an entity, the First Nation is an entity that exercises inherently governmental activities, and so comes under that umbrella. So those two threshold issues were, won basically by Ms. Dixon and by the interveners, Canada and Yukon. The third legal issue was this central issue of, does a residency requirement cause discrimination? And Ms. Dixon said, I'm discriminated against because I would be put to an incredible burden. I have a family member who requires, consistent health care. It would be a considerable burden for me to have to relocate 800, kilometers away to be able to take part in the seat of office of the nation. And that she says that infringes my equality rights. The court actually said that while Ms. Dixon is being treated differently because of her residence, where she lives, that treatment is not discrimination. And in particular, it highlighted the fact that there's not a historic disadvantage being perpetuated against Ms. Dixon by this requirement. It doesn't impose a prejudice or a stereotype that is kind of the hallmark of discrimination. Instead, the court said, the purpose of the residency requirement is to enhance the homeland, to preserve that homeland and its governance for all Vuntagwitchin citizens. And this is to address the historic displacement and alienation of those members of the nation. So the court said, no, it's not contrary to Section 15. And as some of you probably are aware, some of the cases in the history of this issue in Canada have gone the other way. They have concluded that it is discriminatory to make draw a line between where people reside, whether people reside locally or off reserve or within or without the territory. And in this case, the court said it was not discriminatory. Then the court said, but is that 14-day restriction allowable? And there the court said, you know, the 14-day limit can potentially arbitrarily disenfranchise someone. So it's arbitrary, and it doesn't have a proportionate effect on the person who is going to be affected by it. So that restriction didn't survive the challenge. The court said, you know, I'm going to sever those words within 14 days, and the nation can go back to General Assembly and review the matter before the next election. Of interest, and while this issue was not entirely dispositive of the case, it operated as one of the arguments and was interpreted. Section 25 was addressed by the court. And so Section 25 of the Charter says, the guarantee in this Charter of certain rights and freedoms shall not be construed so as to abrogate or derogate from any Aboriginal treaty or other rights or freedoms that pertain to the Aboriginal peoples of Canada. And so that section sets up a bit of a wall or a shield or a protective zone around Aboriginal rights from challenge by other sections of the Charter. And it's not been used very often, and it's not been interpreted very often by the courts, but it was interpreted here. And in this case, the Wontiguitchin First Nation argued Section 15 shouldn't limit the right to self-government. And the court said, in this case, Section 25 did act as a shield to the residency requirement as part of the nation's self-government right, and provided space for the nation to, quote, protect, preserve, and promote the identity of their citizens through unique institutions, norms, and government practices. So that is a sort of a new articulation of what Section 25 is meant to achieve, and it's a notable one. So the update on that case is that, you know, it came down a few months ago and is now going to be under appeal by both sides, actually. Ms. Dixon has appealed the decision on whether or not it's discriminatory and the residency requirement can stand. And the nation has cross-appealed on the issue of whether the Charter applies at all. So for those who are interested or affected by these types of issues around, you know, election and residency requirements or other requirements, or who are interested in the question of whether the Charter applies in your particular circumstances, there will be potentially room for interveners to apply, and those will be received by the Yukon Court of Appeal until by February 5th of next year. I'm going to touch very, very briefly on two other matters that have to do with the Supreme Court of Canada. One is that the Supreme Court of Canada recently refused leave to appeal to Coldwater, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in the Trans Mountain appeals. And this is the end of the road for those particular decisions. So the federal approvals, people will remember that the federal approvals were originally granted by the Governor and Council in Canada, were then judicially reviewed by a number of nations, and were and Canada was required to go back and engage in further consultation. Canada took those steps and made the decision again, concluding that it had done what it needed to do. And then 4 First Nations applied again for judicial review, concluding on the basis that the consultation, the renewed consultation that had been carried out, was insufficient again, and that they hadn't done what they ought to have done. And then the Federal Court of Appeal concluded that the consultation in the end was sufficient, and the decisions to approve the approval should stand. The Coldwater, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh applied for leave to the Supreme Court of Canada, and the Supreme Court of Canada said no. When that happens, we don't get reasons from the Supreme Court of Canada, so we don't have the basis for the decision. If I were going to speculate, the court often will refuse matters where they think it is overly fact-specific, where it owes deference to a decision maker below. Of course, my personal view is that this is a matter of national importance, so it probably would have been a helpful appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada. However, that's the end of the road for those particular approvals. That's not to say that nations are not thinking about other ways of challenging those the progress of that project. The other quick mention that I wanted to make, because it's a bit of an arcane case, but it's potentially of interest for nations in what's now known as British Columbia, is this case from the Supreme Court of Canada called Newfoundland and Washuanat, which is a case brought by Innu nations in an area sort of straddling Newfoundland, Labrador, and Quebec. And in their claim, they challenged the effects of mining operations that straddled a provincial boundary. And so some of the relief that they were seeking extended outside of the provincial jurisdiction of the one court. And the court issued a very divided decision on whether or not the court of the province where the claim is filed can adjudicate claims that extend beyond their provincial boundary. Because the classic understanding is that a provincially constituted court can only make decisions about lands within its own territory. Here, the court said in this sui generis context of Aboriginal rights and title claims, the issues about the land are unique and are nationally applicable, and the provincially constituted court can make a decision about lands that extend outside of its boundaries. And the court said, that access to justice was a primary consideration in the majority's decision, at least, and required that jurisdictional rules like this had to be applied flexibly. And it would not be just to require litigation in multiple courts, particularly given that provincial boundaries were imposed far after the use and occupation of the lands and the ownership of the lands by the First Nations since time immemorial. The dissenting opinion also referred to access to justice by saying, this is going to overly complicate matters. This is going to actually lead to more litigation rather than less. But for the moment, what we know from the Supreme Court of Canada is if you have a claim that straddles a provincial boundary, it's possible to bring it in a single provincial court. The last thing that I want to just make note of, and following from the prior presentation, which was terrific and so informative for me, and I appreciate, is one of the challenges people may have faced over the course of the last 6 or 9 months is how to hold elections in a COVID context. And one thing on the legal update that we know is that regulations have been passed, federal regulations have been passed to amend how elections can take place if extensions are required. So this is just in there for your information, and I'm sure that councils are well informed on this, but just so that it's fulfilled, it fills out part of the legal brief that lets you know that the extension provisions are applicable and that terms of office can be extended up to twice for a 6-month period. We know that presently these are going to be in place until April 7th. And I think it will depend on what happens with pandemic response between now and then, whether they'll be extended or not. So that is the end of my comments, and I'm happy to have a discussion about any of the things I've raised or anything else.
Thank you, Elaine. Just a reminder to the chiefs and delegates that there is information in your e-kits with regards to the broader legal update along with the PowerPoint as well. And just before opening up the discussion, I appreciate there might be some timing issues that chiefs and delegates might be a little bit frustrated about. And just a respectful reminder, this is an annual General Assembly. It's not a Chiefs Council meeting. So to be entered into the Zoom meeting, it's like wearing the red lanyard at an in-person meeting where you've got voting privileges. If your dues are paid up, you've got voting privileges. If they're not paid up, and even if you're in the process of paying them up, you're temporarily parked in the YouTube channel. And then once your union is notified that your dues are paid, then you're re-entered into the Zoom meeting. So I understand there's at least a few chiefs in YouTube right now, and just asking for your patience while we work through some of these things, just to ensure that you are in fact paid and in good standing. So with that, coming back to the legal update, are there any questions or comments from the delegates? I'm not seeing any hands raised in the...
Tyrone, it's Cookby Christian.
Cookby Wayne?
Yeah, thank you, Tyrone. I really appreciate the presentation. And I'm wondering, in the context of UNDRIP and British Columbia specifically, what's starting to appear in terms of the courts and the judges in terms of implementation in relation to title and rights issues? Is that starting to percolate in the courts, or is there any decisions or any of those things being done in British Columbia? I think it's quite significant, but I'm just wondering if the courts are starting to deal with this in relation to the DRIPA in terms of the provincial legislation. And I'm wondering the impact that'll have on the Constitution nationally in terms of Section 35. Because, I'm just kind of curious as to what's happening on the ground, because the courts, I think some of the activities have been suspended, but I'm wondering if, because of the provincial DRIPA legislation, if there's been any action taken by anyone in relation to that legislation in the province. Thank you.
In terms of, thanks for the question. In terms of the courts and whether any decisions have been rendered on DRIPA, as far as I know, I would say not yet. What I can say is I'm aware that council are consistently raising DRIPA as, as an interpretive tool, alongside UNDRIP and alongside other sort of principled arguments to emphasize its importance and its uniqueness in British Columbia. I think it's, as far as I know, parties are using DRIPA to advance negotiations and make proposals about strategies and agreements that can be achieved. But I would say that I don't have a very comprehensive update right now about the status of what's emerging from DRIPA, except that it is certainly a thing that people are kind of productively and imaginatively trying to roll out in a number of different areas, both in the courts and in another context. I will say that I don't think it's probably commonly understood across Canada at this point, and it's certainly not something that other provinces have really taken up specifically. So if in terms of how Section 35 is going to be interpreted, it's going to be something that nations in BC are probably going to be pushing ahead and using to inform the interpretation of Section 35.
So just a supplementary question, and there has been no formal, pleadings put forward to the courts at this point. Are you aware of, or is that happening, or is it just being discussed in negotiating tables versus actual writs being filed?
I actually don't know. It's possible that people have grounded their pleadings in DRIPA at this point, but that I don't know of them.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And just a reminder to the chiefs and delegates that the majority of you have your cameras turned off. So if you're waving at me, there's no way I can see you. Either turn your camera on or use the hand up function, please. But I'm not seeing anything else right now, and appreciating once again, we're a little bit pressed for time. Thank you, Aline. And just a reminder, there's lots of information in your e-kit as well. So with that, we'll get one more agenda item in before breaking lunch at 12:15, and that's advancing justice. We have Doug White and Rosalie Yazzie from the BC First Nations Justice Council, Ardith Wackham and Judith Sayers, National Indigenous Justice Summit, and Mike McDonald. Doug and Rosalie will provide a verbal update on the BC First Nations Justice Council. Material can be found in your digital kits under Justice Council. Ardith and Judith will discuss the National Indigenous Justice Summit and key current issues. All justice material can be found in your digital kits under Justice. And a reminder, there are 2 resolutions on this topic, number 18 and number 19. So Doug or Rosalie, who would like to start?
Great, thanks. Thanks so much, Tyrone. Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. Doug White here, Kwalasultan, Cleishan, over in Snuneymuxw. I'm the chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council. It's good to have an opportunity to give you an update on the work that's happening and that the First Nations Justice Council has been leading. And it's been a very remarkable year, I think, where we set out a number of years back saying to the province that we need to make some serious change to the justice system, that the status quo is pulverizing to our people, and that has to come to an end, and we need to get together and work in partnership to create fundamental change here. So back in May or September of 2017, we entered into the MOU with the province to craft a strategy and over the next couple of years. And while we were doing that work, we said we would start to take immediate steps to make a difference as soon as we could. So some of the work that began right then was a proposal and some support from the province for the establishment of 15 Indigenous justice centers across the province. We've got 3 so far up and running. Obviously, the pandemic has had an impact on the functionality of those justice centers. So we've been also seeking to advance a proposal for a virtual Indigenous justice center. And hopefully we'll get some word one way or the other sooner or later about that to make sure our people are getting the legal advice when they need it as soon as possible. So we began the work of getting the Indigenous Justice Centers in place. And in the first year, there was discretionary funding that was provided by the province. And then in the provincial budget from, I think it was February 18th, it was announced this year, the justice centers are now a line item budget in the provincial budget. So progress there in terms of certainty of funding. At the same time, we also took steps to begin working on Gladue and taking what is a very important principle and idea from in the criminal code and in the jurisprudence about understanding how Indigenous people should be sentenced differently and why, and looking to develop and propose and put forward and start to create a pathway to get to a systemic implementation of Gladue. So that work's been underway as well. And as you know, over those couple of years, we had a number of, a lot of different engagement in provincial forums, on justice, Indigenous justice summits, and also regional forums that we held around the province to engage with everybody to get a sense of where are the priorities, what's important, what do you want to see happen. And out of all of that work, out of all of those discussions, we crafted the First Nations justice strategy that ultimately was adopted and signed on March 6th of this year, right before the pandemic hit. And so this strategy lays out and maps out very important shifts. And there's two main pathways to it. On the one hand, an approach of addressing the status quo of the criminal justice system and making changes that will make it less harmful to our people and more appropriate to our people and more respectful over the course of time. There's no doubt this is a real national crisis in the justice system and the systemic racism that exists and the overt racism that exists. We've seen this time and again. At the time when the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States really became loud and clear because of the serious problems that were happening down in the United States, when at the same time we were having very grim and similar events happening in Canada with respect to our people. That's with people like Everett Patrick in Prince George, a Lake Babine member, Chantel Moore back east, who was killed during a wellness check, and Rodney Levi also back east. And the list of names is a tragically long list of names, even just during this pandemic time. But we all know how long the list goes back in history before. I think that there's a real window of opportunity. It's a very significant, high-profile topic right now, and so we've been working with Regional Chief TG and his mandate at the BCFN Justice, the First Nations Leadership Council, the Indigenous Bar Association, and the National AFN to make sure that we're putting our views forward wherever we can to make that difference. One of the more important opportunities for discussion, at least provincially, was the Police Act reform initiative review that was being led by Nick Simons, and that's unfortunately been put aside now during the election time period. But we have a communique that, as Tyrone mentioned, is in your package. I'm going to stop talking there now just to let you know that we've shifted into the implementation phase of the justice strategy work that's all mapped out in the justice strategy itself. It's going to be an enormous amount of work over the coming number of years to do the changes to the stream one, which is to change the status quo and to change the existing system in response to all of the ugly realities that we understand and we're grappling with. And then the second major pathway of this strategy is a longer term one. It's about creating space and having the Crown recognize that Indigenous peoples, if we're being serious about the UN Declaration and moving into patterns of recognition and implementation of your rights, then with respect to self-determination, the strategy has to map out space and opportunity for the Indigenous peoples of British Columbia to operate and to occupy the field of justice in this province. So there's an agreement there too to do that work. So very historic, important work. I'm going to stop there and I'm going to pass it over to Rosalie to share a few comments to round out the update from the First Nations Justice Council. So chiefs, grand chiefs, everyone that's there, elders, appreciate very much the time and the opportunity to share a brief update with you. And I'll stop there. Tyrone, pass it over to Rosalie. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Just before going to Rosalie, for the chiefs on Zoom, if you're not having your chat window open, I'd encourage you to open it, as Ardith has placed some information there as well. Rosalie?
Great, thank you. So My name is Ursula Yazzie. I'm the Vice Chair of the First Nations Justice Council. I'm also a practicing lawyer. I believe there's some bio information available in the chat box. I just wanted to make a quick couple of comments in terms of what the Justice Council has been currently doing. So in addition to some of the larger issues related to implementation of the strategy, we're also concurrently building our own organization. Since receiving our mandate, we have been actively working to build up our staff complement. Obviously, the implementation of the strategy is going to take a number of people. So we've been busy doing that in terms of hiring new staff as well as designing a new website. The website will be serving as our primary communications tool in the interim in the next little while, given the restrictions that we have of COVID. And, you know, as we're doing right now, holding a virtual AGA here with UBCIC. So just in terms of some of the next steps that the First Nations Justice Council anticipates is that as we know, a lot of dialogue has occurred with the province of British Columbia, but we also recognized that we can't do this alone just with the province of BC, that the federal government had to play a critical role in terms of advancing the activities outlined under the First Nations Justice Strategy. So to that end, we'll be working jointly to engage Canada on this work along with the province of BC, and we're currently developing an MOU with them. Provincially, you know, in respect to the implementation of the justice strategy, we'll be working on a work plan and implementation framework to begin this important work in the new year. However, some of the work has already begun with the establishment of the Indigenous Justice Centres, which are located in Prince George, Prince Rupert, and Merritt. These work to align with the BC laws, with DRIPA, and the advancement of a comprehensive GLADU strategy, which is already underway. So in terms of implementing the strategy, we're going to require extensive engagement with BC First Nations. And with within the context of the current pandemic restrictions, the First Nations Justice Council is exploring opportunities to engage with First Nations virtually, and we'll be reaching out in the coming months on a number of key strategies that we have planned to advance those priorities outlined in our strategy. We encourage you to use the website for ongoing updates in relation to the First Nations Justice Strategy. We also have an extensive presence on social media, which you can access through Facebook, Twitter, our website, and whatnot, which will be focusing on providing updates on the strategy implementation, our upcoming events, and also the engagement dates. So if you have any questions or concerns, please either reach out to myself or Doug. As well, I believe in your kits, the contact information for our executive director, as well as our staff, is available to you. Lim Lim.
Thank you, Rosalie. Now we'll move on to Ardith and Judith. I'm not sure who'd like to go first. Or Mike McDonald as well.
Got to unmute myself. Good morning, it's Judith Sayers. I know Ardith is going to share her time with Mike McDonald on the very critical issue that's now presented itself. So as Doug White mentioned, on June the 4th, Chantel Moore, a young Cleoquet woman, Cleoquet Nuu-chah-nulth woman, was shot and killed in her own apartment in Edmundston, New Brunswick. This was done during a wellness check where someone had reported her, they were worried about her because she had been being harassed. And we don't know why it ended up in being shot. And there's a lot of facts that we don't know because it has now been taken over by the Quebec Bureau of Investigations, BEI as they're known, and who have never ever recommended charges against a police officer. So you can see what we're up against. One of the things that we've been working on critically has been, of course, changing wellness checks. And I asked Ardith is there anything that we can do? I need some ideas and suggestions on wellness checks. And so together we planned this Indigenous Justice Summit. And she called on all her friends, people who are well known in the law and human rights. And we put on an Indigenous Justice Summit like within 10 days in order to move some of the issues around Chantel more. It was awesome. We had a great committee. We put this two-day conference. It was over 2 days. And we, at one point, I think we had 1,400 people on the video, on the webinar, but throughout the 2 days, we certainly had a lot of people. We had 5 of the most affected families, recent families that had been affected by shootings, police violence, etc., on as well. And we had the Indigenous Bar Association through Drew LaFond they've been doing some research. And so there's so many studies out there, the missing word Indigenous women, of course, being one of the prime documents, but there's so many out there where the work has already been done on how do we reform the Indigenous justice or the system that would better serve Indigenous people. And so we pulled together the 10 points that you've probably seen or can review. And I just really wanted to more or less address 2 really quickly. I know we don't have much time. And so I think, it's quite well determined that police shouldn't be doing wellness checks. We should be sending in trauma-informed teams that can deal well with Indigenous peoples. Why are we using guns? Those are the things I think that we wanted to use, trauma-informed counselors. We need to defund the police. So one of the conversations I had was with Bill Blair, and I talked to him about this, and he says, oh, we have no money. And well, why can't you take it out of your budget to do these teams? And he just says, no, well, that's just not what we're going to do. He thinks the only answer is reforming the Police Act, which is quite shocking to me. I had asked him, could we put together a federal task force to look at wellness checks in the interim? And he absolutely refused. I went on to ask Perry Bellegarde, and he talked to, I'm assuming, the regional, and they said no as well, or I didn't get any response. So what I had wanted to do was to put a task force in place to pull together recommendations and to just lobby them through the government. Let's get something done. And various police forces, RCMP, they do use trauma-informed teams. They're not unused, but unusual. And we need to figure out a way that it's across the board. So I was a bit, I'm still trying to work on that. We just want to do a task force with whoever's interested. So we have lots of work to do with the minister, and I did talk to the minister about making sure that when they're starting to review the Police Act, that they need to talk to the families, they need to talk to the First Nations communities, and not just the national and provincial organizations. So, some of the recommendations that we asked for, we had meetings with Jagmeet Singh, and he's been amazing. He's raised this 3 times in the House, but the police need to make immediate changes to policies, procedures, and training with regard to wellness checks, and money to come from existing police budget, to work collectively with other First Nations families who have been affected by violence, and the First Nations, and work towards eradicating racism in policing. And you heard that from Doug and Rosalie. And utilizing Indigenous-led solutions to eradicate systemic racism in policing. And so we need to include Indigenous people, of course, in an oversight body, independent investigations, and have our own complaint system, because we know that every time there's a complaint, we never find it. And so that's why I asked for our own citizen task force so we could do this, lobby it through. There should be a whistleblower policy for police to report racist acts and comments on actions, campaign to respect Indigenous women, campaigns to not call 911, and so many other things, community wellness. And it's not just Indigenous people in our communities, it's people who live in the cities. And we have an example of a police force, Indigenous police force in Winnipeg. And we need to be able to do so much more. And it's such a big, big issue. But we've been saying for too long, no more Indigenous women taken, no more Indigenous people being killed by police or otherwise. And, you know, we do need to use community-based models, but community can be on reserve in the cities. And, you know, in the longer term, we need to talk about the role of police. Do we need the police? Is this the best model? What is the most effective way? We need to rethink police, and a lot more people are looking at it this way. So, you know, bottom line, no more Indigenous people shot by police, no more wellness checks going wrong, because Rodney Levi was one of those, and Regis, Porchinsky, Baird. There's so many people. The list is way too long, and we got to stop it. And I think this action plan that we have is good, but I also think, you know, like, we're going to continue to work on this issue as Nch'Anleth and continue. I have an action plan in place, the things that we're going to do so nobody will forget these names. Nobody should forget these names. And it's because of those names that we make the changes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Judith. Ardith?
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to say that I will be sharing my time with Mike McDonald, who wants to share with you a very distressing example and ask for support. The thing that Judith talked about, the National Justice Summit that we helped to organize. And one of the things that I wanted to say was, I know the numbers have shifted subsequent, but at the time that we called for that Justice Summit, there had been more people some way into the national health epidemic that we're facing with COVID, that nonetheless we had had more Indigenous people die as a result of involvement in police activity than had passed as a result of COVID. And one of the things I think that this emphasizes to us, and I want to tell you very quickly about two projects, is that Indigenous peoples right now are not feeling as though the human rights framework in this country or province is adequately protecting us, because we're still seeing those massive overrepresentations and very different outcomes in involvement with police and involvement in child welfare. And I think that we can't really achieve a sense of access to justice until we address that. And I wanted to tell you that one of the about two projects that the UBCIC is involved in right now. One is an application that we have made to the Law Foundation. We won't know if it's funded, but part of that was looking at this human rights problem and identifying. We talked about UNDRIP earlier, and one of the things that I think is a big sort of stumbling block in the human rights arena is that we've tended to see this as something fundamentally individual. But for Indigenous people, this is human rights violations are something that have to do with land denial, have to do with law denial, have to do with our collective identity. And there's a real need to shift what we understand as human rights, to say it's not just, for example, discrimination based on race, because Indigenous identity is so much more. Indigenous identity talks about nationhood and citizenship. And when we're discriminated against within this country, that it's a lot different, that discrimination looks a bit different. So I wanted to tell you about two particular things. One is I've posted a link to a survey there. And what that survey does is, in a recent report that I did with the BC Human Rights Tribunal, we surveyed Indigenous people and said, how are you experiencing discrimination? And the number one area almost that Indigenous people said is what we like to call sort of shopping while Indigenous, banking while Indigenous. It's those sort of areas of discrimination that we see every single day or week when we're out about our communities, when we're denied service, and we're treated differently. I know we'll hear from Mary Ellen Turpelafon on the more egregious examples that we've seen and reported in healthcare. But it's asking Indigenous peoples and lawyers and advocates to look at that and to consider filling it out, because we're asking in your interaction with the justice system, which could be the police, which could be the sheriffs in the courtroom, the registry, with lawyers, with judges, what is that experience? Because we're hoping to use this to be able to highlight that there's a problem. And also the overall project that I've mentioned that the UBCIC has applied for funding for from the Law Foundation is to create a human rights project that will in part raise awareness. And I've just posted on the public chat a link to the Southern Poverty Center in the States hate map. So they've created a hate map where there's all of these instances of discrimination, and it sets it out based on type of discrimination and area. And in a way, the project, in addition to educating about human rights, is we want to be able to ask, can we do this in British Columbia or Canada? Can we start to aggregate and gather together all of those stories about discrimination? So what I want to just cut this short, because there's and ask Mike McDonald to join us. Judith and I are still here. Mike, are you there? If you could just come.
Yes, I'm here.
We
Hi.
can't.
No, thanks, Ardith. Just before going to Mike, we were basically up to our time now, so could you make it just as brief as you could to get your message across effectively? Thanks. Mike?
Hi. So I'll just take a really quick couple minutes. I'm Mike McDonald Washier. I'm a member of the First Nation of the Peguis First Nation in Manitoba. I've been practicing law in the Indigenous law area for 30 years in British Columbia. And I just want to pass on to you one matter as an example of this type of discrimination and ill treatment of an Indigenous young fellow. I've been asked to assist a mom who lost her 17-year-old son, apparently to suicide, but under very suspicious circumstances that are outlined in a press release that's gone out by the UBCIC. Her son's body was found in a group home bedroom closet approximately 4 days after he passed on. And the investigating officer of the Abbotsford Police completed his investigation and called it a suicide within hours, not days or half a day, within hours. The local child coroner also refused to call for an autopsy, and the family didn't get a lot of support from anyone else for this. Fortunately, through the significant voice of Indigenous leaders and lawyers and friends, the chief coroner intervened and an autopsy is being performed. I've been doing work in the context of Aboriginal law for 30 years, but it's been different than this because there's a lot in my work in natural resources. Some companies are saying, First Nations, you're asking for this, and we don't think you're entitled to. And First Nations respond, well, yeah, we are, because this is our land. These are our resources. So let's sit down and negotiate something that we're agreeing to share. In a sense, it's more corporate and less personal. But in this case, what could be more personal than the loss of your 17-year-old son? And what could be more personally an affront when you've lost your son and the police complete their investigation in hours, when a coroner refuses to call an autopsy without even interviewing you as the mom or asking you to check handwriting to see if there is a suicide note, whether that's verified. And what could be more personally an offensive thing? And so I wanted to say two things. One is that this is an example, a harsh example of what's still happening to Indigenous people. And so because there isn't cultural safety that's been trained or ingrained into police, or perhaps local coroners, or people working within the child and family agencies. And there needs to be that. Because of that, this continues to happen. And so, and the second thing is that while we work on longer term solutions, we need to maintain our voice as Indigenous people for what is still happening. And as a young lawyer starting out 30 years ago, what happened in the last 72 hours never would have happened 30 years ago. Because suddenly you've got Aboriginal leaders, regional chiefs that can pick up the phone and talk to the caretaker minister, Carol Janes, about this. We have the director of communications for the First Nations Justice Council, who's on a first name basis with the chief coroner of BC. We have Indigenous leaders that can pick up the phone and talk to people and get their calls answered. We have Indigenous lawyers that can round up and raise support and organize support. We've got in-house people that are legally trained, that have gone through the child welfare system, that know and understand the issues. And so the strength of voice is stronger than it's ever been, and the willingness to hear that voice has been better than it's ever been. So even though these terrible things still happen, I want to celebrate that voice and encourage younger lawyers, younger leaders, chiefs to just keep saying what needs to be said. And I just want to celebrate that while calling a spade, unfortunately. So I wanted to pass that along. Thank you very much. Miigwech. Kinenimas.
Thank you, Mike. I don't see any hands up in the hand up function or in the chat session, so I'm wondering if there's willingness to go immediately to our two resolutions. Does anybody disagree with that? Not seeing or hearing anything, I'll draw your attention to Resolution 2020-18 regarding implementation of the National Indigenous Justice Summit's immediate action points. Therefore, it be resolved, the UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly fully support and endorse the immediate action points from the National Indigenous Justice Summit as a strong framework of reform that complements and strengthens the ongoing work of the BC First Nations Justice Council to implement the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and rebuild the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the criminal justice system. And therefore, it further resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly call upon the federal and provincial governments to work collaboratively with First Nations to implement the Indigenous Justice Summit's immediate action points, including the transformative redistribution of justice service funding towards community-based safety practices, programs, and initiatives that are culturally appropriate, reflective of Indigenous peoples' needs, and non-reliant on the institution of policing. And therefore, it finally resolved, the UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct UBCIC executive and staff to work with like-minded organizations and the BC First Nations Justice Council to continue advancing the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, the immediate action points, and advocacy related to the vast inequities in Canada's human rights, policing, and justice systems that lead to the over-incarceration and over-criminalization of Indigenous people. Looking for a mover and seconder, please.
Baron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. I'll move.
Thank you, Chief. Seconder? Looking for a seconder, please.
Councillor Chris Lewis, Squamish Nation.
Haishka CM. Any discussion? Not seeing or hearing the need for discussion. Are we ready to go to question?
Question.
Thank you. Any opposition to the resolution? Within Zoom or within the phone lines for those that have only phoned in? Any abstentions? Hearing and seeing neither, the resolution is carried. Thank you. For anyone on the phone, I'd like some comment at some point later today on my ability to move that quickly through a resolution. If it's problematic on the phone, let me know and I'll slow things down. But unless I hear from you, I'll carry on in that fashion. So the second resolution I'll bring to your attention, 2020-19, regarding support for the FNLC MOU with the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner. Therefore, we resolve the UBCIC Chiefs Assembly fully supports the UBCIC Executive to sign the attached draft protocol between the BC Assembly First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, working collectively as the First Nations Leadership Council and the BC Office of Human Rights Commissioner. And therefore, it finally resolved the UBCIC Chiefs Assembly direct UBCIC Executive working with the First Nations Summit and the BC Assembly First Nations as the First Nations Leadership Council and the BC Office of Human Rights Commissioner to provide regular reports to the UBCIC Chiefs Assembly on the ongoing collaborative objectives and efforts as identified in the attached protocol. Looking for a mover and seconder, please.
So moved, Cookby Christian.
Cookstram Cookby. Seconder. I see Chief Harvey McLeod's hand up in the function. So you're seconding Chief Harvey, just to confirm?
Yes.
Limnum Chief. Any discussion? Hearing or seeing any discussion, are we prepared to go to question?
Question.
Thank you. Any opposition to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Seeing and hearing none, we'll consider the resolution carried. Thank you. So with that, we are breaking for lunch. Thank you to our justice, all of our justice presenters. Appreciating we got through that in relatively time that we allowed. So with that, we provided or in the agenda, it's calling for a half-hour lunch. We probably have to stay close to that. It's 12:25 now, so we'll reconvene at 12:55. Deborah Baker, are you still with us? There you are. Can you provide a blessing, please, CM?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to share a special blessing on the lunch, the food that you're about to receive, and thank all the substance that sacrificed their lives for us to nourish our bodies, expand our mind, and to continue to work together in a good way as our ancestors had once done. So all my relations, OCM.
HCM, thank you, Deborah. As we break for lunch, can I ask the chiefs and delegates not to exit Zoom? You probably took quite a while registering, and our folks here had to, modify your names. You have appeared in the chat in the appropriate order, so just remain muted, and if you like, turn your camera off, but please do not sign out of Zoom, otherwise it's a process to get back in. So we'll reconvene until 12:55. Thank you. Good afternoon, chiefs and delegates. I hope you had time to enjoy a brief lunch. As mentioned, we're starting again 12:55. We're very close to that. So the next agenda item is a DRIPA implementation update by Cook B. Judy, Regional Chief Terry Teegee, and Cheryl Casimir. Once we get into the PowerPoint deck, Cook B will do an introduction, and then after that, each of the three delegates will do speak to 2 slides. Just say next slide when you're ready to advance to the next slide. And then includes First Nations Organization Engagement Guide and communique to First Nations seeking input on the action plan for DRIPA. After the PowerPoint, we'll put a slide back on. Well, we're asking a specific question, so we'll come back to that question at the end of that PowerPoint presentation. But with that, I'll turn it over to Cook B. Judy.
Cook's Jam, thank you. And those that weren't able to join us for lunch, we had sort of a themed lunch, Greek, Mexican, and some beef, I think. So that was nice. And we were surprised because we thought we just had 30 minutes to have some water or something. Yeah, some bread and water, and that was it. But we're surprised. I just wanted to say the introduction to the Bill 41 for the implementation of DRIPA in the province is important. But I just wanted to say I thought there was a slide deck that was going to go up. Thank you. So the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, as you know, it was passed last year, and I think it's important that our chiefs have had time to review the Bill 41, but most importantly, the full Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. I think that's important, and then also there's been a lot of work that's been going on. We just had a First Nations organization meeting where we had summary of advice from our FNOs, and also we sent out a First Nations leadership communique on the issue, and then also a First Nations organization an engagement guide.
People hearing? The mic on?
Okay, just maybe I'll pull it closer. Okay, it's fine. Okay, sorry, there was a question about whether the mic was on or not. So when we're looking at the Bill 41, I think we still have to look at the national context. I remember Ed John bringing up the outcome document, and I was wondering why he kept putting that before us. And I actually had time, believe it or not, through the COVID epidemic to review that document. And I did find a lot of relevant, important information in how our Indigenous leadership met and actually already drafted what they had wanted for an outcome document and how it should be implemented. And I think that's important to look at the international context on how we're doing that in BC and then federally. So it's the UN High Level Plenary Outcome Document. I think we can have our group review that. And also it should be reviewed by the UBCIC as a reference work in our declaration work. And also at the same time, the National Action Plan, we need to examine the upcoming UN Declaration Bill. I know I did different seminars across Canada and internationally and locally here, and also with some communities in regarding the national plan and some discussion on it. So we need to, I think, support that work, but also be careful and cautious in regard to the actual text that the federal government will be using to implement federally. So that we need to take that all into context when we're looking at the provincial work, when we're developing it. And also just want to call your attention to the 10 principles that were developed. I think that's important to review when we're doing the work as well. And because that has been used in some agreements already. The 10 principles are usually cited as part of the framework for these new agreements. It was cited in Lake Babine as well. We were just reviewing that last week. And, we need to look at the 10 principles and review them back to our DRIPA work and, for the chiefs to understand that. And because the provincial 10 principles, they're They are draft still, so we do have opportunities to go back and talk with the province on the 10 principles for the province. We were assured by Minister Scott Fraser they were still draft, so we have to look at those in regard to the work we're doing. And of course, you remember the comprehensive claims and inherent right to self-government. Those policies we still have to, there's still the existing policy framework for Canada. We have to be able to make sure that, because what they're saying is they weren't amending them or reforming them at that time, but we have to see how that work proceeds. And also, there's been a lot of questions coming up about historic Métis communities in BC, and I know we do have to report that back to the UBCIC Assembly because it's starting to impact us in our work that we're moving forward in regards to on the ground. And also the work that I think I recall Chief Darrell Bob at the time, he had called for resolutions, and we do have a resolution today, the 2020-20 UN Declaration Resolution. But I remember some of that work was brought forward by Chief Darrell Bob, and recalled that he wanted a working group or a group of chiefs to be working on that. And I also acknowledged Cookby Christian's question about court decisions and case files being interpreted by Attorney General, and how is it being used in courts in an agreement. So I think that's important to note that when that question came up. And then also the just really quickly now, just following up with that, we do have to take note of the different pieces that are happening internationally, nationally, and in our province. And one was the 2019 BC Treaty negotiation policies, and I know Chief Don is reporting out on that tomorrow. I did look at his speaking notes, and I already had some questions, so I think it's important for us to pay attention to that too, because many of us are outside the BC Treaty process, and it still remains, the main policy here in BC, and also, a lot of it's based on a lot of the colonial doctrine of discovery, and I think it's important that we look at, the full Truth and Reconciliation Commission 94 calls to action, which has a fuller interpretation of that. I think it's really important to be able to be clear, where we're going with the work that the union has been historically working on for many, many years in regarding to the outstanding title and rights in our province. Next slide. Sorry, that was a long-winded kind of introduction. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, brought into force November 28th, 2019, and then requires the province, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people, to ensure new and existing laws are consistent with the UN Declaration, and that's a big part of the work that I was just talking about. Development and implementation of an action plan to achieve objectives of the UN Declaration, and monitor progress through annual public reporting. So it enables new decision-making agreements between the province and Indigenous governing bodies. And what I was just setting the context out is all the things we have to be mindful of. Okay, next slide. And it's a distinct legal obligation from the action plan. That's the alignment of provincial laws under Section 3. And a joint First Nations leadership and BC working group is in place to advance the work. The progress has been limited to date. The Leadership Council continues to emphasize alignment of laws is a positive obligation that applies to the province, meaning that as laws are modified or created, they need to be aligned to the UN Declaration. They need to be transformed and decolonize the legislative process. And we see that really important in the forestry sector, the mining sector, because the referral process should change. And I know I did make those statements because it's based on the other Haida and Taku and Delgamuth decisions, why we have such a low level of referrals processes in BC. And First Nations and First Nation organizations have shared numerous priorities for laws that need to be amended to align with the UN Declaration. And I know we were setting out a list of what the priority for the laws were, and I know the province was, sending out their list. But that's my section on there, and Cheryl's on the next slides, and then after that, Regional Chief TJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Cookby Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you an update on the recent developments related to DRIPA. Thank you, Judy, for providing the detailed introduction. So my section is in relation to section 4, and that's really, is the slide up? Okay. It's in relation to the development of an action plan. The action plan is one of the commitments out of the DRIPA. And so in this slide, we just talk about how we need to ensure that there's full engagement, consultation, and cooperation with First Nations in the province to work towards achieving the objectives of the United Nations Declaration. We invited expertise from the FNOs, the First Nation organizations, and I believe that that was on September 9th. We had a very good turnout of FNOs participate with us virtually in terms of identifying their priorities that they would like to see form a part of the action plan. At the end of that session, we had ministry reps, including Jessica Wood, who, and I believe that there were representation from 40 ministries. Sorry, not 40 ministries. We had 40 reps from various ministries who sat in and listened to what the FNOs had to say and what they identified as priorities that needed to be included. We had an original target for the end of the calendar year, but as we are all aware, an election has been called. So it most likely will be towards the end of the fiscal, which is of course going to impact the content of the next annual report. Next slide, please. So the action plan, we identified some themes, high-level themes, and you'll see that there: ending racism and discrimination, recognition, promotion, implementation, and protection of rights and freedoms, self-determination and sovereignty, land and territory, economy and fiscal relations, culture and language, children and family well-being. So we're seeking your input. So considering the UN Declaration themes, what bold goals would you recommend? And what specific actions would you recommend for the Declaration Act Action Plan? I believe the next section is Regional Chief.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So one of the commitments last year that was made when this legislation came into act, November 28th, 2019, was to have submitted a report on the progress of implementing the declaration. And the province submitted its first report to the legislature on June 30th, covering the period from when the act came into force, November 28th to March 31st. The future of annual reports will directly comment on progress that has been made with the action plan, as well as alignment with provincial laws. So that's really important for your communities to understand that, the priorities that have come forward for the action plan, we need to make progress in it. Next slide. Agreements, sections 6 and 7, really it provides and enables the province to enter into agreements with Indigenous governing bodies to make different arrangements with your communities. Section 6 agreements could deal with various collaborative processes not involving shared decision making. And Section 7 decision-making agreements deal with the joint exercise of statutory decision, or where consent is indicated before a statutory decision is made. So perfect example of Section 7 is in forestry, they have decisions that are made on timber supply reviews or annual allowable cuts. That's just one example, and those are Section 7 agreements. This has been emphasized as a key priority for First Nations. This is where there is a collaborative process to make a shared decision and also have involvement before statutory decisions are made. Next slide. So next steps, sharing information and keeping title rights holders at the forefront of all the work. Reporting to chiefs and making space for chiefs to be informed and advise on the views and feedback of all aspects of Declaration Act implementation. Continued joint First Nations Leadership Council BC technical work and engagement while election period is underway. We are in caretaker mode, so not much can happen during this period of the election. Seeking views of each provincial political party regarding Indigenous rights and Declaration Act implementation. Re-engagement at a political level following provincial election October 24th. Continued goal to release action plan by end of calendar year or as soon as possible thereafter. And this is where we need involvement from your communities and direction. So next slide. Further information, you can contact our technical people, Maureen Bouchan from BCFN, Colin Breaker from First Nation Summit, and Andrea Glickman from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. And just a final note that as we heard from the last week's speech from the throne, the only really commitment that was made to Indigenous peoples was to implement the declaration as legislation federally by the end of the year. There was a time constraint to that. So that's some of the work that we're doing as a leadership council as well, in terms of our engagement with Minister Lametti and the two ministers, Bennett and Miller. So with that, I pass it back to you, Tyrone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyrone?
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, sorry, just a couple of things to add. I know that the presentation that we're sharing with you makes it look like things are, on schedule and things are all hunky-dory, but I think that most of you know that that really isn't the case. And just wanted to share with you that we have heard the frustration, particularly through the FNO discussion that we had back on September 9th, about decisions that continuously are made unilaterally by the province in terms of putting forth pieces of legislation for amendment or for consideration without engagement from First Nations. And we've made it very clear to them that that's totally unacceptable. And it certainly isn't in line with the spirit and intent of what DRIPA was meant to be. So I just wanted to let you know that as a Leadership Council team through the Joint Core Working Group, that continues to be a message that we relay fairly strong and clearly to them, because we've heard that frustration coming from you. But given that the election has now been called, we believe that it allows for a clean slate. So that gives us some time now to start revisiting what the legislative agenda is and start working on identifying those priorities and the alignment of laws that is necessary. Further to the FNO session that we had, we talked about how we are open to further engagement with First Nations. We also are, welcome written submissions. So if you don't have the time to partake in one of the virtual FNO sessions, FNLC sessions on engagement, please feel free to provide a written submission on your thoughts about what the priorities should be in the action plan and submit them to the contact list that was at the end of the slide presentation for you. So I just also wanted to quickly say that at our last Joint Core Working Group meeting, a couple of things did take place. We finalized terms of reference for the Joint Core Working Group itself, as well as the Forestry Subcommittee. And I know that there's been some concerns around forestry, and particularly working with the province, because they just haven't really been engaging with us in terms of the amendments that they're proposing to the Act. But now that we've got a finalized terms of reference, we believe that that's going to assist us in being able to carry on with those conversations on a more productive basis. But again, everything is kind of at a halt now because of the election. But while that's in place, we will continue to do the work that we can do on our end. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. We will be coming back to the main input that this group was looking for. And also we've got a resolution on the topic that we'll get to shortly. Cookby Judy?
follow what Cheryl was saying is, we got to remember that what was happening in November, December when, the Bill 41 was being passed. We had Wet'suwet'en Strong, we had the Wet'suwet'en unceded territory and their forced removal by the RCMP. And we can't forget, what was happening to the Wet'suwet'en people, and that went national across Canada in their opposition to Coastal GasLink pipeline, and also, the resulting Wet'suwet'en draft of their agreement that they're working on. I think we have to pay attention to that as well. But the alignment of laws is going to be important work because it's going to affect many of our nations directly on the ground. And we still have issues of the strength of claim and depth of consultation because of Haida and Taku and Delgamuukw, which I mentioned earlier. So we have to deal with that. And also, I didn't see that in the First Nations organizations that came through. So I'm hoping with Chief Byron Lewis on the Mining and Energy Council, or maybe Chief Bill Williams on the Forestry Council, we need to have, that strengthened by the advice from those organizations in regards to how we're dealing with those two issues. And I know years ago, the Interior Alliance did a report, Interior Alliance Land and Resources Information Needs Assessment. I think that would be good to address regarding the referral process. And that's, all of those years, I remember, working in land and resources and having to deal with those referrals. And I think that has to be reviewed. And if our UBCIC could review it and help with that conversation, that would be really important. Because I suggest that, the terms of the laws, especially the BC Land Act, and the land use planning, all of that's going to be really important. So I think, in summary, we need to, have that world outcome document. I know Grand Chief Ed John did provide it several times to the Leadership Council, and also the Alta document from Norway, and then that Métis Government Recognition Self-Government Agreement. It's sort of a template across Canada, needs to be reviewed, and then the First Nations Government Recognition and Self-Government Agreements. I know we did some of the analysis, I think a year and a half ago in regard to those kinds of agreements. But I just wanted to say that it's a lot to keep in context, but, I still recall that, Chief Darrell Bobbin did call for a working group on this, and I can see why it's going to take a lot of work. Thank you.
Cooksham Cookby Wayne, first speaker.
Cooksham, Tyrone. To the Leadership Council, your organizations, I appreciate this work you're doing on DRIPA, C41. There are two things that sort of been emerging for me as I've been thinking about this, is that, and we've seen it play out actually in relation to the Wet'suwet'en and other issues around how the UN declaration, as interpreted by the white lawmakers, in this case the province, is in the context of common law, and that the interpretation of UNDRIP or DRIPA really seems to be the interpretation of how does their law then use again as another layer to impose upon us and oppress us and to continue to steal our land and resources and water, et cetera, et cetera. So I just thinking we've got to be really clear that provincial legislation is still provincial legislation. It is not our law. So I think that's one of the things we have to think about, and the lawyers need to start thinking about. That's why I was asking the question earlier around how many sort of writs have been filed and the pleadings of, DRIPA entering into it, because there's some really good principles in terms of UNDRIP, but it really doesn't deal with the issue of sovereignty. It doesn't really deal with those issues of recognition of Indigenous law. And that's the second point, is how does this work look at how do we open up that space so that the situations that happen in Wet'suwet'en in terms of would be Indigenous law and their legal orders and their systems are then recognized by the common law system, which is the provincial government and the federal government, the regional districts, all of that stuff. That's what we're faced with all the time, is that we're always up against their laws because they make the laws, we don't. And then they enforce their laws on us. And so what I think DRIPA and UNDRIP could do is open up a new space for us for recognition of our own laws. And I think it's really important, so that anything that happens in that context has to be, I think we need to start thinking about that. And maybe the lawyers that are online here today And I asked it earlier of the union, of the Mandel-Pinder representative, is start thinking about that. Because how do we start laying down a track that really opens up that whole process for Indigenous law to be recognized? Because that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks we have in relation to any interaction with the Crown, whether it's the provincial Crown or whether it's the federal Crown. There's always in the context of common law. It's always in the context of comes within their preview, their court system, their judicial system, their enforcement through the RCMP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So once we understand that, I think we need to make room for our own Indigenous law, our own Indigenous legal orders, our own Indigenous enforcement, all of those things. So I really hope that in the context of this work that is actually being addressed, because I didn't actually see it in the any of the slides to address those two issues, because those to me are the primary issues when we're dealing with the common law system in terms of Canada and British Columbia. But I think it's an important process. You're outlining some very specific themes. One of the themes I think you need to talk about is Indigenous law. How does it become harmonized in the context of provincial orders of law, Indigenous orders of law, and federal orders of law, so that it become really clear that it's really, we're here and we have our own laws and our own processes. So I would hope that might be one of the themes that would emerge as we move this work forward. Cookshem.
Cookshem Cookby. Any other discussion? Chief Don?
Yes, thank you, Ty. I just want to thank the First Nations organizations as well for providing some of the important feedback. And as we, after sort of looking back at the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and now comes for the part of the hard work in putting into the action plan. So this is where we're at, and I see my caller needs to come in. This is where we're at, and so it's important that we hear from our respective communities as to how do we proceed from here. And so your feedback is important, and I think, I share the same concern as Cheryl had shared around legislation going through, and I think the standard of DRIPA needs to be held in account, or we need to hold the province accountable. And so through a lot of this work through the action plan is important. So getting your priorities, hearing your concerns, and I think many of us do have some work with the province, whether it be children and families or some of the DIRT ministry. So they do play an active role in some of our day-to-day lives and the business that we are conducting. So just wanted to share that, but express my appreciation to the First Nations organizations who took part. Thank you.
HKCM, can we bring that slide back up, please? So just to kind of guide the discussion before we go to the resolution, just a reminder that the group is asking for some chief's thoughts on what are the bold goals, what recommendations are relevant and pertinent to you, and what specific actions would you expect around the implementation of the declaration that in effect would lead to the action plan of implementing the act, or components of the act, or articles of the act. And you can see a list is started there, but just interested to hear from anybody. Do you have anything that's missing on the list, or what is your priority in your area?
The Indigenous laws.
With the addition of Indigenous laws that Cookby Wayne raised, yes.
I'm on Zoom.
And you should probably be muted. Regional Chief?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so good discussion here, and part of the themes and action plan is to, as you can well imagine, is to prioritize some of the legislation that we currently are committed to as part of the commitment document. So declaration needs to be implemented within the environmental assessment. We're already doing it with child welfare, and as part of the subcommittee, I'm the co-chair with Deputy Minister John Allen, and as Cheryl relayed to you, the difficulty that we're having there on that table with forestry. And really, you know, the forestry is not going to be easy. Just in my relationship with, I suppose, with some of the long-standing, I suppose, First Nations, you know, really fight for say on the land, but also this continuing fight with corporations and perhaps the governments. So it'll be a long, difficult fight, but certainly that's one of the priorities. The issue of racism within the health sector, a report is being developed by Mary Ellen Chapelle Fund, and hopefully that can provide some legislation, and perhaps, you know, that's a point where we can really implement the declaration within the Health Act if there are any changes or amendments. One of the things that the province is looking at is policing. They're reviewing the Police Act. It hasn't been really overhauled since the 1960s. There has been many amendments over the decades, but I certainly hope that, and I would say it's a priority within policing. We've already seen some of the issues over the many decades with our Indigenous peoples with policing. But I think as a co-chair for the subcommittee, it's going to be a challenge with forestry, but nevertheless, with the help of the First Nations Forestry Council, I believe we can really make headway here with the declaration. Thank you, Tyrone.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Not seeing or hearing any other hands going up, I'm going to draw your attention to the resolution. Sorry, Grand Chief, I missed you. My apologies.
Yes, I'd just like to offer a quick comment. The list that we saw of principles in regard to this work, I noticed about third or fourth down was self-determination and sovereignty. In the context of this conversation, it should be first. It should be the first fundamental principle. And secondly, just for the record, I agree with Kupi Christian on the points that he outlined. What we're trying to do here in regard to pass provincial legislation to accomplish our self-determination and sovereignty just doesn't seem to be politically feasible. But at any rate, I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that's being done at this table, and we have to keep chipping away at it. Why? Limlimt.
Limlimt, Grand Chief. So Resolution 2020-20 regarding implementation of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Therefore be resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct the UBCIC Executive to remind the Province of BC that the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, here known as Declaration Act, places a positive obligation on the Attorney General and Government of British Columbia to ensure that all laws, policies and practices in British Columbia be brought in alignment with the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. Therefore, it further resolved the UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct the UBCIC Executive to oppose the Province of BC's introduction of any legislation that has not been reviewed for alignment with the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, as consistent with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Therefore, it further resolved UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct UBCIC Executive to work with the BC Assembly of First Nations, the First Nations Summit, and the First Nations Leadership Council, and with the Province of BC to immediately identify and implement reforms to the legislative process to ensure that all new and amended legislation is aligned with the UN Declaration, and wherever possible, enable implementation of the shared decision-making agreements described in Section 7 of the Declaration Act, And therefore, finally resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct UBCIC Executive to work with the BCFN, the First Nations Summit, as the First Nations Leadership Council and the province of BC to urgently develop a draft Declaration Act action plan for review by BC First Nations that reflects the mandates provided by the UBCIC through resolutions, the summary of advice from First Nations organizations for the implementation of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and any additional submissions from BC First Nations. Looking for a mover and seconder?
So move Cookby Christian Splatsin.
Cookshem Cookby, seconder. Cookby Lee, thank you. Opening up the discussion, starting with Cookby Judy.
Cookby Judy Wilson. I just wanted to say in the last, therefore, it be resolved, because the process we're going through right now is asking for input from the proper title holders, the First Nations, the chiefs. So I was wondering if we could add a line in there saying that, right after, through the resolutions, but also the input that we're receiving today. And it shouldn't be just from today. It should be the nation should be able to provide submissions to the Union BC Indian Chiefs for inclusion. I think there needs to be that so that it's not just First Nation organizations. It's the resolution. So right after the it would be right after the UBCIC through resolutions. It should be from the input on the dialogue today. And also any subsequent submissions the nations may submit in regarding to this issue. So does that work?
You can see it in front of you, Cookby.
Okay.
Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, through the input from today's dialogue, and also any submissions that the nations provide in regard to this, so that it's more inclusive and more broader. Okay.
The last aspect you raised, Cookby, is actually the very end of the last therefore.
Yes.
Already in there.
That's correct. It should be in the last, therefore it be resolved. Okay.
Look at the very last line.
Yeah, it's submissions. Okay, so the first one would be from today's dialogue then. Okay, thank you.
Cookby Wayne, Cookby Lee, are you fine with that addition? You should see it in your screen.
Yeah, I can see it. It's good. It's actually a good way to do it, so I can just actually see the amendment as it's going up. So no problem. I have a comment after the discussion now.
Cookby Lee, are you fine with the amendment?
Yes, I support it. Thank you.
Cookshem, coming back to Cookby Wayne.
Yeah, one of the things that's current, and I hope that the Leadership Council can take a look at this, is in relation to the Emergency sort of Preparedness Act and all the stuff that's going on right now with COVID and wildfires, floods. The provincial legislation makes no room for us at all. That's what we're faced with all the time. So how can you, as the Leadership Council, highlight that in terms of actual amendments? Because that's a discussion that's going on that's pertinent right now. And with COVID, it sounds like it's going to happen over the next 18 to 24 months. And we still have the situation, as mentioned by Cookby Judy, what's going on in terms of notification, and their whole process is not geared up to actually notify us. That's what we found out in the wildfires. We had communities right next to towns that were totally ignored before they were actually notified by the authorities, because their legislation doesn't make room to notify us and let us know, hey, this is going on. So I think in terms of amendments or any kind of legislation, that'd be, I think, a real good starting point to see how this government or whatever government is formed actually does something that's actually pertinent and immediate right now, because we're always going to be facing different types of emergencies in British Columbia, whether it's wildfires, flooding, and as things evolve. So I really ask the Leadership Council to think about that in terms of the action plan and work plan, because that's something that's really critical on the minds of all the chiefs and all the communities around what's happening right now with the province. And so I think that is a way that we can actually do it. And if you can force it at the tables, all the better, because we've been pushing from the community level, and the reaction we're getting, it's very, very slow, because we're talking about a bureaucracy that is very racist and inherent racist, and they don't even know that they're racist. So how do we start turning that around? And we can do it by legislation, force them to recognize and adhere to their own laws. So I just want to add that comment in terms of this discussion. Thank you.
Cookshan Cookby, and I've just been informed an email came out from the Leadership Council this past Saturday asking for input just like that, Cookby and chiefs and delegates online. I do notice, Cookby, that I don't think emergency management was on that one list that we're looking at, but by the sounds of it, you're adding it to it. And if I could, a part of the action plan that Cookby is raising is also identifying what current processes the province has in place on modifying or amending current legislation, such as you hear EMBC promoting that they're modifying their legislation, but for the most part it's without us. So that action plan to modify would be a critical step as well. Any other discussion on the resolution? Not hearing or seeing any. Are we ready for question?
Question.
Question's been called. Any opposition to the resolution? Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Seeing and hearing neither, we'll consider the resolution passed by consensus. Thank you. Any concluding remarks from our panel? Cookby Judy?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for the input and dialogue. It's one of our biggest, the main work we have as Cookbys, as chiefs and hereditary chiefs and leadership across BC in regards to how we're going to make our own action plan and implementation on the UN Declaration, Bill 41, and then how we're going to be able to look at the federal UN Declaration as well. And I firmly agree with what Grand Chief said and Cookby Christian said about Indigenous laws. Those are first and foremost of our nations. They were from time immemorial, our origin stories, all of our laws that come into effect, how we caretake for the land and the water and our salmon. So, those put us a lot of times at the juxtaposition of the colonial laws that we have in BC and the federal government. And we can see that playing out with DFO on the open pen fishery farm issue that Bob Chamberlain's working on. And, fisheries needs to be one of our mainstays of our inherent title and rights work that we did at the Union BC Indian Chiefs. And we stand firmly behind, the ones that are opposing those fish farms, and because it's about our inherent rights and our laws for our nations. So I think it's really important to bring in that and raise that at a higher level, our Indigenous laws, because that's what we follow first and foremost. The UN Declaration, we have to remember, is just the minimum human rights standards, and they didn't have that we weren't included in the 1950s in the Universal Human Rights one. So the leadership globally, Indigenous people came together and penned the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. That's how it came about. But of course, it's our own Indigenous laws in our respective nation that are on the ground and that are alive still today. And that's how we govern ourselves. That's how we still make decisions. And that's pushing back on the Indian Act system and the entirety of the colonial laws we see today. So thank you.
Cookby, Regional Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Tyrone. This work is much more than the three of us here. It's also Chief Don Tom, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, Robert Phillips, and Lydia Whitsom that are at the FNLC that work on this file. Just working off, thinking about some of the comments by Cookby Christian and how important in this time during this pandemic of how we deal with some of these emergencies, having a neighboring community that's wide open, and yet our First Nations community that's right next door is closed off. And there's reasons why you have done that. Quite simply, we don't have the resources, especially if there is an outbreak within the community. So it's really important that there is some understanding between our jurisdictions, between our sovereignty and self-determination to do what we need to do in regards to, the well-being of our communities. And also it speaks to access to information. We've seen the call out from Nachalmath, Hulsek, and Silcotin to access the information in regards to, some of the individuals that might be infected within the community so they can plan accordingly. And that's really important. So we certainly support their call for information, because information is key during this time of this pandemic. And with that, good to see you all. And really stay healthy. And it seems that there's definitely been a spike over the last few weeks, but it seems like the numbers are settling down. So hopefully that translates to the communities out there that are dealing with this pandemic as well. So thank you. Thank you, Tyrone. Merci.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Cheryl?
Thank you, Tyrone, and thank you to my colleagues for being on the panel to make this presentation. And further to Regional Chief's comments about the other members of the team, just for your information, Robert Phillips from the First Nations Summit, my colleague, he represents the summit at the Forestry Subcommittee table. And my colleague Lydia Wheatsam sits at the Indigenous Governing Bodies Working Group table. We have an Indigenous Governing Bodies Working Group because if you review the legislation itself, it talks about the Indigenous governing body being the body that would enter into certain agreements. And because it hasn't been really clear in terms of who that is and what that is, we have a working group to help us shift through all of that and be able to come up with some definition that will be reflective of all the nations in British Columbia in terms of how you organize yourself. And I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing and seeing your feedback in future dates. And I just wanted to, before I close, to build upon a little bit about what Cookbee Christian was saying, and I think that it's really important what he was talking about, but I also need to make sure I have it straight in my mind. And so what I hear you saying, Cookbee, and you can correct me if I'm not right, is talking about the issue about legal pluralism, about how two distinct legal orders can coexist and work together. And I think that when you take a look at the Campbell case, the court found that jurisdictions are not exhaustively divided between the federal and the provincial governments, and that there's space for both, but more importantly, that there's jurisdictional space for Indigenous legal orders. And so I think that that's what you were trying to enforce or reinforce with us, Cookbee, to make sure that that's something that we hammer away at the table to make sure that that jurisdictional space is created and respected for our Indigenous legal orders and our laws. So with that, again, thank you for the opportunity to report, and I appreciate the comments and the input that you provide us. And I know that we're not done, that we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Stay safe, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl, Regional Chief, and Cookbee for that. We're going to jump immediately into fisheries. We are a little bit behind, but we'll allow the 45 minutes that we have on the agenda here. Inviting forward Jordan Point from the First Nations Fisheries Council and Lim Chailtach, Chief Dalton Silver. Jordan to provide an overview of fisheries focusing on the decline of Pacific salmon and covering the Water Sustainability Act. And Chief Dalton will provide supporting commentary. You can find material under fisheries in your digital kit and water in a digital kit as well. And immediately after the update by Jordan and Dalton, we'll go to resolutions 21 and 22. Who'd like to start? Jordan?
Tyrone? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon, chiefs and dignitaries, HOL, CM, Siana, Aitanishqualawan, Winano Aitanishqualawan, Equans, Quetzalcoatl. Good feelings in my heart and good thoughts in my mind for the work that we're doing here today. I wanted to check Tyrone. You said 45 minutes. We have the full time to go through this.
45 minutes for the presentation and questions and 2 resolutions.
Perfect. I'll try to be mindful of the time and move as efficiently as possible. I've asked for the actual breaking notes to be on the screen at the same time for you to refer to. I just want to plant a seed here because I couldn't help but listen in on the conversation in advance. I'll just do a shameless plug here for fisheries. In terms of legislation, I'm thinking of, Cookie Christensen's comments about legislation. And interesting to note, because we've been talking about this on a fisheries context, the oldest piece of legislation outside the Indian Act is the Fisheries Act. And, the term kind of racist legislation, the time the Fisheries Act was being drafted and legislated was when the time Indian Act reservations and that were being created. So I think if there's one piece of legislation that needs to be really examined, it would be the Fisheries Act. But that's not germane to my presentation today, but it's underlying the bigger issue of the sickness that we face. So that was free of charge, and I'm sure that you guys will want to ponder on that while we go through the presentation. So today I was asked to provide a briefing to the chiefs in assembly regarding the status of Pacific salmon. And I wanted to kind of refer to the briefing note. The summary box at the top of the briefing note is for your information, and it lays out the intent and purpose of the briefing note. But I'll go into the issue farther down. The issue is that the decline of Pacific salmon stocks, Fraser and southern stocks in particular, is best summarized as death by 1,000 cuts. As described in the Cohen Commission report, Pacific salmon decline is caused by cumulative effects of numerous stressors, environmental, regulatory, and administrative, and not any one single threat. There's been numerous studies over the years that have looked into the decline of Pacific salmon. Many of you will recall those. Canada continues to manage fisheries with an outdated approach that is based on the abundance of fish model, and they just try to slice up the pie. And it's clearly time to move beyond this management model. While First Nations share common priorities to protect and rebuild Pacific stocks, a stronger, coherent voice is needed to advance our actions. Coherent messaging requires leadership to be informed by technical expertise of regional First Nations fisheries organizations. We have a strong technical capacity in the province amongst our regional fisheries organizations, and we need to begin to capitalize them. In general, the abundance of Pacific salmon have shifted to the north and west, to Alaska, Russia, and in general, our fish have started to become like steady and declining in the Pacific Northwest. This year, just in terms of like our species here in the Pacific Northwest in Canada, our salmon stocks are generally declining. There's been some viable exceptions to that, whether it's on the west coast of Vancouver Island or in the Skeena, but we continue to see declines in the fisheries in the Pacific Northwest. And we advised the leadership earlier on to the Leadership Council, we sent briefing notes, that we would probably refer to this as a collapse. We helped to draft a letter to the minister about the notion of a collapsed fishery, and where stocks are facing extinction and extirpation. We also were advising that last year, even with the onslaught of the big bar, one of the things that was lost in the shuffle was, even without big bar, there would have been probably 400,000 missing fish. So go ahead and slide to the next page, please. One of the things that we want to make sure that we do is, in terms of like developing coherent messaging to government, there are models that we have used at the Fisheries Council. For example, when we did the amendments to the Fisheries Act to restore lost protections a couple of years ago, we coordinated 130 nations in a BC First Nations coalition response. And a key recommendation at that point was to amend the purpose section of the Act, focus on a rebuilding strategy with language to promote the restoration of fish and fish habitat, and consistent with the obligations to Indigenous rights and title. The one thing that I want to focus in on this briefing note today is this analysis right in front of you. The analysis really is to lay out to you, and if you've had chance to review your kit, you may have read this, but in essence, there's no single factor that can explain the collapse of Fraser sockeye. Science has attributed the decline of Pacific salmon to decades of cumulative effects from outdated management practices, ocean temperature, climate change, overfishing, effects from outdated management practices, loss and degradation of habitat, changing predator and prey relationships, non-selective harvest, disease and pathogens via open net pen operations, etc. So although there's no single factor that identifies the cause, similarly, any single action to rebuild Pacific salmon are unlikely to be sufficient. Mitigation measures should be informed by a comprehensive strategy that follows the full life cycle approach to mitigating limitations and stressors. For example, we want to make sure that we're looking after fish in the freshwater environments, through the marine estuary environments, and out to open sea environments. We need a collective, holistic view in managing those responses. Canada's management of fisheries is outdated and needs to be changed to be more in line with the reality of the situation. Fisheries can no longer be managed as if fish stocks are abundant. A new approach to fisheries management will require a combination of habitat protection, restoration, reorganization, and reprioritization of fishery management measures and salmon enhancement activities. It's important to note, and I'm going to stress this, that these are cross-jurisdictional issues and require collaboration amongst BC, First Nations, federal, and the provincial government. So that's the critical part of us responding in a coherent fashion, because there's cross-jurisdiction between the province and the feds and our own Indigenous priorities. So there's some other opportunities that we can capitalize on. This is an opportunity for BC First Nations to more effectively collaborate and speak in coherent approach to rebuild salmon stocks. First Nations will need to lead conversations with federal and provincial governments in order to develop a coherent approach and strategy.
Hey, Jordan.
Yeah.
So your sound isn't coming across very great. I find when you lean forward, it comes better, but when you lean back, it fades out a little bit.
Okay, I'll try to lead forward. Thanks. Do I need to back up, or people are following through the?
We can mostly hear you, but it's way better when you lean forward. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. So essentially, the briefing note is really talking about the complexity of all of the different issues that are affecting Pacific salmon, and the need for us as First Nations to begin working on a coherent message. I hearken back to the 2010 All Chiefs Task Force report that indicated that the nations were speaking in a fragmented voice, and the mandate of the councils were to build structure and process to help to develop that coherent and cohesive voice. This is the intent of the briefing note. This is the time where it's critical for us to be working together in collaboration and to develop a coherent message. There's been some fragmentation on approaches that we need to be aware of, but we're also aware that we've been working on a number of different initiatives to help build capacity for the nations to be working collaboratively together. We have a First Nations Fisheries Council Salmon Coordinating Committee. One of the things that we're working on at that level is a Pacific Salmon Rebuilding Initiative. And one of the things that we need to do is an evaluation framework that identifies what the priorities of the different nations are, so that we can begin to identify common priorities that we work on together. We're also developing an Indigenous Technical Advisory Network that starts to bring the technical and science people together from our First Nations organizations to work collaboratively on common priority issues. And we want to investigate limiting factors and vulnerabilities at each stage of the Pacific salmon's life cycle and develop a comprehensive package of mitigation measures. So I want to jump down in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, to the conclusion for the pleasure of the chiefs, because I know you'll probably want to get into some questions and answers. The issue that we really need to be doing, I'm going to go down to the bottom part of the recommendations, because I just referred to the All Chiefs Task Force. We need to be working more effectively to set up a clear process for decision making to reach consensus on priorities, so that we're speaking the same language, whether it's to the minister, to the regional director or to the premier of British Columbia at all scales of Crown, so that we're working on both fish, water, habitat, the life cycle of fish, and any of the stressors, whether it's fish farms or disease and pathogens, so that we are all saying the same thing, because I think we're more powerful and more effective when we're saying the same thing, and people won't be using a fragmented approach to divide us. I wanted to also make sure that we start to create a coherent process that allows us to advance our issues from whether it's the regional First Nations fishery organizations, up to watershed organizations, up to the Fisheries Council, up to the Leadership Council, and then on up to the national level and even to our national chief, so that we really start to build good, strong process to bring about change. And I think we could, we have the elements in place, but we don't really have like a formal structure to make sure that we're all working in collaboration to that end. This is the essence of the resolution that's in your kits. It's really about us working together to identify priorities. If priority is, for example, a rebuilding strategy, priority access for our people, protection of water and our habitats that ensure the life cycle of our salmon species. Those would be kind of like the elements of us working on collective priorities together. So there's a number of mechanical pieces to that conversation, but in the interest of time, I won't get into that today. So maybe, Mr. Chair, I'll pause there on the first briefing note and the resolution that is in the kits.
Thanks, Jordan. Lim Heiltich, are you online? Do you have any comments to add?
Thanks, Tyrone. And I had trouble with audio this morning, but I'm here, and video. But no, I want to thank Jordan for the presentation, and I want to acknowledge the executive and all the chiefs and elders, the staff, and Tyrone and others for making this happen, and Andrea for her persistence and making sure we get online one way or the other. But I think, you know, I just want to be thankful of the time for fisheries on the agenda as well. As Tyrone said, I'm Lim Heiltich. I'm Chief Dalton Silver of the Samath, and I think Jordan brought up a lot of good points, and one of the ones I talked with the chief early this morning about, and they were pretty clear in the message that we need to develop a unified approach. We have quite a few different fisheries organizations that we need to pull together, and the fishery, however you look at it, whether we're talking salmon or halibut or the crab fishery or whatever the First Nations are into. I mean, even you talk about, I guess I could say, as I've said before, staff and all that we survive on, all that our people have used to sustain us, that comes from the water. And I'm trying to get video, and I'm not sure how that's working, but I just think that if we all don't get on the same boat and push together, then we're going into what we have in the past, and that's the same path of having the department divide us. The department, and as well as the province now with different initiatives, where we need to coordinate our efforts in getting the funds to further our rights. I think what, you know, Jordan gave a good technical report, and I think really what we need to do is reestablish ourselves in our rightful position in managing our own fishery. I know there's been a lot of talk around the Cohen Commission and people pushing that, and then getting responses from the governments that is almost the same as what we've heard in the past. And I think I do recall our former Attorney General mentioning in speech at Ottawa that, you know, our rights are there, our rights are established. We need to implement, we need to push the envelope politically, strengthen our position as far as our rights. I've mentioned before, and I've mentioned with different fisheries organizations and with different levels of government, if we had been given the recognition that we deserved at the beginning in the management of our resources, we'd be in a hell of a lot better position today. How many thousands of years did we exist with everything around us with no concern around stocks and around conservation? We conserved our own ways, and I know people are worried about what's coming up the river and in other places, other rivers as well, all along the coast. Jordan mentioned some that are going up further north, and even those folks up there have seen rivers that have been depleted of all their stocks. I think, you know, it's been recommended to me that that we really push on the recommendations of the Cohen Commission, and I really like what Jordan said too, you know, about fish farms, and a lot of us are opposed to the fish farms. And the governments, we need to call on their promises they've made to pull those things out of the water, put them on the land. And I mean, that's one factor about the depletion of our stocks. All industry has to be taken into account for the destruction of our habitat for all the fish species. I need to say, you know, that in talking about rights, we have to acknowledge the hard work and the battle that's going on in the East Coast with the Mi'kmaq fishers, the Sepeknekatik people, we used to know as Shubenacadie, but Jordan and I do, and others are familiar with some of the people there. I have friends over there that are in the midst of the battle right now. I talked last week with Brandon Maloney, fisheries manager for the community there, and he tells me he's juggling between his regular job as fisheries manager and also working as a war chief right now. And I mean, somehow or other, I think, and I really hope, and I'm talking to the executive and our fisheries reps as well, that we need to show our support somehow for the folks over there. As I know, when we're in dispute over on this coast over here or inland or wherever, I know at the national level the Mi'kmaq folks are always very supportive of us. And I think somehow or other, by way of letter or what have you, that we need to express our concern for what's going on over there. And Jordan mentioned, you know, and it's so out there now, the blatant discrimination. And I know Tyrone has mentioned that at the fisheries table too, and it's so absolutely true. And it really goes unnoticed by the general public, but our people have felt the brunt of that for years and years, and over the last couple of centuries at least. But I just want to again thank the organizers for providing a slot for the fisheries on the agenda, and again, thank you all so much for your work.
Thank you, Del. Jordan, I'm not sure if you're monitoring the chat, but I've just asked you if you could provide a quick update on where that new Aquaculture Act is or where it's going. And then we're going to go directly into the Water Sustainability Act update before opening it up to broad questions and comments. Jordan?
So you want me to, on the Aquaculture Act or the net pen transition, or?
No, the Aquaculture Act.
So the act itself, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans has indicated that they will be developing a new Aquaculture Act. They're setting up a list of questions and a framework for engaging. Of course, it will be a national act, coast to coast to coast and everywhere in between. The focus is that it's part of the blue economy. The world focus on marine protein. Canada feels that it's well positioned to fill that gap. And aquaculture is probably the new emerging economic opportunity in terms of fisheries in Canada. I was looking earlier today at the value of aquaculture to BC First Nations, and I'm talking about non-fin fish aquaculture. So we're talking shellfish, scallops, etc. And the value currently, when we were doing the COVID food security kind of analysis, was valued at about $5.9 to $6 million to BC First Nations just for non-fin fish aquaculture. So the evolution of the Aquaculture Act, the problem is that DFO, being conflicted as both the promoter and the regulator, doesn't develop robust Pacific regulations and informing the policy. So we've been asking for about 8 years for this to roll out for the development of a strong Aquaculture Act that could inform Pacific regulations. So I think the signal itself is actually something that is necessary for us to really begin to identify where we can position our inherent rights to that conversation and informing an act. So it's anticipated to be something that occurs over the next 18 months. So it will be probably something that we begin to set up through our Aquaculture Coordinating Committee and informing the process. So we do have regional delegates that are part of the Aquaculture Coordinating Committee. And then, of course, as Dalton indicated, we work collaboratively with the National Aquaculture Working Group with Ken Paul at the AFN team. Is that enough?
Yes, that's good, Jordan. And just before moving on, if folks aren't following the chat, Cookby Christian just suggested that we do an emergency resolution in support of the Big Ma, as Chief Silver raised. So we'll work on it today and present it back to the chiefs and delegates sometime tomorrow. Thank you for the suggestion, Cookby. Jordan, Water Sustainability Act.
Okay, so the next briefing note is probably a lot quicker to go through. You'll recall that last year we walked the resolutions through regarding from our Water for Fish team. We had resolutions about informing the Water Sustainability Act at the provincial scale, and indicated that the need in terms of like complementing DRIPA was that the Water Sustainability Act was rolled out in 2014, previous to the announcement of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And this would be one of the fundamental pieces of legislation for us to look at. So those of you that are not intimately familiar, the DRIPA Act indicates that they have to develop an action plan. And part of the action plan is to do an inventory of existing legislation to determine where it is inconsistent with the obligations of fiduciary responsibilities to Indigenous people. This was one of the first ones out of the gate that we identified over a year ago, even before DRIPA was announced, to move forward with assessing the Water Sustainability Act. So what we're looking for is the development of this work and commit to enabling collaborative approaches to water governance. Part of this that we've had conversations with the province on is for us to begin building on the work that's already in place. We have engagement tables, water roundtables that our staff have been building at various watersheds, like in the Nechako and in the Nicola, etc. So one of the things that we've been talking to the province about is developing water caucus teams and to begin to have those supported and resourced in a more formal way, and then possibly developing a regional or provincial scale water table to inform inconsistent water legislation, the rights of our people in terms of licensing and or title on those water bodies. So this is the intent of the resolution that's in your kits today, is to encourage and support that ongoing work. I should also mention, Tyrone, just by passing, just before we had the fisheries, you were leading the DRIPA work. So connected to this water work, we've got an MOU with the province because there's multiple ministries within the province that have jurisdiction and/or activities or programs that affect water, affect habitat. And so in looking at the DRIPA work, informing the work that we're doing with the province, the Fisheries Council has established a task group approach to deal with the DRIPA work. And we've identified participants to a DRIPA team. So we were going to introduce a resolution to that, but we thought it was more procedural. And talking to Andrea, we'll probably just inform and keep you updated on the work of our task group as we report to the Leadership Council. But it's a connected idea to the work that's ongoing with the water engagement. So the briefing note and the resolution are in your kits. But I'm open to questions after.
Thank you, Jordan. Any questions or comments on Fish or Water Sustainability Act? Chief Don?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Jordan, and thank you, Chief Silver, for the report. And thank you, Chief Silver, for holding the fisheries discussions for the union. I have some, and I'm sure I share this with everyone else, some grave concerns regarding the salmon stock and the low returns that are coming to the Fraser River. And I know when I look at the steelhead, and I think, I think it's time for some considerations for the sockeye salmon stock to be, I would consider it a species at risk. And I think looking at the decline of the stock over, at least in my lifetime, I wouldn't think I would see the decline like this in my lifetime. I thought maybe in a few generations, but I think at this rate, I think the math isn't on our side, time isn't on our side. And if we even look at the southern resident killer whales who are starving because there's no chum available for them. So I think we're in a dire situation, and I think my fear is that in my lifetime we're going to see, and I sure hope it doesn't, but my fear is that we're going to see the sockeye salmon stocks decline. And I think some of the mitigation factors that we're taking right now, and I certainly, with Big Bar, I know that we're pushing for the province and the Premier to declare a state of emergency. And we're encouraging the Premier to do so under, I think it was the food supply or emergency stock for considerations under that. But just considering how difficult it is to get government to move on what we consider high priorities and concerns for First Nations. And, I recall having hundreds of salmon that our family would process together and collectively. This year, we were able to give out 2 spring salmon to my community for each member. And that's, I think when it comes to a right to, at least for coming from Douglas Treaty, the right to hunt and fish is formally, I think there's a significant breach upon, I think, the government's duty to ensure that they're looking out for our interests as well, and I don't think they are. So I just want to share that we're in a dire situation, and with Big Bar and some of, right now, time isn't on our side, and I genuinely worry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
HKCM, Chief Byron.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I have to say, I agree with everything that's actually being said today. And, there's been a fear of a lot of our people of not understanding what the Species at Risk Act is all about. But one of the things we need to recognize, it's the only act that actually sits between the extinguishment of our rights through the extinction of a species and government to act. And okay, here, there. And, we really need to start asking those questions and really start pushing that species at risk, because we need to push government towards there. As long as they don't have to justify their infringement, as long as they don't have to, move towards that, and and you have them of I think it was the Sparrow decision in 1990 that talked about the justification. To this date, there has been no justification of the extinguishment of rights associated with stocks throughout the province that are not only, they're for all intents and purposes in some systems they're extinct. And we have to understand one thing, and one thing clearly: the extinction of a species equals the extinguishment of a right. And some of the court decisions that were talked about earlier, we need to remember one thing is that there must be a clear and plain intent to extinguish an Aboriginal right. Yet we don't see that. We have the provinces that are moving towards, through their actions of using Section 92 to manage resources across this province that are directly responsible for that. And we forget that the laws out there have said, and it was very clear, that provinces, while provinces may infringe upon an Aboriginal right, they do not have the constitutional authority to do so. So how many times has a province using Section 92 powers been at the forefront of the extinguishment of a right, especially in terms of aquatics? But it doesn't end there. We go across there and we see the same thing with terrestrial species. And I tell people, I worked on species at risk from 1998 to present. It does not, it is the only act there that can actually save your rights. And we need to start understanding what that act is all about. And it was the only act that had 100% of Aboriginal participation. And it still stands as the highest level of direct Aboriginal participation in the development of legislation in Canada. And I think that's one of the things we got to do is get over our fear from that. It is not something that we need to fear. It is there. It strengthens our rights. And from what I hear, it's, how much longer are we going to wait? Because right now you look at it, us as a people this year, we're going to be staring down at our plates, and how much of our traditional foods do we see on there? None. What does that mean? We're subsidizing government's failure to provide that, and it's coming out of our own pockets. And we, as our people, can barely afford that. Now, I think we need to act, and we need to stop trying to wring our hands hoping that DFO is going to fix that, and start holding them accountable.
Thank you, Chief Byron. It just occurred to me when you mentioned the Sparrow decision, I think everybody's aware we just lost our relative that started the proceedings that led to what we know as the Sparrow decision and rely on so heavily. So I think if it's okay with the chiefs and delegates, we'll actually speak to that first thing tomorrow morning, and maybe we'll have a minute of silence for him and others that we lost in our community. But we won't right now, but we certainly will start off our morning tomorrow with that recognition. Cookby Judy?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I was recalling Ron Sparrow there earlier today, but thank you for that, Tyrone, would be appropriate. But what I was thinking of is because of that Sparrow case being front and center in regard to our fishing rights, I was wondering if we could talk to the family about doing like a legacy or a statement in regard to our fishing rights, even though because I was just talking to Chief Don Tom, he's saying, if there's no fish, what happens to our rights? And the union, some of our biggest historical stands were on fishing rights. So I think, the way we shaped out our fishing rights and are upholding, and DFO is poorly managing the fishing right, as the chiefs are talking about today, that we really need to come together across our entire nations to stand together to really uphold what our fishing rights are and what they mean. But if we did a Sparrow case legacy or a Sparrow case to statement, I think that would speak volumes. And, we've done that in the past on different issues. So I think that might be a good tool to remind everybody what our fishing rights are and how hard fought they were from our past leaders and our ancestral chiefs that aren't here today, that we can carry them forward and continue that work. It's going to be harder because of the degradation by climate change and global warming and all the other effects. Thank you.
Coach Tim Cookby, not seeing a very long speakers list. I've got one on my list here, and it will go to Chris Lewis, Councillor Chris Lewis, and then immediately after him we'll bring the resolutions to the table.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jordan, for bringing the fisheries update and just agreeing just around the notion of death by 1,000 cuts and just supporting the notion of rebuilding our fisheries rather than managing our fisheries throughout the whole life cycle. I think that's a mechanism and a way that we need to go. But really, the one thing that I was going to suggest was that we really need a political strategy. I find that we're way too technical in terms of the fisheries aspect and need to develop a political strategy in terms of witnessing kind of the extinction of our resources. And I worry as a young leader that we are witnessing the extinction of Fraser-bound sockeye and other resources. And as the chief said before me, the extinction of those resources or the loss of those resources basically says that we can't transmit our culture and our teachings down to our next generation because there's no fish to fish. And in essence, it's infringing on our rights. So just really speaking in support of kind of developing a political strategy to really put DFO on notice. And really what Cookby Christian talked about in the beginning around how are we incorporating the UNDRIP in terms of incorporating our laws. We all have our own fisheries laws of how we should be managing our fish in our homelands and our home waters. We need to start incorporating those laws and telling the province and the federal government, this is the way we did things for thousands of years in relations to management of the stream, and start kind of writing down those laws so that the non-native governments can understand kind of what we're talking about in terms of that. I've always seen the salmon as a kind of keystone species to our culture and our way of life as BC First Nations. And I think we need to kind of reiterate that and continue to state that. We're in unprecedented times where I'm going to meetings and the commercial and recreation sports fishermen are asking us to save the fishery. I never thought I would see a time where we're unified with the commercial fisheries and the sports fisheries around the protection of the resource. I remember 10, 15 years ago when I worked at the Assembly of First Nations, we were at odds with the commercial and recreational fisheries. Now they're asking for help. And so I'm thinking about how do we reconcile the mismanagement of DFO's abuse to our fish people? How do we reconcile and bring back our own laws and reconcile amongst ourselves as Indigenous people? Because all we've seen is a paved road for industry and the destruction of salmon habitat for our little salmon species, along with pollution and all those other things that we've seen that infringed on our rights for the last 150 years. As Jordan mentioned, the Fisheries Act is one of the oldest legislations along with the Indian Act. And I really think we need to kind of change the narrative, but it really needs to be a political discussion. I think Jordan's doing his best job at the technical level to kind of really push the envelope, but we really need to develop that political strategy. And it links into UNDRIP, it links into water rights, it's all connected as the fish connects all of us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that time and just support of kind of what Jordan was mentioning around development of a political strategy, how it links into all of our other discussions.
Hi, Garcia. And on those comments, Chris, it reminded me that we should have probably provided an update of the working group that the three political organizations struck to do exactly that, Chris. I'm appointed by the BCFN, the union's got a couple of appointees, and the summit's got a couple of appointees, and We haven't met in a while, so we should actually meet soon and provide a more of a substantial update for the next Chiefs Council meeting. But with that, I'll draw your attention to Resolution 2020-21 regarding the decline of Pacific salmon and support for a cohesive BC First Nations fishing strategy. Therefore, be resolved, UBCIC Chiefs Assembly fully support the First Nations Fisheries Council, FNFC, development of a cohesive BC First Nations fisheries strategy that would let First Nations regional fishery organizations work together to advise the government and coordinate strategic action to restore salmon stocks, and therefore it further be resolved, the UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly direct the UBCIC executive and staff to work with the BC Assembly of First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council, FNLC, to help FNFC develop a coherent strategic approach to salmon fisheries in BC by identifying key priorities, including the status of Pacific salmon and priority access, as well as providing resourcing and support for leadership participation and coordinated engagement with the Crown. Therefore, it further resolved, the UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly urge the federal and provincial governments, alongside the relevant ministries and officials, to reinvigorate their working relationship with the FNFC and FNLC by committing to meet regularly, discuss and advance action on Pacific salmon, including the development and implementation of a cohesive BC First Nations wild fisheries strategy. And therefore, it finally will resolve, the UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly call upon the federal and provincial governments to support the FNFC and FNLC's work on developing a First Nations wild fisheries strategy by providing adequate resourcing and funding so that FNLC and FNFC can consult and engage with First Nations communities and ensuring priority dialogue to inform the strategy. Probably a bit of a typo in that last one. We didn't need communities twice. But with that, looking for a mover and seconder, please. I see Councillor Paul Sam is moving. Councillor Chris Lewis seconding. Thank you. Any discussion? Limpiletuch. Chief Silver.
Thanks, Tyrone. I don't know how I figure out how to get that, but I like the resolution. I think if it could be brought back up again, where is it? I was looking at the last line where you said maybe there's a bit of a typo there. I would suggest, and as I mentioned, there are so many other different fisheries organizations within the province, and lots are working on habitat restoration projects. I think where it had engaged with First Nations communities, I would suggest, if it's okay with the mover and seconder, to engage with First Nations communities and fisheries organizations. And that one of the things talked about, and Chris Lewis mentioned it, is the need to collaborate, the need to have a unified approach. And I think politically we need to move together as one group. And I think and it was brought to my attention early this morning by Chief that there are so many different fisheries organizations that we need to develop a common approach, move forward on this whole initiative. And I think if that's okay to the mover and seconder, I would recommend that. Thanks, Tyrone.
Hajkasiem. Councillor Paul, are you fine with that amendment?
That's fine.
I see
I'm
that
okay
we're
with it
dealing-
as well, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate Elder Amelia's hand is up, but we're dealing with an amendment here first. The mover agrees. Councillor Chris, do you agree with the amendment?
I agree as well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Hajkasiem. Elder Amelia.
Good afternoon. Amelia Washington here. I thoroughly agree with the comment about community engagement. one of the things that I find continually being out harvesting on the land is, that we're having a lot of, we're not able to access water to do our ceremonial practices because of a lot of fences being put up and no trespassing signs, and also the extent of the pollution on our waters. I really feel that we need to have to be able to manage our waters, because we see a lot of pollution happening. We see a lot of just really total disrespect of water. Sometimes at a point of I guess it would be earning a little bit of money. So that was my comment to add. As an elder, I feel that it's really important for us to look after our waters, because our land and our water is sacred. All my relations.
Thank you, Elder. And water is our next resolution. And to that effect, we're bringing the declaration into the Water Sustainability Act. But thank you for those comments. Jordan?
Just trying to unmute here. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put an exclamation mark on the rationale for the coherent and cohesive collaboration that we need. Each nation wants to bring forward their priorities, but struggle to advance them sometimes because of their limits to the sphere of influence. And the notion of a provincial scale strategy, it remains elusive. And this is because each nation tends to prioritize local issues versus common objectives. This motion is about really identifying a way for us to identify clear priorities. And the reason why I say this is a specific example that I recall when I first took this position. I was in Kamloops for a meeting, and we were talking at the time about early Stewart exploitation. And the DFO manager in the room had about 35 nations in the room talking about exploitation rate of early Stewart. And somebody gave their opinion and somebody else gave another opinion. And then this manager looked at those people and said, well, we heard that from you, but we didn't hear it from them. So we'll just have to make our own decision on this. So the idea and the notion is that we start to identify clear priorities that we can all say in a unified fashion to avoid DFOs and or the province, whatever the case may be. It's that, we didn't hear it universally, so we'll have to make the decisions on our own. That's the intent of defeating that. So if it is rebuilding, if it is priority access, if it's things like that that we all agree on, that's the intent of this motion working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Chief Colleen Jacob?
Katwa Alap, Colleen Jacob. Hello, everybody. I just have a few comments. I guess I understand, the situation between the salmon and what's happening with it. And so I have a lot of concerns. And so this was one of the reasons why I put my name forward to be a representative for the wild salmon. And Tyrone mentioned it, that we did have a meeting, but we haven't had one for a while. So I guess what I'm wondering is, when we have these different entities, where does this entity sit in terms of this resolution? Because I just want to make sure, or just to let people know that I'm, quite committed to the salmon and what's happening, especially because I really feel like it's having, everything that's happened to the salmon, it's definitely having an impact on our way of life. And that's the perspective that I take. And with this resolution, I guess I'm just curious, where does the entity sit in terms of, where our participation is, because that's really what I'm looking for, is to have participation in whatever entity or organizational structure that we have. So just want to share my commitment in this and to just curious on where this entity would sit with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I stand to be corrected by Andrea or the executive, but my take on that, Chief, would be that with the addition, with the amendment, and in the last therefore, does provide space for this process to include the wild salmon working group that was struck by the three organizations, but at the same time, the mandate of that working group is bigger and broader and more political than this resolution as well. So there's a connection and certainly opportunities for communications, because the more people in support of each other, with everybody aiming in the same direction of protecting and rebuilding stocks, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we want everybody in that conversation. So I hope that's an adequate response for now, Chief, and perhaps we should take that resolution and recirculate it as well, Andrea, just to make sure everybody's up to speed on it. The Wild Salmon Working Group resolution. Any other discussion? Are we prepared to go to question?
Question.
Question's been called. Any opposition to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Hearing neither, the resolution is carried. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 2020-22 regarding BC's approach to implementing the Wild Sustainability Act consultation framework. Therefore, we resolve UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct UBCIC executive and staff to work with the relevant First Nations organizations to ensure that Water Sustainability Act, WSA, Reform and the First Nations Fisheries Council, FNFC, reports recommendations are prioritized within the province's action plan to implement the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and therefore it finally resolved UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly urge the BC Government to commit to enabling collaborative approaches to water governance and the development of water policy and regulations in accordance with the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and the FNFC's reports recommendations. Looking for a mover and seconder? Can we have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Cookby Lee.
Seconded, Byron Lewis, Okanagan Band.
Thank you, Chief. Any discussion? Hearing or seeing no need for discussion, are we ready for go to question?
Question.
Thank you. Any opposition to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Hearing neither, it is carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you to the presenters there. We're going to move immediately on because we fell a little bit more behind there. So next agenda item is advancing UBCIC position on hunting, inviting Chief Keith Crow and Louise Mandel. There is a deck that Chief Crow will take us through and Louise will comment as necessary throughout. And just a reminder to the chiefs that this is a presentation to the Assembly, opportunities for you to feedback here and now or you know, soon after this session, and then ultimately that feedback and the ongoing feedback will be brought back to the February Chiefs Council Assembly in a manner that we'd be looking for a resolution to adopt it as your UBCIC position on hunting. Chief Crow.
What peace nug seal iskui kalupakan kantil samokamith. So hello everyone, good day. It's Chief Keith Crow from the Lower Smoking Band. I raised this issue last year in the meeting, and I bring the point forward because it's one of our base rights, and I think it's being infringed on all of the time. You know, I don't believe that we should just be stakeholders anymore, and we're not. And the other piece that I'm having issues with, and I have a deck I will go through, but just before I speak to that, I really want to thank the fisheries conversation because it really leads into this well. It's the same issues in fishing as we have with the hunting rights. I thank you for the elder who spoke as well. I just want everyone, if you can see the picture behind me, this is an area I used to frequently hunt. My dad's ashes are here, and I can no longer access it because of private property. Private properties blocked all the access on both sides, and that's becoming a common issue. And if I want to go through, I will be trespassing. I was told that, so I said, well, I'm going to go through regardless, just so you're aware. So let's move through to the deck. Sorry. So renewing a strategic approach. So we had a, next slide, please. We had a webinar back on June 3rd. It was a couple hours, and it was good to see everyone there. We talked about the hunting rights and COVID-19 and the path forward. The webinar rose from discussions held last February in 2020. It was, I know it came up at the end of the day on the last day. I thank everyone for having this chance to speak earlier in the agenda, which makes it a little nicer. We at the UBCIC members expressed the need to treat hunting as a priority issue and to dedicate attention and discussion on advancing and recuperating hunting rights. Recognizing additional challenges brought by the current COVID-19 pandemic, the event brought together panelists who had unique perspective as experience regulating and managing hunting in their communities. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the discussion paper and renewing UBCIC's mandate and approach to hunting. The webinar provided a crucial opportunity for the chiefs to express and identify common concerns and topics of discussion, including history and current legal landscape of hunting rights, traditional protocols and laws around hunting rights, collaboration agreements, shared trust as a pathway forward, factors affecting hunting rights, and advocacy for Indigenous nations' assertion and rights and jurisdiction. We also, when we look back at the history, the last actual motion that was made by UBCIC and the mandate was set was back in 1980, I believe. And it was just for the protection of our hunting rights. It didn't actually discuss the animals, anything like that. So we need to really update this and move it forward. So the perspectives and concerns brought forward in the webinar have been used to inform and develop a discussion paper that identifies key priorities and themes for further work and attention, and will guide and renew UBCIC's hunting mandate to better reflect the current hunting landscape and challenges to Indigenous hunting rights. This mandate will articulate and endorsed in the forthcoming resolution so that UBCIC membership has clear direction and principles for further action and advocacy. Next slide. So some of the concerns that came out of the webinar, well, COVID-19, hunters are ignoring pandemic restrictions and are continuing to enter their territories to hunt. Effects of culture and traditions curtails on community fishing, hunting, large gatherings, and accessing community traditions. Delayed hunting seasons and smaller hunting units, the ability of conservation officers to interfere and access Indigenous nations' territory, mismanagement and lack of consultation. Province fails to prioritize sustainability and give effect to Indigenous jurisdiction issuing more licenses than necessary to make more money and allowing hunters to come into their territories to hunt certain species such as moose or caribou that are in serious decline. Chief Linda Price spoke on the Uchaco Nation's emergency hunting ban on mountain caribou and how the Jurassic caribou population decline has led to the need for urgent intervention and collaboration. Indigenous authority and values not heeded. Indigenous nations need to have the authority and power recognized by the province to issue and regulate permits on their territories. Hunting practices need to incorporate Indigenous laws and values. I also just wanted to throw in there, I don't know if any other hunters on this call and I've noticed that due to COVID-19, there's a lot more hunters out in our areas. I've really noticed this last, since the hunting season has opened for us non-natives, some of the areas that I've never seen people before there's just a lot more people out there, and I'm seeing a lot less animals. And I've been a hunter my whole life, and I've actually only seen a couple muleys this year. I have not seen a moose. I did get a little whitetail the other night, but it's because it's in my fields, and I'm just knowing there's a huge impact. So can we go to the next slide, please? More concerns. So the lack of recognition and understanding of Indigenous protocols and agreements. We all have laws, we have protocols and informal agreements, handshake deals that enable them to protect wildlife habitat hunting. These informal agreements and protocols extend to conservation officers, local communities, and companies, and allow nations to assert authority without going through legal hoops or changing the laws of the land. People need to better understand, recognize, and support these agreements and protocols so that nations can better control who is coming into their lands and ensure hunting is being conducted safely and responsibly. Climate change and forest fires. The wildfires not only led to crucial loss of wildfire habitat or wildlife habitat. One participant described how 210 kilometers of new road was built to help access the wildfires, which led to using forest hunting. That was in that meeting is we had
I think that's our first freeze up of the day.
with the cars at 20 degrees up on you. Am I back?
Your voice, but your video is still frozen. If it's a bandwidth issue, Chief, you might want to turn your video off and your audio will actually improve.
Sorry about that.
Are you still with us, Chief? Chief, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we can't hear you. Maybe we'll give you a minute or two to figure what's happening in your situation and turn it over and invite Louise Mandel to make some comments. So good to see you, Louise.
Thank you. Same with you all, you guys. I feel my heart just is so happy looking at the gallery of all of you. Did you want me to talk now, or shall we wait for the chief to see if he's going to reconnect?
If you could fill in for now, Louise, we'll give the chief a couple minutes to reconnect.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here on the territory of the Saanich people on Main Island. Want to gratefully acknowledge that. I wanted to just of the position paper, I thought it was important just to talk about the legal landscape. And I was going to take a few minutes just to remind us where we've come from, and then to talk about the legal snapshot of where we are now, which will be a way of helping address the concerns that we've heard and came out of that important workshop that the union held. So I'll just take a few minutes just to remind us that we've come a long way when it comes to the issue of hunting rights. When I first began practicing law, the province relied upon Kruger and Manuel to argue that all hunting rights had been extinguished. And we took that all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, Regina versus Alphonse. The court accepted that hunting rights had not been extinguished in British Columbia. And so we began the legal initiatives to keep the province out of regulating hunting rights, because Indigenous laws should control hunting rights, not that they should be regulated by the province. And so we used the division of powers argument. And in Delgamuukw, finally, the court said about Aboriginal hunting rights that they fall within the core of 9124. And so they're not rights that are available to the province to regulate. And we had 40 years of litigation involving the Douglas treaties. And in the same way, the province regulated the hunting rights under the Douglas treaties, notwithstanding Section 88 of the Indian Act. And we pushed back all the cases that pushed back. And finally, with Morrison Olson, the court, what the province did then is say, well, it may be that, hunting rights are at the core of 9124, but Section 35 gives the province all this jurisdiction to interfere. And so with Morrison Olson, the Court of Appeals said that the hunting rights are controlled by Indigenous laws. We had a 5-4 decision in favor of the Indigenous people, saying that you've got to deal with jurisdiction before justification. And what the court issued in was basically legal pluralism, where the hunting rights are beyond the power of the province to control. And the court basically welcomed the Indigenous laws operating to control the hunting rights and invited really the province to enter into agreements so that these two jurisdictions can function together. And that's really what we have. We've got Indigenous laws on the landscape, and we have the federal government has never been in this area, and the province has no power to regulate. And we thought that we were now in a field where Indigenous laws could start controlling the hunting, including the habitat and all of the ways in which Indigenous people steward the land holistically, including the animals, and that, we would see an era of a changed paradigm, much as the UN Declaration brought in. Well, here's where the problem is, and this is the crux of the hunting paper too, and that is that in Chilcotin, the court weakened the doctrine of interjurisdictional immunity, meaning all of the cases that we argued based on the province not having jurisdiction, that if there's jurisdiction, it's Indigenous laws, it's under 9124, that was weakened. And since then, instead of seeing the province trying to collaborate with new institutions about how Indigenous hunting is going to be able to coexist in a good way with the lack of jurisdiction the province has there, and find ways and pathways of communication. Instead, what's happened is the province has just started to charge your hunters again and try and reestablish control through Section 35 and what they argue is the weakening of the doctrine of interjurisdictional immunity. And so after 40 years of litigation successfully on the Douglas Treaty, I'm now in court helping a young Indigenous lawyer fight a hunting case under the Douglas Treaty for Tom Sampson's grandson. Tom Sampson, who had been such a major speaker of Indigenous laws throughout the entire 4 decades, we're now fighting a case for his grandson, which I thought by now his grandson would be able to hunt, and as would all of your hunters, be in a position to be exercising your laws and not asking the province for, jurisdictional space. We've won it in the courts, but that's not where we are on the ground, in spite of all of the beautiful words spoken and the UN Declaration Act created. I feel like it's a very important era right now that we're in, and I'm grateful for the union for having this discussion, because really we've got to find a way for the Indigenous laws to blanket the landscape, and we'll find our way for that jurisdiction to operate free of provincial regulation. So that's where I wanted to stop, and also at the same time to thank all of you for continuing the fight. Thank you. Any questions, of course?
Thank you, Louise. And I see Chief Crow joined the participant list. Are you online, Chief?
Yes, I'm back online. I do apologize. I had a power outage there for just a few seconds and it shut everything off on me. I was trying to call in, but it wasn't allowing me to call in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
I really do apologize about that. Uh, I'm not sure where I was in my deck here, so I'll finish up really quickly here. Climate change and forest fires. That has been another big concern that was brought up. One of the fears that we had was the fires, which I had talked about already, but also it's the change in seasons. I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but I've noticed rut seasons have moved, even if it's only by a couple weeks here or there. But that does make a change for the local non-indigenous hunters, right? Because we'll have to change the regulations. Because right now, I think they're hunting in the wrong times. There's lack of government agency that prioritizes sustainability. The protection and preservation of wildlife for the well-being of the Indigenous nations is low on the list of government priorities, and that there is no single government agency and that views sustainability through a broad lens. There's a comment that came up: general public's lack of respect for Indigenous nations' rights. There's quite a few participants expressed how difficult it is to prevent non-Indigenous hunters from outside their territories coming in and demolishing the family herd they're trying to protect. A chief noted how 60 mushroom pickers came into his nation territory and picked thousands of pounds of mushrooms over 2 weeks, leaving none for the community. That was actually my community. We had 60 or so mushroom pickers come in. They picked over 15,000 pounds in 2 weeks and then left. And we tried to deactivate the road they're on, and we got in trouble because we were going to block off a road. Whatever. Next slide, please. What we heard: solutions, application of Indigenous laws and frameworks. Participants expressed the overarching need for Indigenous laws and protocols to guide the management of hunting. One chief noted how his nation is in the process of incorporating the 7 laws of his nation into protocols for anyone coming into their territories to harvest. His nation is looking to instill these protocols into laws to ensure compliance and respect through the provincial government. If a project depletes their resources and traditional livestock, nations may strategically work to use their inherent and constitutional protected hunting rights as a legal basis to resist and reject resource extraction and development projects. There's some examples that are cited there. I believe a group such as UBCIC for the First Nations Leadership Council or a high-level representative needs to advance Indigenous nations hunting interests and to question the ethics and guidelines of how BC regulates hunting. A renewed mandate for UBCIC to start focusing on hunting that is based on Indigenous nations' thoughts and interests, not those of the province. First Nations Leadership Council needs to approach the province and make a loud statement regarding increased funding for guardian programs in hunting and fishing. Ensure provincial discussion and decision-making around hunting is conducted from an Indigenous laws and rights to ensure implementation of UNDRIP and alignment of provincial hunting regulations and policies within it. Next slide. So the conclusion. Our webinar was a vital step needed to generate discussions. I believe it was really good to have those chiefs that were involved in there. I know there's there's a lot of commonality and issues that we're all dealing with. We all have issues that we brought up when it came to overhunting. And, you know, I respect the Silco team when they put a moratorium on moose hunting in their territory, but it sure raised the moose hunting in our territory. There's a lot more people coming down here, and it just creates other issues. So based on the webinar discussion, the draft UBCIC discussion paper, you have it. It's in your kits. It outlines a set of principles and themes around hunting that can be used to develop topics, proposals, and resolutions for future discussion and sessions. Further webinars or in-person gatherings. Well, we all know COVID's here. We have to figure out how we're going to proceed in the future. And we're needed to continue dialogue and to get a sense of what UBCIC's membership want to advance and how they want to be involved in hunting advocacy. I believe that we really need to be part of the regulations, of what the province is putting out there, and that we are not just a stakeholder on that list. I don't believe what they had put out to us, requesting us to be a stakeholder, is enough. I think that it should be our laws and our say when it comes to the regulations. That's it for me. Thanks. I just want to say it's really good to see you, Stuart.
Thank you, Chief Crow. Thank you, Louise. If you look at the information in your kit around hunting, there's actually 11 questions being asked by Chief Crow, Louise, and others to help clarify what that position on hunting is going to be. That'll be brought back to the February Chiefs Council session. Not that the 11 are the be-all and end-all, but they're a good discussion starter to advance the position. Grand Chief?
Yes, I appreciate your sentiments, Chief Crow. I watched your presentation and your deck with great interest, and there was one word that I continued to search for, and I felt that the word jurisdiction had a number of places that could potentially be put in that document, but toward the beginning there was a reference made to us having the recognized power to issue permits. I thought that it would be appropriate if we stated recognized power and jurisdiction, but otherwise I thought it was well done. Thank you.
Limland, Grand Chief, opening up to questions and comments, starting with Cook B. Judy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as we were talking about fisheries, the hunting issue raises access and use of territories and being excluded from provincial decision-making and zone processes and issuing of permits and licensing. I think that's what Chief Crow was mentioning in his presentation. And this goes to the need to develop, our nation's plans for land and resources and management. And I don't want to say reconcile with BC plans, but the juxtaposition with the BC plans. And that speaks to the need for Indigenous communities and nations to have the capacity to manage their lands and resources and their technicians and information and management systems and their sharing agreements. And that goes back to when I was mentioning about environmental legislation and some of the other dirt ministries, as the Chief Don Tom calls them. Goes back to the problems with the referral process and the Haida Taku and Delgamuukw evidence requirements regarding the spectrum of the title and rights and the consent, the consultation levels. So there's a lot there, and I know normally Louise would mention a lot of that, but I just wanted to say it again and saying I think we have to do more than having our position in 1980s, as Chief Crow said. This is really timely now to bring it all and breathe more life into it, because the plants, the animals, and our salmon are the mainstay and the foundation to who we are and our way of life for our many of our nations, and we have to do everything we can to protect them. Thank you.
Cookby, I've got Chief Byron next, followed by Cookby Wayne, followed by Chief Don. Chief Byron?
Yeah, good afternoon. One of the things I'd like to bring up, I think I'd like to start out with what my uncle always tells me. And he always tells me, we got to stop being ankle biters and go for the throat. And I think this is some of the things that we really need to start thinking about. How do we actually do that? How do we accomplish that? And I think one of the first things is we forget of all the cases that we've won. There's consultation, which means that the government is responsible to consult with us on all their decisions, and that includes hunting regulations. Accommodation is so important, because how do we get the accommodations? If they're saying if there's 1,000 units out there available for hunting, how did they calculate what the needs are for our people? And you go up north and you talk to some of the people in Northwest Territories, you talk to some of the people in Yukon, they'll tell you that their people consumed anywhere from 6 to 9 caribou per year. Well, how many did we actually consume per year? And I think we need to sit to think back. And a lot of us are born in the in the 60s, 70s, and we could think back to those times. How many animals did our people consume? A large family could consume well over 20 deer if they had over 10 people in their family. It's quite easy to do that. And different types of species, whether it be moose or all these, would go into the freezers and other things, or dried meat or something else. But there was a certain amount that we required, to provide us through our winter use. Nowadays, we have over 2,045 members in our community. And you think about that and you put that in terms of, say, if there's a population of 5 people every 5 people constitutes a family. Then you start looking at it from that perspective. That's a large number of animals that are required just for us. And when we're talking about this, we have priority. It goes, for conservation, Aboriginal peoples, then goes down through the list. Well, if we're not saying anything and if we're silent on that, how do we actually provide the number that we require for our annual sustenance? Because we can do it with fish quite easily. And talking to the Chair Tyrone McNeil talked about telling me that the Stalo would consume annually about 1,000 pounds of fish per year per individual. Well, how much of that, what was the amount used for wild game? And that should be something we should be all calculating, because that is what they need to accommodate. Because the one thing that was guaranteed when they first came into this land, for us to allow them to settle foreign populations, that we would have access to our food, social, and ceremonial use. That's been written into treaties from one side of the country to the other. It was the understanding with the non-treaty and other people that in this province, that our food, social, and sustenance would be something that's guaranteed. And today it's not. We talk about a strategy and everything. It's very important that we start developing that strategy, and we do it one family at a time. What do we need for carrying us through the winter? How many deer, how many elk, how many moose, how many, sheep or mountain goats or mountain caribou for that matter? How many fish, how many resident stocks? We need to start providing this information, because they're just more or less chipping away at our rights till we don't even have any. And right now, if we're getting so dangerously close to Aboriginal rights, are being just a mere tick on the box for resource development. But that was one of the things that came out of the Clyde River decision. This was a couple of years ago. What they are talked about, and they're talking about resource development in that sense. They were saying that not only is it there's a need to determine what the environmental impacts are, but also a determination what are the impacts to Aboriginal rights. And we are the only people that can make that confirmation or provide that information. We cannot depend on them, because we just see the outcome. Our fish are gone. Now our ungulates and all our other animals are gone. We need to be the ones that put a stop to this. And I think that is so right that we start that strategy of how we stop them. Because like I said earlier on, you have the province that's extinguishing Aboriginal rights who do not have the constitutional authority to do so. That equals damages, and we need to start going there. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. And this thing you mentioned of ungulates, just recognize a comment that Chief Donna Alja made in the chat, was that she likes to mention the population explosion of the Rocky Mountain sheep, and the numbers are growing even more and more. This is infringing on other ungulates. So just a comment from the Chief there. Chief Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Louise. Good to see you. Chief Crow, I really appreciate the presentation. And I was thinking as you were talking that one of the things we need to do is to find a way that we can get proper data from the provincial government, because what they do is they have scientists and biologists, they have a whole system in place, in terms of how they issue licensing, whether it's resident hunters, non-resident hunters, limited entry permits, et cetera, et cetera. They have a system code of management, and I'm concerned that their system of management is similar to DFO. And they'll do things that are going to wipe out populations. And what we're talking about here is the extinguishment of a right by an extinguishment of an animal or a species. So maybe what we need to do as part of the work plan is put forward that demand of the province, that information, that data to the nation, so we can see what's going on in our backyards in terms of how many hunters are they issuing permits to. And that whole process, I think, is really important. We have to get data. I think Chief Byron talked about that. Data in terms of what that actually means. Are they taking, thousands of animals, and how many families is that actually feeding in terms of the non-Indigenous families? And so I think we need some data. I think that's really, really important. The concern I think that you raised, Louise, around legal pluralism, I mentioned that earlier in terms of UNDRIP and how that has to sort of incorporate in terms of how we move forward. But the other thing that's concerning to me is what you talked about, Tom Sampson's grandson being charged for hunting. And it just kind of in many ways, it sort of tells me that the legal system is really about the common law system and protecting the rights of non-Indigenous people in terms of their legal orders, and not looking after our rights and not looking after our processes. It's sad. It's sad actually that that happened, and I think, why is that? And then you talked about the issue of the doctrine of interjurisdictional immunity in terms of the Supreme Court decisions. The concern I have around that, and I was raising at that time, how that would impact our rights and what it would do in terms of provincial government then coming in and doing what they felt they could do to infringe on our rights legally. And that's kind of what they're doing here. So I think we need a strategy of how we're going to do this, but I think it's got to start first with data. And part of the strategy, Chief Crow, if you can think about that, is actually getting that data from the province, region by region, because those regions, as you know, they're all over the province, and they limit hunting in certain areas, and other areas they allow certain things to go ahead. As an example, now they're allowing a hunt on the cow and moose or calf population, which is kind of ridiculous if you think about it, especially after the wildfires, but that's what they're doing. And again, they're basing it on their science, and that tells me that it's probably flawed. So I think we need data, and we need to find a way to get access to it. They're not, if we have to submit a freedom of information, we've got to do something to get the data, because they're not sharing it willingly. And I think we need to find a way to do that, to sort of start getting the real information on the table. Let's start talking about what's really going on versus what they want us to know, or they think we should know what's going on in terms of the populations, because that's my concern, is that, hunting, especially now, is really critical. We've made arrangements to, with the tribes in the prairies, to actually do hunts over there. We've entered into protocols with them, and that's what we do, because of the pressure on the animals here in British Columbia. So we have to look at alternatives in terms of how we exercise our right as a nation to enter into agreements with other nations and make that happen. So we have to start thinking different strategies, and I think it's really important. So I hope that in the working group you can find the data in terms of how that will be done. And I think it's concerning to me that our people are being charged in the context of the province saying they have no right to hunt, and that's just it really blows me away actually that that's happening generationally around. That really is disturbing to me as a grandfather specifically. Cookshem, for your presentation, Chief Crow and Louise, thank you very much.
Cookshem, Cookby, and being mindful of the time, I've got Chief Don on my speaking list, then we'll move on. Chief Don.
Mr. Chair, and just like to thank Chief Crow and Louise, who's calling from the Saanich territory. Certainly a pleasure to hear I think the discussions and what's being brought forward today. And also I'd like to thank all the chiefs and community members and who took part in the union's webinar on hunting. So I'd like to thank everyone who took part in that. And it's certainly frustrating, for our hunters who I think are really, they're providing for their families, they're It's the food that sustains us during the winter time, and I think with limitations. And I know that when conservation came to talk about Tom Sampson's grandson, I had asked what had brought them here, and for large part, their concerns were that they've engaged with everyone on the island, or a majority of everyone on the island, and have agreements or some sort of protocol, and that they didn't have one with Sartlip, and also that to them that my members were hunting out of our core territory. And so my question back to them was, when did conservation or the province take a position on, who has core territory? And so it's certainly frustrating to see when you've put many years into court case, and that we very well know who our rights, specifically speaking to Douglas Treaty. So we find ourselves similarly with the salmon, where I think it's for large part mismanagement, not including First Nations in the planning or the management, and as the comments that were made previously, that we're much more than shareholders, or we're much more than interested parties. These are rights. These are we call it our chilang, and these are rights that we're born with, and they do not come from the Douglas Treaty. They do not come from any Wildlife Act that our ancestors fought hard for us for the ability to continue to hunt. And when we find ourselves being guests in our territory, having to seek out permission from the province, or getting a slap on the wrist, or not being able to be heard when we oppose the permits in our territories. So where we find ourselves now, I think, much to Councillor Lewis's comments, that I think, politically, that I think we should have a strategy as well when it comes to hunting collectively, because it's only going to come up more and more, and it's our sustenance that really that we're providing for our communities, and we're not by any means out there doing any sport hunting, or putting up I can't think of the term now. Maybe I'll stop there, being mindful of the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
HGSCM, Cookby Spahan, got your hand up late.
Yes, thank you for that. It was a really great discussion. Thank you for presenting there, Chief Crow and Louise. When there's no fish in the river for our people, they hunt lots. And there is a lot of hunting in our traditional territories. And, we put forward, there was 8 bands within the Indicatlam Nation that put forward for guardianship program funding. And we started it out, and then it got cut. If we need the First Nations Leadership Council to really push hard on both the federal and the provincial government on funding for the guardianship program that each of our nations need in our respective backyards. And I say we need it because, I've seen what DFO has done to our salmon stocks. They've mismanaged it to a collapse. And moving forward, if we don't start managing our hunting, it's just going to be stories for generations to come. And as leadership now, we need to fix that. So, Cookstem, thank you.
Cookstem Cookby, and I've been made aware that Cookby Fred Robbins emailed some comments that he'd like to be read into the record. So I turn it over to Cookby Judy to do that, please.
Yeah, a Cookby Fred had to step out for an emergency Chiefing Council call, but he wanted this read out. Hunting crosses many departments, Flynn Rod, Fisheries, Health, rights and title. It's not just a right to harvest, it's a spiritual connection to the land. All my relations is more than just amen or a saying. It represents a sacred trust and a reminder we were entrusted by the Creator to look after the land, water, air, and all the plants and animals. And he requested that to be stated on his behalf. Thank you.
Cookshan Cookby, just before turning it over to Chief Crow and Louise for any concluding remarks, one comment for me with regards to the paper, Chief Crow, is I don't see a mirror in the paper that speaks to our relations amongst each other when we're going into our neighbor's backyard to hunt. You know, the certain protocols. When I started as a 9-year-old hunter, Chief, the first thing we did was drop frozen fish off to the chief or elder who was in Lepmach or Seal or, you know, whoever's backyard we're in. There's that protocol there, and I don't see any reference to it whatsoever in the paper yet. Not that you need to respond right now, I just wanted to make that comment. Perhaps Louise, you first, and then Chief Crow can do concluding remarks. You're muted right now, Louise.
You.
I think you double-clicked.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say beautiful discussion and thank you, everybody. Grand Chief Stewart, it's a pleasure to see you today. And I wanted to just conclude with what you said, and that is that we've won this jurisdiction. And so I wanted to conclude by saying that when the province is so-called consulting about hunting rights, what we need the province to do is to exit from the jurisdictional space that they've illegally assumed so that Indigenous jurisdiction can take root and govern the lands and the people and the hunting and the animals in the spiritual way that Chief Judy was mentioning, that as she read in. So for the province, instead of asking, which they want us to say, you know, how can we make space within our laws to accommodate your hunting? The answer is to get out of the exit the jurisdictional space so Indigenous laws can take over. And I wanted to take that one step further and answer to what Chief Wayne was saying, and that is that once they've exited the jurisdictional space that they've illegally assumed, then there's still the necessity to build mechanisms so that the two jurisdictions can relate well together over matters of mutual concern. And that's where mechanisms such as getting proper data and allowing for Indigenous laws promulgation and those permits that Indigenous people will allow for in their territory and the regulations that they won't, to get well promulgated so that the jurisdictions can live compatibly together. And I think there's a lot of political work to exercise jurisdiction. But I wanted to conclude by thanking again the chiefs for your remarks and especially on the question of jurisdiction. Let's get that straight so that Indigenous jurisdiction is on the land and we're not asking for the province to respect hunting rights within their legislation. We want them to exit the jurisdiction that they've illegally assumed and that the courts have told them that they're out of bounds on. And if we have to fight hunting cases to defend the jurisdiction that you've won, then I'm here to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Chief Crow.
I just want to say lim to everyone and thank you for the time today. I just want to say to Chief Wayne Christian, we did get data for the Region 8, which is kind of where I'm at. And I don't know how they came up with their numbers. Some of it was estimated. It is questionable, I'll say that. I did want to say to Tyrone, so one of the things that our community and nation are working on is a hunting protocol, which does touch on to that issue of, I don't want to say overlap, of common use areas and common hunting areas and the protocol and respect that has to come from that. And then Grand Chief jurisdiction, yeah, I agree with you 100% there. It's one of those, I believe it's ours and we need to start protecting it. And I quote one of my leaders I had a lot of respect for, George Saddleman and his Tamith protocol. he did used to touch on that within that Tamith protocol and how our jurisdiction needs to come forward. And the last thing I want to say was to Byron, something that this is within the last 50 years. My grandfather used to shoot a deer a week. That's 52 deer a year. And that was because there was no freezers. He had to have fresh meat, so he would shoot a deer a week, and what he didn't use, he would take to a family that was in need. And that's something else I also see missing within our time right now, is making sure everyone has the food they need, and we need to start sharing with our neighbors and everyone else. So if someone's low on salmon, then we need to share some meat with them to make sure everyone is fed. I just want to say thank you again, Limlim, and anyone has any questions, I'm always open to a phone call or coffee.
Limlim Chief, thank you so much, Louise.
Thank you.
We're going to power on. The next item is regarding conserving old growth. We have Councillor Terry Doward, Kilseelam, Gary Merkel, and Al Gorley. Gary and Al will take us through a deck on the old growth strategic report. Terry will provide a perspective on old growth, and Kilseelam will provide commentary. Background materials, including the report itself, can be found in your digital kit under forestry, and we have a resolution immediately after the presentation. Who'd like to go first?
It's Gary. Unless your chief wants to go, I will lead this conversation.
Go ahead, Gary.
Okay. So did all... well, I see you have the presentation up. Hello, everyone. I know many of you, and it's a pleasure to see and a lot of you again and hear your voices. I particularly was interested in that last conversation around hunting, because I'm sure you've seen the headlines that in Tahltan territory, where I come from, we actually had to deal with this issue and had to start asserting our rights to implement our own predator management program, because the province, we thought, wasn't doing its job. Anyways, I'm here, but I'm not sure that Al was able to make it. He's out in the bush right now. So I'll just silent for a sec. No, so it's just me today. Okay, so I'll run through, I've got a clicker here. I'll try it. If it works, I'll use it. Otherwise, we'll just run through it. It should take about 10 minutes. Again, Gary Merkel, I am Tahltan. I live with Tanacha. In Tahltan, I'm Nadita Naza. And then Tanacha, I'm Kiak Hunik. In Tanacha, that means fish person, and because they have no fish anymore, so I'm the fish person there. This old growth project or review was done by Al and I. We were requested by Cabinet to do it as an independent panel. They wanted to hear what we thought about managing old growth, and not just, they didn't want to come down to the granular level of specific management techniques. It was more about the system. It's clear that we have an issue with ecosystem health, and with old growth as a critical component of most ecosystems in this province. And so our job was to go out and talk to pretty much everybody in British Columbia that we could talk to, build our wisdom and thinking enough to be able to make some informed recommendations and submit those to government. Government at the start of the process had committed to then work with First Nations on how are we actually going to accept these recommendations, and if and how we're going to implement them. And I understand we're at that stage now. So I'll run through briefly why we did this, what we recommended, what we saw was the issue, and run through our first recommendation, which for those of you who've looked at the report is around Indigenous government-to-government partnership. From our perspective, the fundamentals of success in terms of looking after old growth and frankly, land in general, is you need to have public support. Otherwise, your political people can't move that far. You need an effective management system that can properly fulfill your responsibilities to land, and you need to preserve the integrity and the health of the ecosystems. And if you take care of these things, then these systems should be able to take care of us. Bottom line. So the problem we see right now is that we have this paradigm around lands and forests, where really we manage forests for timber subject to constraints. Old forests and old growth, old ecosystems are somehow renewable. But the reality is we really need to move to a system where we manage for ecosystem health. And many of these old forests live on ecosystems that are thousands of years old, and the trees are only an expression of that, and they are not renewable. And somehow there's this idea that we can create old forests through agriculture methods, but that isn't true. They are the result of a long, long history of the landscape shaping them into what they become. And forests, there's this perception in our current management system that forests only have value and they exist to support people, and they only have value if they are valuable to people, which again is not true. Forests have intrinsic value for all living things, and for many of you on this call probably share our view that we are no more or no less than any of those other living things. Everything deserves its place. And there's this illusion that we have that we can understand forests fully and somehow be a master or something like that. And frankly, forests and ecosystems, you can never fully understand those. You can only behave in a certain way that takes care of them in a way that will take care of you as well. This paradigm that we have right now and the management system that we have set up, this map that you see in front of us, I want to explain a little concept here. And this is about ecosystems. And if imagine, for those of you who don't live in this world, when I speak ecosystems, I speak at a landscape level, where an ecosystem is all of the trees and the environment and all of the connections in them at a larger landscape watershed type, or maybe a little bigger level. And that whole thing, all of the mix of different kinds of trees and mix of different kinds of geography and environments and interactions, that whole thing is like an organism in itself. It's like a body, like a really big body at a landscape level, and it needs all those parts to function properly. What science is showing us now is that you need to keep a certain amount of the old forest distribution that exists there from nature without human interference in place to maintain the biodiversity and health of that ecosystem. If you maintain, if you can interfere and impact it somehow, but once you start getting up to about 70%, if you still have 70% left, you will have little to no effect on species and biodiversity. But once you start going down below 70%, where you are actually having less than 70% of the original forest types, old growth ecosystem components that were there prior to human disturbance, you will start to affect biodiversity, species habitat, and a number of other ecosystem services in a negative way. And and that curve drops off fairly dramatically till you get to about 30%. And 30%, you are at extremely high risk and almost guaranteed that you are going to lose a number of species and many ecosystem services and probably compromise the health of that entire ecosystem. This This map here shows the biodiversity risk that we are on right now on the left. The greener ones we're still in good shape, but this is a projection that if we continue to follow our current management system, most of this province will be in a high biodiversity risk and ecosystem health situation in the near future. In some areas that could be as little as 5 years. In some areas it could be as long as 10 or 20, but we will move into that situation. We need to change the system to avoid this. A group did a similar piece of work, about 100, 120 scientists and many others did this same kind of work 25 years ago and came up with a fairly comprehensive set of recommendations that were not recommended. And if they had have done that at that time, we would be in a very different situation than we are today with endangered ecosystems, endangered economies, huge fall downs projected in timber supply in many areas. We have major threats to major wildlife populations, caribou and moose being a couple of the big ones that are important for everybody, including ourselves. So this is the situation. So this is our thinking on, at a system level, what we need to do. We made 14 recommendations, starting with, we need to set up the conditions for change. We need to change our thinking and we need to change the underlying foundations of this system. First off, we need to engage and involve Indigenous as governments with the province to implement this entire thing and be partners moving forward. We also need to prioritize ecosystem health and resilience as our #1 priority. Logging is a major impact, but there are many other impacts to ecosystem health. In the Northeast, we have oil and gas. In the South West, we have urbanization and sprawl. In the Southeast, we have coal mines and urbanization. And so there's many factors. We need an overarching approach, a legislative approach, something like DRIPA that says ecosystem health is our primary priority and we need to modify our legislation and policy framework to reflect that in all areas. We also recommend that we go to a 3-zone management framework. There are areas in this province now that are suited to, and frankly, will in any lifetime will never come back to their state that they were. They're close to centers generally, and we should be looking at zoning some of those for intensive forestry. We still manage for soils, we still manage for some habitat criteria and recreation, but we manage them for intensive forestry. The bulk of the landscape we propose we manage for ecosystem health and biodiversity risk, ecosystem representation, as I described before. And then there are some areas that are outright protected. We also recommend that we need a much more inclusive and stabilizing approach to governance. What we see right now is the political way we manage land flips back and forth between political parties and ideologies on a regular basis, on a 4-year election cycle, basically, sometimes 8, sometimes 12. But these ecosystems are thousands of years old. And once you have one administration that destroys or takes away certain elements of that ecosystem, you can't get them back. So it's ultimately a disintegration over time, over a long period. And we need to include more people in this governance, and we need to stabilize that. We cannot rely on the political cycles entirely to do this. And then beyond that, we need some really solid and useful public information and education about lands and forests that they can understand and that's reliable. Much of the information we see out there is highly biased and leans towards supporting one view or the other. And it's hard as a regular average citizen to know what's real and what's not. So then we say, okay, get those foundations, but we need to do some immediate things right now. First off, there are a number of ecosystems that are at risk in this province that map that I showed you earlier, there's a number of those that are at serious risk, and we need to defer any kind of development in those, logging and other development, until we have a chance to figure out how we're going to manage these areas to preserve ecosystem integrity. We also have a number of areas that actually do have biodiversity targets where we have gone past those targets. We are past and underneath legislated targets. Remember, I spoke about retain 70%, and once you get down to 30, you're starting to see major ecosystem problems and possibly collapse. We have targets in some areas. They're not that high. In the Great Bear Rainforest, there's some as high as 50, and they're meeting those. But in many other areas, they're down at the minimum of 30, and some are as low as 18. And in many of those areas, we're below those targets because we did not set up a system to track where we're at. And we need to get those areas into compliance, or change the legislation if that's what you choose to do. But you need to get into compliance with your own law here. We also need to improve our management. This is a little longer term response. We need a system to monitor and evaluate exactly where we're at and where we are with respect to ecosystem health. We also need a way to properly set our objectives and targets, and update our targets and guidance. As I mentioned to you before, in the Kootenays, the core plan originally, the land use plan originally recommended a biodiversity target of 50%. Everybody agreed to it, and the government of the day said, no, we're going to reduce it to a third. So it's 18%. And in many areas in the West Kootenays, we are not meeting 18%. We're well below that target because we haven't been tracking it. So we need to look at those targets, and are those the kind of targets we want? Because they will not achieve ecosystem health. And so if you're not achieving it, then why do you even have it? I mean, let's just save the areas that are important and close to people, and let's not pretend that we're doing what we're doing. We also, our inventory right now speaks about old growth. The way we define old growth is from a timber perspective. It says any trees that are over 100, or any stands of forests that are over 140 in the interior and over 250 on the coast. Well, many of you who live around old forests know that a 250-year-old forest is way different than a 2,000-year-old forest. In the interior, a 200 or 300-year-old forest is way different than a 150-year-old forest, but we don't have a way to describe that. And so we need a system of classification that better describes us based on attributes and ecosystem properties, so that we can more effectively know what we're actually managing, and we can focus on the right things. And then finally, in terms of practices, we look at many areas use clear cut as the dominant silviculture system, the way of harvesting and planting and stuff like that. The issue with that is that many of these forests were never clear cut. Even fire dominated ecosystems where we see massive fires, if for all of you who've been in after a fire, there are some areas that are nuked, but for the most part, there's lots of stuff left, and it grows back way different and becomes way different than an area that's post-fire or post-logging, I mean.
Excuse me, Gary?
Pardon?
Sorry, Gary, but we're 20 minutes into the presentation. We've only got a 30-minute time slot in total.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I will stop. I'll be very quick. We asked for an orderly transition involving communities and making this transition. This is an illustration of that. You can look at that. My last point is recommendation for one is that we say to engage Indigenous governments in the policy response to this. And with Indigenous leadership, we need to develop provincial guidelines around how do we build these G2G planning relationships on a local level. refine planning units that conform to local Indigenous territories and ecosystem boundaries, and mechanisms for Indigenous groups to meet provincial targets while still meeting their own interests in their own areas. And we also need support for Indigenous and land and forest management expertise and capacity, direct support programs to build internal management capacity, support to build these intergovernmental relationships. And then we really need to train government staff so they become more effective partners in this relationship. I apologize for going over. I should have practiced more. It's just so much to speak about. Medu, thank you. I'll stop.
And thank you, Gary. That is a great information, and apologize for you having to rush your way through it because I've got 2 more speakers to get through yet before getting to the resolution. With that, I'll turn it over to Councillor Terry.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Union of BC Chiefs for hosting the Zoom funeral for good friend David Dennis on behalf of Carol McCarthy and all the kids. Kleco. Mears Island Tribal Parks was established in 1984 to stop the destruction of clear-cutting of ancient old-growth forests. In 2014, the Tlaoquit Land and Sea Vision of an Indigenous protected and conserved area was then expanded to all of our traditional territories because of the success of Mears Island. Mears Island, or Wana Just Hilthuas Declaration, reflects natural law teachings to protect old growth forestry and as well as the ocean seabeds. It describes how our Tlaoquit way of life needs to be protected: hunting, fishing, medicinal plants, cultural practice, and all this needs space to flourish for present and future generations. It also includes recreational opportunities because our chiefs and elders at that time seen the importance of sharing the beauty of Mears Island. The Mears Island court case had challenged the province of BC that Indigenous title exists and Tlaoquit voices to stop clear-cutting must be heard. Tlaoquit, as well as a Howsett, also spent $3 million to halt the logging on Mears Island. This movement led to the War of the Woods in the 90s to protect Kleckwood River Valley, where 900 people were arrested. Of course, in the 90s, Central Region Neutral Nations were handed over tenure of 54, TFL 54 and 57 as part of the a bridge to treaty in the interim measures agreement. And Tlaoquit, First Nations, became 1/5 owners of Mamuk Development Corporation, a logging company, along with the other 4 Central First Nations. And logging in Kleckwood Sound has been done with the Kleckwood Sound scientific panel that combines both traditional knowledge and scientific data to improve logging practices. Unfortunately, it is the province that controls stumpage fees and the AAC, and has created many divisions amongst the First Nations involved on where to cut within Kleckwood Sound. We as Tlaoquit, we need tenure reform that reflects both First Nations woodlots and culturally managed areas. Our Tlaoquit Land and Sea Vision Plan consists of 3 run-of-the-river projects: second growth logging, salvaging, value-added stream restoration, non-timber products, tribal parks guardians, tourism, and educational outposts. It is also Tlaoquit's view that displaced First Nations loggers need to benefit from a negotiated carbon credit program that protects old growth trees. We definitely see the value in trees standing. With tenure reform, we intend to entangle the province's colonial grip that has put us in basically a stranglehold on how forestry must be conducted here in Kleckwood Sound. We believe that our tribal parks is our own interpretation of Indigenous protected and conserved areas. Unlike colonial interpretations of parks, colloquiate tribal parks' objectives are to ensure the well-being of not only the environment, but also social, economic, and spiritual programs. In colloquiate, we started what is called a 1% ecosystem service contribution that we collect from local businesses that goes into our TFN colloquiate land and sea stewardship programs. Hotels, tourism, airlines, restaurants, they all see the value in protecting colloquiate territories because obviously they've benefited from it economically in tourism, something like 230 million a year. This strategy is key to creating Indigenous protected areas to be proactive in poverty reduction and amongst our people. We're telling locals that we have protected places like Mears Island, Cleckwood River Valley from deforestation so that people of Tofino can enjoy clean drinking water as well as tourism. We're trying to build a conservation economy out here that replaces industrial logging, fish farming, mining, where companies take what they want and of course they leave the destruction behind. I believe that we must force the BC government that our collective lands is not a piece of pie that can be divvied up and given out to whoever or however they want. I also believe that we need to put forth our own Indigenous ideas and solutions in forestry that reflects our culture rather than having the province define it for us in their own tree farm licensing programs. So with that, I'll leave it at there. Thank you. Clecco, Clecco.
Tlucko, Tlucko. Terry? Kilseelam?
Tanoia, and so quite till 80 squat seats, Halsalam, and Chunquan UBCIC, please, Oats.
You muted yourself, Kilseelam?
Oh, there we go. Hassas Collins, please, to punch out to me. Really appreciate this opportunity to speak to all the delegates and chiefs here today about this resolution. I originally put my name on the resolution, but my colleague Satak and Chris Lewis is our spokesperson for the Squamish Nation, proxy for the Squamish Nation, but who will move it. But I did help review the resolution and provide some commentary and some notes. So I'll keep my comments brief because I know we're running out of time. But essentially, this resolution is responding to the expert panel report that was submitted and putting forward a position at the UBCIC to pressure the provincial government, whoever it may be, in the next after the election. One of the challenges that I think many First Nations are probably aware of, but is very true on this, is that this provincial government under the NDP is very happy to ignore First Nations jurisdiction when it suits themselves. But when it comes to the protection of certain things like old growth forests, they then tell the public that we can't implement the recommendations because we have to consult First Nations. So they use First Nations as an excuse to get out of really important protection of things like our old growth forest and refuse to engage the nations directly on these issues. So this resolution is really speaking to the needs for our nations to work collaboratively with each other and support each other in the protection of our old growth forests. And just speaking on behalf of the Squamish Nation, we have, out of our entire territory, 3% of our territory's old growth is left. And up until now, we've been successful at protecting about 1% of that. And some of that has been through the Squamish Nation's ability to purchase the tree farm license within our territory, but there still remains a lot of old growth, some of it in the private cut blocks that needs further protection. And so this resolution is really speaking to the need to protect our old growth, to the recommendations of the expert panel report that really emphasize honoring and upholding First Nation jurisdiction, but also speaks to the reasons why protecting our old growth is really important. Old growth houses species that are integral to our Indigenous cultures that aren't found in second growth plantations. Old growth stores more carbon than second growth, especially important over the next 2 decades as we take on the climate emergency. And old growth drives the tourism industry within British Columbia. Second growth does not. And so I think this provincial government is still talking in terms of tinkering and minor adjustments and incrementalism with the existing forestry system management rather than replacing it, which is not adequate. And I think Gary has highlighted a lot of the issues with that. And I think the expert panel report really articulates those issues really well. And so this is, I think, really important for the UBCIC to be able to have this mandate to work towards these issues when the new government is sworn in. I think it'll be very important for this government to start identifying how they are going to implement things like the Declaration Act. And this is where things like forestry come into play. But also will be incumbent on us as First Nations leaders to be ready to put forward our vision and our demands of this government so that they are not able to use excuses to get away from action on these important issues. And I think when it comes to old growth, there is a lot of work that First Nations can do to share, the best practices that we want to see, the ways that different nations have been able to achieve some relative success. For example, Squamish Nation has about 22 cultural sites that have been provincially protected as of now, and we are currently trying to advocate and negotiate for an additional over 100 sites to be added. But when I think nations can work together collaboratively across our jurisdictions and to take on the government, we find a lot more success. So very proud to support this resolution and speak in favor of it. If my colleague Satokton is here, I believe he'll be willing to move it. But I just wanted to keep my comments to those topics, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. Thank you.
Given the time sensitivity, or over time already, we're going to go immediately to that resolution. I'll draw your attention, and once we do this resolution, we'll turn it over to Mary Ellen Turpel for her update on the systemic racism in the healthcare system. So we'll have time for that, Mary Ellen. Resolution 2020-23 regarding implementation of an old growth strategy that protects First Nations welfare and endangered old growth forests. Therefore, be resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly fully support the First Nations and allies who are protesting the negligent logging and clear-cutting practices enabled by the BC government that have undermined First Nations title and rights and pushed Vancouver Island's old-growth forest to the brink of collapse. And therefore, it further resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly fully support the old-growth strategy, strategic review panel's report and recommendations that are vital to creating a new sustainable old growth strategy, and call upon the provincial government to take immediate and sustained action to ensure that the report's recommendations are carried out, with First Nations included and consulted every step of the way. And therefore, it further resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly call upon the BC government to provide more details on its plan to shift logging deferrals to permanent protection, and working in partnership with impacted First Nations to engage in discussions on expanding these deferrals to include all threatened old-growth forests, including areas like Walbrand Valley, Namint, Fairy Creek, Seetica Valley, Mount Elphinstone, and Argonaut Creek. And therefore, it further resolved, the UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly direct UBCIC executive staff to work with other like-minded organizations to urge the provincial and federal governments to provide dedicated funding for First Nations Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas, IPCAs, and First Nations land use plans, as well as financial support for First Nations communities to manage and steward ICPAs, purchase and protect private lands with old growth, and pursue conservation-based businesses and economies, including cultural and ecotourism businesses, clean energy, and second growth forestry. And therefore, it finally resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly urge the Ministry of FLNRORD to consult and engage First Nations communities and organizations, including the First Nations Forestry Council and First Nations Leadership Council, to develop and implement a renewed old growth strategy that entrenches Indigenous consent into its processes, is aligned with the principles of the UN Declaration, the Old Growth Strategic Review recommendations, and the BC First Nations Forestry Strategy. Is supported by strong enforcement and compliance standards and is intended to support sustainable old growth cultural harvesting as an important First Nations livelihood, a source of culture. Moved by Councillor Chris Lewis, seconded by Councillor Terry Dorward. Open up to questions or comments. Terry? You're muted, Terry.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just would like to, remind the executive and folks around at the union table to reach out to elders like Bill Jones from Pachidat, who is standing up with his supporters to protect Ferry Creek in his homeland. So it's very important that we let him know that he's not alone.
Clucko. Any other discussion? Cookby Judy?
Thank you, Cookby Judy Wilson. I was just trying not to say anything, but I think I got to say it. The old growth forest is another example of getting lands and resources information from the province and developing and implementing our own Indigenous needs, values, and plans. I know there's we haven't been involved in a lot of land use planning, but I think there's the other thing we talked about with the wildlife, with the hunting issue with Chief Crow, is about our own laws and jurisdiction, as all of the chiefs have put forward. So same thing with forestry. Thank you.
Cookstep Cookby, seeing no other discussion or hearing no discussion, are we ready to go to question? Question's been called. Any opposition to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Seeing neither, the resolution is carried. Thank you. And thank you to the presenters. We just don't have time to go back to concluding remarks. We're way behind. So appreciating your fast tracking your presentations. We are getting late in the day, but we do have our last agenda item for this afternoon, and inviting Kwikwe forward to do a systemic racism in the healthcare system update. She's got a deck that we'll be going through, and you'll find the deck that Mary Ellen is going through in the presentation folder of your e-kit. Mary Ellen?
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Tyrone. I know it's late in the day, and I'm going to abbreviate the presentation because you're going to hear more from me in the weeks ahead on this. I just want to let you know I'm joined by Harmony Johnson today as well. So if you did need to address any questions to us with the chat function, you can. And I'm speaking to you today from Lekwungen Speaking People's Territory, so I just want to acknowledge that. And also just wanted to say how nice it is to see Grand Chief Stuart Phillip too on a Zoom. And it's wonderful to see you, Chief. So I wanted to give you an update on the progress of the Anti-Indigenous Racism Review that's underway. And I have a PowerPoint that you will see, and I may just get some assistance to advance through it if I can, just because the internet clicker is not working as well as it could. So the first page, you will see that this racism review started in June when an incident came forward about a game being played in emergency rooms. And with, of course, support of UBCIC and others, there was a desire to have a fulsome investigation. So in July, we can keep advancing through the PowerPoint, please, to slide 4. In July, just back one slide, please. In July, I officially launched the investigation with a small team. And the small team, small but effective team, has been looking into issues of racism in the healthcare system in BC. And I also want to say how saddened and disheartened I am today to hear about the tragic case of the death of a mother in Quebec who died in a hospital, and the racism allegations that have come forward there. And to say that in the context of this review so far, there's a number of things that I've been looking at, and the work is well advanced. First of all, we did a massive Indigenous people survey, very significant response. We're using about 3,000 of those surveys. Many Indigenous people across the province started the survey, stopped, and called with cases, including many people probably participating in the UBCIC meeting right now. I did an extensive, with the team, health worker survey. More than 5,000 health workers came back. Specific targeted interviews and surveys to people responsible in the healthcare system. The purpose of all of this information gathering was to look at the existence of racism, implicit, explicit, and systemic racism, but also what is being done to address racism. And for Indigenous people, looking at cultural safety. Do Indigenous people, First Nations people feel safe getting healthcare in BC? And if they do or do not, where are the concerns? So a lot of information came back. It's going to inform the report. I look forward to sharing all of those results with you very soon. We had as well more than 550 individual cases. We've investigated many of those cases. Some of those cases were in real time, namely someone was committed against their will in a hospital and was reaching out for immediate assistance. So we have older cases, we have cases that are real-time cases. And a lot of work has been done by the team to investigate them. They're in all regions of British Columbia, and they involve all ages and stages of life, from the prenatal birth experience all the way through to elders seeking to receive care. So that will be reflected in the report. In terms of documents, you can see we reviewed more than 40 reports and recommendations. Finally, I know it's a dry subject, but data. I was able to get authorization to access data at the same level that the Minister of Health would have, which meant this is the first time we've been able to see all the data and look at things like how often are First Nations getting, say, dialysis instead of kidney transplant, or getting what kind of care in comparison to other citizens in the province. Looking at key outcomes and measures and use of the system. A very big part of our analysis is on looking at cultural competency training that's run by the the PHSA, Public Health Service Agency, and Authority, and in particular the SANIUS program that's been running to do some basic Indigenous education for healthcare providers. A lot of focus has been on that. If you could just advance, please. So in terms of what's come back from Indigenous people and health workers, first of all, on the Indigenous survey, it's interesting, older rather than younger people responded, and more women than men. More than half came from two regions, Vancouver Island Health Authority and Vancouver Coastal, although the responses were everywhere. In terms of the health worker survey, same thing, primarily women, this is non-Indigenous, primarily non-Indigenous, all across all the categories of healthcare. Pretty much half came from hospitals and emergency rooms. And again, 60% were in just a couple of health authorities. So a good activation there, but of course concern about needing to hear from everyone. We could advance, please. So what are the themes that have come out? These are some of the key themes. First of all, racism is alive and real and has been underreported and underexamined. And although this incident of this game came forward as my primary area for examination, it's led to a number of other areas where very serious racism issues are there and have persisted. Again, in terms of Indigenous and First Nations people not feeling safe because of comments and concerns that come out in their interactions with health workers, a lot of evidence has come out, a lot of information about treating First Nations as being drug seeking, as being responsible for their poor health because they made poor life choices, for instance, and a lot of discrimination experiences, a lot of ignorance, misunderstanding, and comments. A lot of content on feeling like that the complaint process or the way to raise a grievance or complain about treatment, it doesn't work for First Nations, it's not serious, there isn't the follow-up, and there isn't the accountability. That will be a very major theme in this report. And then the need to focus on Indigenous specific racism and develop anti-racism tools specific to Indigenous people's experience. And I say that as opposed to having this big approach, which is all of this so-called bad behavior, sexism, homophobia, everything's just blended into one equity program. And often that loses any focus or impact. So a key theme here is saying Indigenous racism needs to be a specific focus, and it's been lost in other focuses that shift. Can we advance, please? In terms of forms of racism, this is just a quick guide to what we're seeing because it's complex, but it's like not surprisingly, all of these lines of evidence are validating persistent stereotypes. Indians are drug seeking. All kinds of misconceptions, racism that I think we've seen consistently, but this is being validated again. Poor quality of care, poor access to care, perception that a non-Indigenous person gets the care they don't get. Indigenous people avoiding getting the necessary medical care they need because they're not treated well when they go to get it. So suffering at home, refusing to go, refusing to follow up because they can't deal with the ongoing trauma and difficulty as they try and navigate getting basic health care. Lack of respect for Indigenous medicine, wellness, and spirituality. Lots of concerns about that. Not investing in, not building it out, not treating with respect Indigenous spirituality, wellness, and traditional medicine. Very significant. And also particularly elders and others identifying that this is a source of strength and it is not being used. They're not able to get what they need. It isn't complementary. It isn't been built into the system adequately. Poor health outcomes, lots of content on racism, particularly experienced by women, and particularly directed in these highly essential areas like the emergency room. Lots of evidence coming forward about instances where someone calls for an ambulance, calls for emergency care, things go very sideways, and the person who needs care ends up sometimes getting a criminal response instead of a healthcare response. Finally, around the system thinking and racism, the underlying foundation of the healthcare system continues to be fairly embedded in these systemic colonial beliefs and values about Indigenous people. So is not knowledgeable about the rights of Indigenous people, not knowledgeable about the history with Indian hospitals and residential schools and other things that have been imposed, therefore compromising health. So real need to decolonize and shift the mindset in healthcare to be more respectful and understanding of the fundamental and basic human rights of Indigenous people. We could advance, please. So emerging conclusions, which will inform the report, needing to take a very strong Indigenous human rights approach, that it's a right to be treated with respect and understanding and have basic human rights like everyone else. Absolutely fundamental with the human rights approach because it peers to the dehumanizing of Indigenous people that has been so elevated and written into our laws and policies has permeated. It's like a sickness that's permeated the healthcare system. And younger health professionals, younger nurses, physicians, paraprofessionals, and others are especially reporting that they find it intolerable and they want to see change. So there's a lot of support for change at a certain point in these professions. need for standards for cultural competency and safety, proper standards, well-funded, well-enforced, need for more comprehensive training, a lot of content. You can expect to see something about complaints process, how it needs to work, and whistleblower process, stronger accountability, certainly a concern about senior level BC First Nations leadership across the system. First Nations Health Authority and Council was created and has done some remarkable work over time, but the need to take it to another level that's much more embedded in First Nations governance and much more embedded across the system to be able to drive accountability and create good relationships for First Nations with health providers. So there's huge good work that's been done. And I know you had a presentation on COVID this morning, but there's a lot of content that this isn't good enough and we have to strengthen this fundamentally. And a significant amount of concern that the First Nations Health Authority is not an actual authority like Fraser or Van Coastal or whatever, that it's a charity and that it can't embed and deliver an agenda of that importance with this structure. So very ripe for some recommendations that no doubt will come back to you soon. Enhanced data and integrating across the system some key approaches is very significant. If we could just advance, please. So next steps, I just wanted to say we're going to continue. We're, as I say, about 80% through. We still have some key informant interviews. We're doing the last of some data analysis. We will be doing some more briefing and report recommendation writing. The review is to report to the health minister by December 31. As some of you may have noticed, there is an election happening right now. That kind of came right in the middle of this work. And that's fine. I have heard, and I'd be very interested, it's not for debate today, but I'd be very interested through the chat or indirectly through leadership to hear about your views. But First Nations Health Authority, First Nations Health Council, and many of the families that I'm working with on cases, who I've been speaking to one-on-one, have said to me, do not release a report in the middle of an election. Not because they're super political people, but because they don't want this to get lost in the election fodder. So they've said this is very important. They want to make sure there's space to have it released properly and not to be used in that way. So that's the input I've had so far. And I am reflecting on that and making some decisions on that at the moment. But I do look forward to, in terms of UBCIC, working with chiefs and leadership, and also ensuring that you are well briefed and supported in terms of the recommendations that will come forward. Recommendations will likely be formed more as potentially, an action-oriented plan that depends on First Nations agreement, buy-in, and support. So it isn't about just making recommendations and expecting them to be done, but it's about whether or not you see the reflection of what you think will be required. So there's a very strong element of truth-telling that's going to be in this report, which I can tell you is probably going to be very difficult for some people to take and understand. But there's comprehensive and exhaustive evidence to support that. And then on recommendations, there will be some path-breaking and substantial recommendations. Final point I will just make in the interest of time is to note that the speech from the throne federally did mention the need to develop federal Indigenous health legislation on a distinctions-based approach, meaning First Nations. And I welcome that. I did speak to the federal government multiple times in the context of this review because they have national responsibility. BC also has significant responsibility, but there is a need to have something like the First Nations Health Act. The National Health Act doesn't have any protections against racism in it. And as we've seen, racism, and I've said this repeatedly, racism, as we know, is not just about hurtful words. It is about actual barriers in systems that cause harm to people. And in the healthcare system, the kind of racism that we're seeing in this review leads to a shortened life. leads to people not getting care, not receiving respect, and deciding to forego needed medical care. And that impacts families and communities, and that is very easy to change, but we have to tackle the racism that's a barrier. And so there's a lot of willingness to change, a lot of support from the healthcare professions across BC. They've been very collaborative, and we've been digging deep with them. So this report, I hope, will be impactful at the provincial and national level. But again, it has to carry the voice forward in a way that is respectful and appropriate. And it has to be released at a time where people can pay attention to that voice. So those are my comments. And as I say, I'm here, I can take comments from the chat section. I will be back briefing you again, probably. I know it's not necessarily an AGA, but I'll be briefing you again prior to release of this report. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. We do have some time for questions and comments from chiefs, if you so wish. Chief Don.
Thank you, Ty, and thank you, Mary Ellen, for reporting out today. And now certainly it is frustrating to hear the initial reports that came out of games being played in the hospitals. And I think as we go along and we further discover, someone like Connor Sutton, who is a member of the military, who's seeking help. And these are the people who are committed to making our world better, and they're seeking help voluntarily in our hospitals and are being turned away and being told to go to a homeless shelter. And if it wasn't for some advocacy, we don't know how long Connor would have remained at Royal Jubilee Hospital. And instances like this are happening over and over, and I don't think they're probably not being reported on. And so I do, where we find ourselves is that our members are having to make a decision as to, do I want to be stereotyped, or do I want to be judged for going into emergency department or seeking treatment or seeking help? So it's certainly during a world pandemic a concern. But first and foremost, in looking at a recent article that happened, I think, in Montreal. So we're seeing this across Canada, and we're seeing this, so it's not strictly limited to BC. It's tough, and I think we're seeing our health directors and some of our nurse practitioners are seeing having to pick up majority of this work. And so I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, Mary Ellen, and thank you for the engagement in doing the surveys to hear from not only Indigenous people, but those who are working within the health field around instances of racism. And I think it's time that the people that we hold in high regard, who look after our best interest, or we give them that trust to do so, holding them to a standard of which we know our members will receive the adequate health care that they deserve. So I just want to finish with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hachkasiem. Any other questions or comments? Cookby Judy?
Yes, I'm certainly hoping our virtual chiefs, I guess, out there can get some questions in. I just want clarification from Mary Ellen that the nations who are still looking at ways to get input from their members, that we can still do that. I know our nation is having their health caucus tomorrow, which I'm hoping that we would be able to find a way. A lot of the input was left up to the communities and individuals, and I think it's during time of COVID, it was challenging with people who have maybe the technology, to do that. So I was proposing tomorrow that, our chiefs will be able to find a way to support our nation and getting key input into what you're doing. Because I will suspect, like with our nation, we cross many different cities from Williams Lake to Kamloops, and and geographically one of the larger nations, so we're kind of challenged in how we can get that input. So I'm hoping we still have time to have that input. And I think when we look at implementation, how we're addressing the racism in the healthcare, each nation's going to have their specific plans on how we're going to do that. And again, we don't have the resources, so I think it should be incumbent on how we obtain those resources to deal with this racism. But the second part of the question would be, what do we do in the immediate time that this racism and discrimination with our members that are continuing to happen in the health institutions? Thank you.
Christian Cookby, Mary Ellen?
Yes, thank you for those comments. So first of all, there's lots of opportunity to still have input. I'm getting a lot. And as we get to recommendations, it's very important to create space for First Nations and First Nations governments and governance in this healthcare system. And that's going to be a key area. In terms of good practices as well, I want to highlight that there are some amazingly positive practices that have been put in place in different places across BC. But in the meantime, as we get instances where there's any suggestion of racism or a barrier, it's just really important to speak out. Don't hesitate to contact me and to speak out. As Don Tom has indicated, there has to be a constant reminder to the professionals and the staff in these systems that if you can treat one person in a way that's racist and disrespectful, you can treat anyone like that. And we have to stop that. We have to remember that it could be that Connor Sutton today, but who will it be tomorrow? And I know from speaking to that family in particular, and that case will be profiled. That's a very prominent grandmother's a very prominent elder. And this is a family that had to take the action of having a protest in front of a hospital to get their son out. So we don't want that. We don't want that to be the standard. So I really appreciate the comments from chiefs and leaders. And I also just recognize the role that UBCIC will play in making sure that recommendations are strong, are well-informed, and are actioned. So I'll be working with you more. But the suffering and difficulty that so many people have had in the healthcare system, that story will emerge here, and it will shock people, but the truth has to be told, and we need to move forward to a different mindset for people that are in the system. So I look forward to continued dialogue on that journey, and I really appreciate the input I've had in this review, and we will be back talking to you much more about it as well.
Thank you. Grand Chief?
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you're in your closet. I just want to say that your good work will undoubtedly be groundbreaking, and the issue of racism in our the healthcare system for our people has been going on for many, many generations. And it's been very debilitating and very hurtful. And I'm just so happy that you've engaged this work, this challenge. And I really, really look forward to where it goes once it's released and where we go with it. But I was really very happy when I heard you were going to do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Not seeing any other hands up or hearing anything. Any concluding remarks, Marielle?
Nope, just to say thank you, everyone, and stay safe, and we'll be talking to you again.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment, you mentioned you're going to report back to the chiefs before your December 31st deadline. Our next meeting isn't actually until February. So you'll either engage the executive directly or we'd have to have a special Zoom call just on the matter. Okay, but great, thank you for that. Chiefs and delegates, we got two pretty straightforward resolutions I'd like to take you through before we wrap up the day. They shouldn't take long at all. I'll draw your attention to Resolution 2020-24 regarding appointment to the First Nations Energy Mining Council. Therefore, be resolved, UBCIC Chieftain Assembly appoint Chief Byron Lewis, Okanagan Indian Band, as UBCIC representative on the First Nations Energy and Mining Council as a permanent appointment beginning October 1, 2020. And therefore, it finally resolved, UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly called on UBCIC representative to the First Nations Energy Mining Council to provide regular updates to the UBCIC Chiefs Council and the UBCIC Executive. Looking for a mover and seconder, please.
Moved by Chief Keith Crow, Lower Smilkameen.
Limlam Chief, seconded by Cookby Spahan. Thank you. Any discussion?
Question.
Thank you. Any opposition to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Hearing neither, it is carried. Thank you. And our last resolution for the day, 2020-25, regarding support for FNLC representatives on Indigenous Flood Working Group. Therefore, we resolve the UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly direct the UBCIC Executive to work with the BC Assembly of First Nations, BCAFN, and the First Nations Summit, FNS, as the First Nations Leadership Council, FNLC, to identify a FNLC technical representative to participate in the Indigenous Flood Working Group. Therefore, it finally resolved the UBCIC Chiefs and Assembly to direct the UBCIC Executive and staff working with the BCAFN and FNS as the FNLC to monitor the development of the provincial flood risk strategy to ensure that input from Indigenous Flood Working Group and the flood risks posed to Indigenous communities are reflected in the final strategy. Looking for a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move. Byron Lewis, Okanagan Band.
Thank you, Chief. Seconder.
I second it. Chief Janet Webster.
Cookby Webster, thank you. Any discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. Any opposition to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Seeing and hearing neither, it is carried. Thank you. So I see Deborah Baker is with us. I'd ask her to come back and close us off in a good way. But just before she does that, just a reminder to the delegates, use the same link you received for today's call. The opening registration starts at 8:30 tomorrow. The meeting starts at 9. So if there's anything was buggy this morning, I encourage you to come in right at 8:30. You'll get those sorted out. Deborah?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all the presenters that presented today on very specific topics and meaningful to our people. So I just want to thank the Creator for this beautiful day. Thank the Creator for allowing us to meet and to have discussion and make decisions. And I want to say a special prayer for everyone that attended today, that you are being supported by many and you're doing great work. And I really want to thank you for your commitment. And I also want to acknowledge our ancestors who are also watching over us and taking care of us each and every day. So with that, I wish you all a good evening, and remember that tomorrow is Orange T-shirt Day. As a residential school survivor, I want to thank those who support Orange T-shirt Day. All my relations, OCM.
HCM, thank you so much for that, Deborah, particularly the orange shirt reminder. That was actually in my notes and I never got to it. So again, 8:30 for virtual registrations, and we'll begin 9 o'clock sharp. Have a good night, everyone, and stay safe.